Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Kartmasters for 2021. It's Saturday, and we're here for the Redline Specialist Cars Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix here from PF International. Welcome one and all from around the globe and here at the venue itself as well at Paul Fletcher International. Here's a look at some of the track that we've got there. 1,383 metres in length, one of the longest circuits in the UK. 14 turns in total, 19 feet of elevation change as well. And of course, one of the only international grade karting circuits in the UK. Here's a look at some of the weather that we're expecting. Hopefully a little bit drier today. Yesterday was an absolute washout in some of the heats. Was quite spectacular to see, but to drive, I suspect it wasn't too great. So rain is on the forecast, but a little bit later on today, so hopefully we can get through most of the heats today without getting a little bit wet. And yeah, the conditions are a bit more favourable today. I'm your commentator, Anthony Jordan, and this time around we've got a change in the commentary box. Chris McCarthy has been swapped out, not because he's anything, but because he's a little bit busy doing some more stuff for us here at PF International. But we've got Jack Oliphant now joining us. Jack, how are we?
Absolutely fantastic, thank you, Anthony. Yeah, looking forward to a great day's racing and hopefully a good weekend's racing. I may not be here tomorrow, but I'm certainly going to be tuning in between the British Touring Car Championship. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how PF greets us with fantastic racing.
Oh, yeah, no, it'd be excellent stuff to see that one, because, of course, it's all finals tomorrow. But today, it's exactly the same as what it was yesterday. We've got qualifying heats. They're going to be coming up in just a moment. The last of the warm-up sessions is currently out. The Miami Cadets have got about 7 seconds left of their session, so check plug is going out shortly for them. And then we'll go into the heats a little bit later on. Kickstarting the day, though, will be Junior Rotax for Group 1. They'll be starting. Their start time is around 10 past 10 today. Then there will be Group 2 for Junior Rotax for their qualifying. Then we go into Senior Rotax for Group 1 and 2. Mini Max, that'll be all of them into one big group because there's less than 36 of them in one category. Honda Cadet will be a little bit later after that as well. They'll be kick-starting their qualifying at 11 o'clock. Then we go into Junior X30 for Group 1 and 2. They're starting around 10 past 11. Then Senior X30 for their Group 1 and 2, with then Mini X30 and Miami Cadet rounding out the qualifying sessions. The first heat of the day will start at 12:15. Right, so do you know what? I've just had from Mr. Ian Roberts on my timing screen. Don't forget to plug motorsport-timing.co.uk. All mentions, I get 1 entertainment credit apparently if I do that. I think that means I get to dance in the commentary box if he plays the music. Well, there we go. Yeah, huge thank you to Motorsport-Timing, of course, because they provide all the graphics, and you can head over to the motorsport-timing.co.uk website to see all the live timing results from yesterday. You can catch up on all the action from yesterday's racing on there, and as well on the live stream from Alpha Live Productions as well. But Jack, this is only your second time here at Paul Fletcher International, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, the first time didn't go so well. I won't tell you why it didn't go well, but it was about 15 years ago, back when I was actually racing as about a 13-year-old in karts. Yeah, it didn't go fantastically. My brother's raced a couple of times, but it was a bit far out the way from Cheshire, so we didn't really come and watch him. However, you just walk through the paddock and you realise it's an elite circuit, isn't it, really? If Silverstone is the home of British sort of car racing and bike racing, this certainly is the home of British kart racing, and also probably international kart racing as well. It's up there with some of the best venues in Europe, especially that I've been to, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing how these karts get on with it. The drivers crack on. We've got some fantastic PF specialists as well with the PF plate on the front of their karts, and they've been having some success yesterday. We'll see how they get on today.
Indeed, yes, we will. We'll keep a very close eye on how they get on. Of course, first session is about to take to the track in just a moment's time. In around 5 minutes' time, it will be the first of the qualifying sessions for Junior Rotax, so please stay tuned for that one. And, of course, for anyone who is watching around the world, please do get your comments in. We can see them in the commentary box, and we would love to hear from you. If you are supporting any drivers, please do let us know, and we would love to hear from you. But first, it's now time to start the first of our qualifying sessions. It's time for Group 1 Junior Rotax. So, like we say, Junior Rotax will be coming out in just a moment for their first qualifying heat. And, of course, these qualifyings will determine where they're going to start for their heats a little bit later on. All drivers in these categories get at least 2 heats, or they do get 2 heats. not at least. They will get 2 heats each, and that will, of course, determine their points for the final. If you're unsure of how the format works, head over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. There is an explainer video on how this championship and how the point system and how heavy all of that works. Please do go check it out because it is a great watch. So, Jack, for yourself here, quite a busy paddock that we've got. 307 drivers in total. Lots to talk about, lots to choose from. As Mr. Ian Roberts, he's closing the door now. He's fed up with our voices already here, so he's shutting us into the commentary box. Here, though, down in the dummy grid area, we have some of our protagonists getting themselves ready. There's Evie Powell in there. Vision Motorsport getting psyched up. The first group for qualifying out on circuit. Let's read through who we are expecting out in this first qualifying group. So it's qualifying group, technically it's their 3rd qualifying of the weekend for the Junior Road Tax. But Daniel Armstrong, Harry Linden will be out on the circuit with Oliver Martinsky, Scott Lapsey, Ben Ballou, Gabriel Stilp, they'll be out there as well, Isabella Franklin, Thomas Carter, William Antrobus, Mikey Porter, Ollie Goodyear will be out there as well, Brett Sims, Spencer Burham, Harry Pullen, Evie Pullen as well, Nathan Smith, Lucas Jex, Gustas Usakovs, Freya Belk and Lexi Belk will be all out on the circuit in this timed quali group. Now, of course, it was a very busy day yesterday. We had, like we say, manic weather as well. What was the weather like where you were, Jack?
Well, up in Leeds, it was actually quite delightful. Well, I say delightful compared to the looks of Paul Fletcher International. It would look delightful. But however, the rain did make it look good on the live stream. At least it did make it some spectacle to watch. I don't imagine they enjoy driving in it as much as they may enjoy driving in the dry. However, it throws a different test at them, at least, doesn't it?
Oh, it definitely indeed throws a test at them. I would definitely say so. There's Harry Linden there, all psyched up, ready, closing off the visor there. You got to concentrate because qualifying, you know, even though it's only 5 minutes, it's still a very important part of the weekend. Probably the most important part because, you know, it determines where you're going to be starting and it gives you that confidence boost that you need as well. But it doesn't necessarily mean that your weekend's been a disaster because yesterday in Junior Rotax, Neo Clark, qualified 21st, has finished in the points, only 5th. So he's definitely in the classifications, of course. The top 30 goes straight through to the repechage, or the pre-final, I should say, on Sunday. The drivers who don't make that top 30 will have to battle it out in a repechage, but called a B final. And then the top 6 from that will go into the pre-final, and then that determines the start of the grid for the final on Sunday that everyone's looking forward to.
Absolutely, yeah. And if anybody wants to repeat that a little bit later, then there's the explainer video on the YouTube channel, which of course you voiced over, didn't you? With basically exactly the same script as you just read off there.
Pretty much, yeah. There's the 89 on your screen, Freya Belk. The sisters Freya and her sister Lexi as well, both out in this session, and caught up with them the other day because, of course, the drivers having their photos taken in front of the green screen for the graphics and everything. You will get to watch as well when the grids come up a little bit later on. But a nice bunch, and yeah, I look forward to see how they can perform today. It was a tough day yesterday, of course, with the conditions, but with dry conditions today, everyone on the slick tyres. And, of course, they've only got one set of slick tyres to use throughout the entire weekend.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? I mean, they've been practicing since Thursday, starting a day earlier here at the Kartmasters because there is such a packed grid and such a packed timetable as well that they decided to put practice on this Thursday. Some fantastic racing yesterday, which I know a few people in the live stream are a bit confused about, wondering what on earth they're doing out there racing, thinking it was a Saturday. I know it certainly threw me off at one point until I realised that I wasn't supposed to be here till today. That was quite lucky. I had a mini heart attack at one point yesterday. But it does mean that the slicks almost were saved somewhat, weren't they? Because they were just using the wets yesterday. So they did have a qualifying yesterday, but that pretty much means nothing to qualifying now because they've done their heats, and now we're into a new day. New qualifying, brand new grid slots for them coming up, and also a brand new split as well, depending on where they go.
Yeah, exactly that. So basically, you hit the reset button, and away we go again. It's time for Saturday's heats and qualifying, and it is all underway. And of course, they're making their way out onto the circuit. The first times that will come up, of course, won't be representation of what we actually expect. Of course, they'll be their out laps, so we expect the next laps across the line. We'll keep a very close eye on the sector times as they go through. But into the boot section there is the 87 on your screens. Gustav Uzakos, Project One's racing driver there. Over the finish line they go, starting the first laps of qualifying. We'll keep an eye on the sector times as they go through, because of course you want to be finding that clear bit of track. Of course the tow does help. Yesterday was a tailwind down the main straight. It was a headwind down off the bridge where they are now. That was a headwind yesterday. Today it's more of a tailwind down there, so you kind of want the slipstream down the start-finish line. So keep an eye on that one, especially when it comes to the Honda Cadets, because that's all about slipstreaming. Right, so as they go through, of course, these top three there just quite a bit close again, but that's, I think that's the belt sisters there that are loads of oh no, it isn't. It is one of the belts there, but that is Lexi belt that's on the screen. That's the 89. Sorry, that's Freya belt. There we go. Get my belts right, that is. But like I said, 5 minutes of qualifying. We're already down to 3 minutes. You don't get much time.
You don't. You said it was probably one of the more important stages of the weekend. It's also one of the most intense stages of the weekend, because 5 minutes sounds like a lot, but it's not 5 minutes of just hot lapping. You have to get out there, and then you get the checker flag as well at some point. So realistically, even though these guys are going around at around about the 1 minute mark, just under the 1 minute mark is probably what they're looking out for. That means that you only realistically get 3 minutes. You have to warm the tyres up. You have to get into the groove yourself. There's quite a lot to sort of get into your head about getting out there and pushing for these lap times, but it really does teach you well for sort of progressing through your motorsport career as well. I'm one of those drivers that need a full 20-minute qualifying session just to get one single lap time out of it, whereas a lot of people who have done karting, they know the pressure that they're under. They can get out there, they can do their one flying lap and get in and save their tyres, because crucially they have to save their tyres through qualifying as well, because hot lapping takes a lot out of them.
Yeah, it does indeed. First times have come in then on the board. Daniel Armstrong currently on provisional pole at the moment, but keep an eye on Mikey Porter there in 9th place, the 54, because he's got a fastest Sector 1. New times coming as well. Keep an eye on Daniel Armstrong as well, because he's set a fastest Sector 2 also as they come towards the lines. Keep an eye on those timers going up, but at the moment, Gustav Uzakov's now, the Project One racing driver, now on provisional pole position, clear by 2/10. A huge advantage there, but Linden responds and puts it on pole. Gabriel Stilt now responds as he goes across the line. He sets the new fastest lap, 58.88. Well, I have to say, we definitely weren't doing times like that yesterday with the slippery conditions, so looks to me that conditions today are top-notch.
Yeah, it's exactly the sort of pace they're going to be putting in, and I would imagine that they're trying to push each other to go a little bit quicker than this as well. I mean, every time you look at the timing screen, there are faster sectors flying at you at the moment. I mean, Goodyear has put a purple Sector 1, and yet he's currently sitting in 5th place, so keep an eye on what his Sector 2 and 3s are. A couple of drivers just pulling up, maybe trying to get a little bit of a gap, others just getting on with it, but it's a bit, you can't really worry about where the gap is now on the circuit, can you? You just have to get your head down. You've only got about 40 seconds left. Just get the flying lap in if you can. Try and improve.
Ollie Goodyear there, the 55, currently on a good lap. Fastest Sector 1. Let's see what he can do as he comes out of the final corner. He is behind the 42 of Stilp at the moment as they go across. Mikey Porter, though, new fastest lap, the 54 behind Stilp. Getting that slipstream down the hill and down the main straight has worked out well there. So again, looks like the slipstream still playing a huge effect, even though the wind's a little bit lighter. It's still having a huge effect for these drivers as they go down now in towards their 5 seconds left on the timer for any of these drivers now. Checker flags being getting ready now. So this will be their last attempt of setting a qualifying time. And of course, because there's 2 groups, just doesn't necessarily mean that they've set the fastest time here. We'll keep an eye on that one, because Stilp and Armstrong once more. A purple Sector 2 for Armstrong. That means he is the fastest out there at the moment through that sector as we watch here. Stilp currently second. Checker flag's gone out for half of the grid already. We'll see what the times can do, but Porter needs to cross the line. Stilp, Armstrong, Linden and Goodyear still need to cross the line. Armstrong responds, puts in a provisional P2, and he gets it. So Mikey Porter, look at that, fastest lap of the race, takes pole position. Ollie Goodyear didn't finish the lap. He came back into the pit lane. So classification then as they cross the line with checker flag. It's Mikey Porter, Daniel Armstrong, Gabriel Stilp, Harry Linden, Ollie Goodyear, Oliver Martinsky, then it's Gustav Uzakov, then it's Spencer Burham, William Antrobus, Thomas Carter, Bradley Sims, Lexi Belk, Isabella Franklin, Ben Ballou, Scott Lapsey, Evie Powlin, then it's Harry Pullin, Lucas Jex and Freya Belk. Nathan Smith retired from the session, didn't go out on the second, but the fastest lap out there, 58.55, Mikey Porter.
Yeah, good qualifying by these guys, but remember there is junior road tax, which means they have got split grids. We've got such a large amount of drivers here today. These are split grids, and they're not just split grids for the heats, they're split grids for qualifying as well. So we've actually got another junior road tax Group 2 coming up, but you can see on your screen now Mikey Porter on pole, confirmation of that, by under a 1/10 of a second ahead of Daniel Armstrong, going all the way back to a few drivers right at the back of the field, but I'm sure they'll be coming back. Freya Bellick and Lucas Jex in 19th and 18th place, just over a second back, but they'll be hoping to improve.
Yep, exactly that. So there's the rest of the results appearing on your screen. Next qualifying coming up in just a moment. It's time for Group 2. Time qualifying for about to get out onto the circuit, and there on your screen, the 17, Jessica White, Vision Motorsport driver, had a fairly decent day yesterday as well. Looking at the Friday results, Heat 1, Jessica White, where are you? In Heat 2, I believe she was in. Can't seem to see her there. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the wrong class. There we go. I was looking at Honda Cadet. There you go. That's definitely the wrong class. That definitely wouldn't have worked. So we'll try and find that again of where Jessica was, because she had a good older qualifying session on that one. There she is. Yeah, she was in 7th place yesterday in her qualifying session, so she had a good run on that one. There we go. That took me far too long to find that. I need to sort out my system, I do. There we go. There's the rest of the field as they go through. The number 7 on your screen, Archie Walker. Great day yesterday for Archie Walker. He had a race win in his first heat and a 3rd place in his second. Qualified 9th in total for that one. So again, so just because you qualified 9th doesn't mean that you're going to come off on the worst way. There's the 14 on your screen now as well.
Alfie Gallagher.
Yeah, KR Sports 7th yesterday in total for him. There is the 46 as well. Stephen Duncan, Scottish driver, privateer, 14th for him yesterday. Chloe Chong, the 18. Chloe was supposed to be going to the Rotax finals in Le Mans, but again, struggled to get out there, so it came to Kartmasters, because Kartmasters is definitely the place to be there for that one. Jamie Perrelli, Project One's racing driver, 4th yesterday, had a good day as well. The number 4 of Sam Gornall, Coles Racing, again, another good day for him yesterday. Was a happy driver, gave us a nice wave on the camera earlier on. Rest of the field there, 24. Ryan Willis, another Project One driver, 3rd place for him yesterday. Again, another good day. The 48 as well of Edison Purcell, Sam Pollock Racing. Again, another good day there. The 94. Leon Henderson, again, another good day. Strawberry Racing, again, keep an eye on Leon, because he's, again, very quick driver. There's Mr. Ginchard and his O-plate. Won that wooden law for the wooden law road plate for that one. So he runs that for any road tax classes that he's in this year. He can have that at any champs round. So it's always a nice handy feature when you've got that number, haven't you? Or the
well, it's a bit of an intimidating factor for the other drivers, isn't it? They see the O and they think, oh dear.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's coming at me.
Oh, dear indeed, yeah. Back at the front then with Jessica White, and qualifying about to get underway. Timer starts to tick down. And look at that. See, everyone's deciding, I don't want to go first.
Yeah, some drivers just want to get on with it, don't they? I think Max Verstappen's quite famous for that in the Formula One. They just get out there, no messing about, put my lap times in. Everybody else can try and catch up if they want to try. But just focus on yourself. As you said, there is a bit of a tow. The wind isn't as strong as it probably was yesterday, slightly different direction. So really, if you can nail your lines, braking points, apexes and exits and everything like that, you should be on for a strong qualifying here. Remember, this is Group 2 with the junior road tax. We've just seen Group 1 with the junior road taxes, and what basically will happen is they'll take all the time set, they'll put it onto one big spreadsheet for all 50 drivers, or however many there are, and I'll look in a second, and then they'll figure out the classifications for Group A, B and C. But you know, a common misconception, they're not all just going to put the fastest drivers from Group A and then the like the middle drivers in Group B and the slower drivers in Group C. They'll all be mixed up, which means we'll have fantastic heats, and also we'll see some drivers coming back through the field, scoring decent points, or a lack of points, shall we say, which is obviously the decent way around. A bit like golf. Lowest score wins in this competition.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of, it works out as everyone races everyone,
yes,
really, doesn't it? So, yeah, everyone gets a chance to race each person out there. Right, so drivers cross the line, and again, first times do come in, but again, they're not really representative of what we expect to see. But at the moment, out of the pit lane, Ginchard on the top at the moment, but again, means absolutely nothing because it's an out lap, essentially. These laps will mean everything, and as you can see, Ginchard at the moment is in the middle of quite a big pack as they're going into the braking zone there at turn 1. You can just see there Ginchard coming into shot there. He's in the middle of that one. He's got Perrelli and Chong right behind as well. This is the Kart, SPR Racing as well, just to wipe the screen through your shot there. So everyone kind of in one big pack here. You'll find that Karts will be working together in some areas as well. Some will be working on their own. Some like the chase, some don't. Some like a clear piece of track. I myself prefer the chase. First times coming in then across the board. At the moment, Ted Bradbury got replaced just now because Jez Williams just put it on top. Now Sam Gornall's put it on top. Archie Walker goes second, now gets immediately pushed down to third. Ginchard goes to second, now gets pushed down because Charlie Hart's just put it on provisional pole with a 58.59 compared to Mike Porter's 58.55. Again, very competitive time. Of course, that will determine the splits, of course. If you can beat that one, gets put to the pole in the A group, and again, second gets put to pole in the B group, third gets put to pole in the C group. There we go. So that's kind of how it works out. Through they go. Ooh, a little bit wide there is some of the drivers. Well, Mr. Hart's going very wide there as well. Charlie Hart, of course, on pole, and provisional pole, I will say at the moment, but pushing that kart to the ragged edge. There's Ginchard on your screen, currently third at the moment with the 16 as well, just behind.
A lot of these drivers actually going quite well as well in this current lap they're in. Ginchard is doing a 20.34, so that's a purple sector 1, and there we go, top of the timing tower again. He did get replaced. He's gone back up a 58.2, full 3/10 quicker than Mikey Porter in Group 1, so that is a huge qualifying performance by him. Second place, Perrelli as well, is 58.4, so those two drivers both going quicker than Group 1's qualifying.
Yep, there we go. So changes all around the order, already going a little bit faster. So at the moment, at the end of that one, 1 minute to go. Ginchard currently on provisional pole from Perrelli, Hart, Henderson, Walker. Then it's Gornall, Mansfield, Williams, Purcell. Then it's Willis, Stevens, Chong, Kinghorn, Bradbury, Gallagher, Clark, Fairbrother. Then it's White, LeCastro, Russell, Duncan, and Folland on 22nd at the moment as they go through. Towards there is Charlie Hart, currently now third. Down the inside there.
Bit of a nudge. I'm on a qualifying lap here. Can you please vacate the premises?
Ginchard pulls out the slipstream, crosses the line, doesn't improve, so there is no improvement in the times that time around. This will be their last lap to try and get a time in, so a little bit of jostling there. No improvements on the times. Couple personal bests, but no changes of position. Everyone stays in the same spot this time around, so keep a close eye on it as they go through. And again, in qualifying, again, a very stressful part of the day, but it's probably the shortest part of the day. It's 5 minutes. Ginchard slowing down. Looks like he's abandoning this lap because checker flag's out this time. So Ginchard at the moment, that's tactical, saving his tyres. If he's happy with that time at the top, and he's happy that it can't be beaten, he'll be good. He is cleared by 0.2 of a second. It is quite a big gap, so we'll have to see if anyone can respond to it. So Ginchard out of it. Checker flag going out. Neo Clark can't improve, stays 12th place. Ted Bradbury can't improve, stays 14th. Jez Williams can't improve, but stays 10th place. Declan Russell improves. Gabe Fairbrother improves massively, goes up into 9th place. Jamie Perrelli can't improve, stays 2nd place as well. Charlie Hart as well, staying 3rd. Leon Henderson not improving, staying 4th. So Ginchard, very lucky with the fact that he made a good call there. He held off, saved those tyres, didn't push them again for one more lap. So, original qualifying results then. Ginchard with the fastest lap, 58.21.
Yeah, amazingly as well. We mentioned obviously keeping an eye on Group 1 before Mikey Porter's time. Ginchard, Perrelli and Hart, the top 3 in Group 2, all quicker, just about in terms of, for Hart anyway, than Mikey Porter as well. So that is extremely close qualifying, but that's exactly what we come to expect here for junior road taxes in karting. It's just so perilously close, the times. You can see them on your screen now. The top, how many is that actually? The top 11, or top 10 shall we say, is separated by half a second. And even though this is the longest circuit that these drivers will probably come to in the UK, it's still miraculously close on times. Really shows the competitive nature of the field.
Oh, it does indeed. Well, that brings us to the end of the junior road tax qualifying. The rest of the results just popping up on your screen there. Edison Purcell, they're rounding out 13th place. Neo Clark, Sophie Kinghorn, Ted Bradbury, Jessica White, Ollie Stevens, Leo LaCastro, Declan Russell, Ben Folland and Stephen Duncan rounding out the 22 karts out there. That brings us to the end of time qualifying for junior road tax. Up next, it's time for Group 1 for senior road tax. Then lined up on the dummy grid, ready to get going for their first qualifying session of the day. And there on your screens is Jack Lilly, the Ultimate R driver, sporting a lovely carbon helmet there. Again, probably more expensive than my entire car put together. Just that helmet. There we go. There's the 19 on your screen, Madison Foley. Again, another incredibly quick driver who's been it's been a tough weekend again for the 92. On your screens, that is Ewan McKenna. Again, KB Motorsport, good day yesterday, but again, it was just everyone struggled with those wet conditions. It was a tough old day. Rest of the furthers I go through there is the 84 as well on your screens now. That is Lewis Smith. Lewis Smith, he had a good day yesterday. Where did he end up in the end? I'm trying to find him, and I cannot find him again. I'm struggling. Can you see him anywhere on this piece of paper, Mr. Jack? Oh, I can't either. He is there somewhere. He had all I know is that he had a good day yesterday. He did a great day. There we go. It's still early in the morning. There's the 55 on your screen as well. Spencer Shinner, Coles Racing driver again. Very quick driver, the 79 as well. Jack Gresty as well. Another good day. Talking points of yesterday. Lewis Gilbert, the O-plate. Scottish driver. 2 heat wins for him, going into today with Nirqua.
Yeah, it's quite rare that you see, I mean, we've been going through the results, haven't we, this morning, Anthony, and it's quite rare to see a class sort of dominated. Lewis Gilbert certainly did that. Senior road tax has always been a very, very competitive field. If anybody thought that junior was close, senior is about to throw you a surprise. However, Lewis has been absolutely sensational. The only other driver to score a race victory, because obviously they're split grid, which means there's 3 heats for these guys, is Matthew Higgins. So he got a first and a second. Higgins will have 2 points overall. Gilbert, though, with 0. The rest of the points pretty fairly shared out with some close racing, but it's great to see that these drivers are ready, raring to go, as are we. There is only 1 qualifying for these guys, the senior road taxes, actually. No, there is 2. It's just because you've scratched off the first one because we're about to get underway.
Exactly, there we go. Yeah, 2 groups for that one. As the rest of the drivers you see there, there is the 58 on your screens. That's Oscar Hull again. He qualified 20th yesterday. Didn't have the best day. He's currently 31st overall in the points, so he's just 1 point down, or he's just a few points down from being in that top 30 and getting through straight to the pre-finals for senior road tax. He'll have to work a little bit harder. Lots of support in there coming out for Gresty as well. Come on, Gresty from Live Low. There we go. Malcolm Mark rejoins us. Morning all. Morning. There we go. Again, everyone please get your comments in. The qualifying gets underway, and oh my goodness me, cameraman, hold your breath. I would like to have stood there if I was him. There we go. I suspect he might need a new pair of trousers after that one. So yeah, we'll send the bill. Qualifying then underway then for the first group for senior road tax, as they make their way out. And again, anyone who is joining us on the screen, please do get your comments in. I can see more comments coming in previously about the rain yesterday, and one of the cameramans who at the top of the banking at the exit of turn 1 almost got well, he didn't almost get taken out, but yeah, he got very close with quite comfortable with some of the karts who ran off wide in the wet conditions. And yeah, I have to say, I spoke to him in the pub on yesterday night, and I have to say, he was just like, yeah, it was close, but don't worry about it. He did clip the barrier, but don't worry, I kept the camera on it.
He's got half a barrier in front of him, hasn't he, to protect him? And there's plenty of space he can run off to and dive out of the way. He'll be fine, don't worry about him.
He's a good lad, he is, on that camera, so there we go. So I read in your comments, and he was very thankful for them, so there we go. Keep them coming in. Qualifying, though, underway. There we go, the 53 and the 51 currently on your screens. Alex Hughes and Ben Casely, two Kartsport drivers, again, working together in qualifying to just get them up to that top end. And then when it comes to the heat, so it's everyone for themselves, because they all want points.
Yeah, exactly that, isn't it? I mean, there's a whole host of privateers here in the senior road tax as well. It's relatively rare for such a high-level event as well for the Kartmasters. You know, you expect to see PMI, you expect to see the likes of Kartsport and Vision Motorsport and all these. Dan Holland Racing obviously is a big presence, but plenty of privateers down the field as well. Madison Foley in the number 19, Chris Miller in the number 26. I could go on and on. In fact, you can see who's basically taking part on the left-hand side, because this will be the first of the flying laps in, as Hughes goes top of the times with a 57. However, Rennie goes straight back up there with a 57 dead. Very good time by him, and in fact, by the looks of it, will retain that pole position, if not only for a lap.
There he is, Matty Hindley as well, just moved up into P2 with Edward Matthews as well, following just behind. Matthew Higgins responds as well, puts it up into P3 as well, so two Dan Holland Racing karts, third and fourth place at the moment. Eyes on that one, keeping an eye on the sector times though as they go through. They have re-updated. Keep an eye out for Louis Gardner for Sam Pollitt Racing, the 23. He has got a fastest sector 1 time as they go through. Sector 2 times start to appear now. We'll keep an eye on where he appears. He's again a personal best, sector 2 as well. Keep an eye on Louis Gardner, the 23 out there, as he at the moment is absolutely flying as they go round the corner. Tristan Rennie repeats that one. Where is Louis Gardner going to go? He only can do 4th fastest, so everyone slots through, more fastest times coming through. So Rennie keeps it on provisional pole with Joshua Wilby. Now Joshua Wilby yesterday, he was I think one of the only drivers who went out on wet tyres in one of those races where it was red flag due to the conditions. Who's that pulling off to the side there? Oh,
it's a damaged-looking car, that isn't it? The number 30. Now, who is that? It's Jack Lilly, and he's pulling off entirely. And in fact, I can tell you that he's actually stopped at the hairpin and is getting out the kart. So that kart will not be taking part in any further qualifying. Has he managed to put a lap time in yet? Can't see one on the board for him. So that might be a bit of a problem as we're starting to come round. Hingley is actually putting a purple sector 1. They're looking very quick, only 100th quicker than Rennie in sector 1 actually, who's just improved, so Rennie could be improving his time here. I tell you what, the difference between first and second at the moment is 600th of a second. I told you that junior was close and senior is going to be closer. I'm not far wrong at the moment.
No, exactly that. So as they go through, Wilby has set a time as Josh Cullen has pulled into the pit lane. The number 32 is not out on circuit at the moment either. So yeah, Jack Lilly is currently set a time for 14th place in that 30. So yeah, he has set a time. Last lap should be coming out though in just a moment. There on your screen, the 74, Tristan Rennie, the fastest driver out there at the moment. He's got the company there of the 71 just behind. That is Harry Holland, who's kind of following the tow. So keep an eye on that time as well, because of course, you know, if you know that you're following one of the race leaders, checker flag goes out. And these drivers can't improve. It's an improved second sector for Tristan Rennie, but it doesn't improve the time overall. Joshua Wilby goes and puts it on second place. Edward Matthews pulls into the pit lane. Matty Hingley takes checkered and holds 4th place. We're still waiting for Jake Gressy to cross the line. He's about to come to the line now. Can't improve. Alex Hughes as well, Kartsport. He's halfway round the lap with Ben Casely, the 2 Kartsport drivers. They managed to get an extra lap in. So they're working together at the moment. They are, I think, just heading into the Fullerton S's at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on their time because they're yet to take checker flag. Rest of the field have. So we'll see if they do come round and do another lap, because in theory they can, they do. Where can they improve? The only two yet, 51, 53. Alex Hughes and Ben Casely together here. Can they improve from 9th and 12th? The answer is no. They stay there, 9th and 12th place respectively for them. So the order then, as they finish their qualifying, it's Rennie from Wilby, Matthews, Hingley, then it is Higgins, Gardner, Gresty, Holland, Hughes, Kay, Poole, Casely, Shinner, Lilly, Smith, Powlin, McKenna, Jex, Foley, Playo and Perry round out the 21 kart order for their first qualifying session.
Yeah, and remember, it's only the first qualifying session. So these lap times are very well and good, but Rennie will probably not be celebrating too much. He has put a very good representative time in there, but remember, he has to wait till qualifying 2 is done for these senior road taxis. But on the screen, you can see there the top 6 separated by less than 0.2 of a second, and half a second separating the top 13. So that is going to be one hell of a race, or 3 hell of a races actually, because obviously we've got split grids. That means 3 heats today to look forward to, which will be coming up just after 12 o'clock, remember, when the heats start. But we have a couple of more qualifying sessions to go until then. The second lot of the senior road taxis are on their way.
Indeed, the next group of senior road taxis are about to make their way out onto the circuit, and there on your screen for PF plate, George Holbrook, Dan on Racing again, winning the PF Championship here again, sporting that PF plate. And of course, one to definitely keep an eye very quick around this circuit. The PF plate, yeah, George Holbrook, currently 12th in the points at the moment. Now he qualified. It doesn't actually say where he qualified yesterday, which is incredibly handy, but he had a 12th place finish and an 8th place finish in his heat, so he didn't have the best of days, but again it was tricky conditions again to deal with that one. So as it goes through, there is the O plate, Lewis Gilbert, the current leader in the event at the moment for senior road tax. Little players we were saying, no points on the table. He had 2 race wins yesterday. Another driver who had a race win though is the 75 Matthew Higgins. He was just out. He had a race win in his first race and a second place in his second heat as well. So again, another one to keep an eye on. There's the 28 on your screen now as well. William Dransfield, again, sporting the Tony Kart chassis again, a little further back, as you see, again, drivers getting themselves prepared. You see them when it goes out in practice. I was down there for the warm-up sessions, and they're all very chatty, they're all very, they're out their karts, helmets are off, just having a chin away, how was your night? Yeah, it was all good, yeah, and, how was yesterday? Now...
all that lovely small talk.
Yeah, all that lovely small talk, yeah, the psyching each other out, that's just what they're doing. But now, everyone ready, primed, in the karts, no talking, they're just concentrating.
You've got to get in the zone, haven't you? As we said before, qualifying is a very intense part of the day, very important part of the day, and you've got to get yourself psyched up. You've got to get yourself into a decent position. All these guys will be probably going through their plans in their head, which is all very well and good for qualifying. It's a bit easier to put a plan in place for qualifying than it is a race, but they'll be getting ready, they'll be knowing exactly where they want to put the car, they'll maybe be even eyeing up who they want to follow. If they know they're a 10th or 2 off the pace, maybe they want to get in behind someone who they know is just a 10th or 2 ahead of them, try and get a nice little slipstream off. We've mentioned it a couple of times, the sky is getting slightly darker, the trees are starting to ruffle just a touch more. There may well be a little bit of weather coming into play sooner rather than later, but right now we're going pure slick conditions, and they'll be trying to take advantage of a good slipstream and good track position.
Indeed that. So let's have a quick rundown of, again, the schedule of this morning for the qualifying, because we've had a few questions coming in asking about that, because at the moment we've got the qualifying about now that the they're going to be up next. Then Junior X30, they're starting their qualifying session at 10 past 11. And then Senior X30, they'll be starting theirs at half past 11. And Mini X30 at 10 to 12. Well, I have to get back to the question at 12 o'clock.
I don't know. Well, Miles has got on the chat as well and just said hi. So, yeah, hi, Miles. leave any more comments if you want us to have a chat to you as well, because obviously there is a little bit of downtime in between the sessions while these guys get out there, start revving their engines up, and it's amazing that the back end of the field have only just gone out of the pits now, and there is only 4 minutes and 10 seconds left of this qualifying. That's how quickly this can go around. Everybody waiting just until the last bit to try and get their quick lap times in. Not sure what advantage that is bringing them, apart from maybe trying to follow 1 or 2 cars, or a psychological advantage, being the last car to cross the line. Not entirely sure, but there's a whole host of them that have tried it.
Indeed they have. There's Luke Wood of the E-Plate, the English champion, currently 23rd in the points so far. Had a bad qualifying yesterday, qualified 39th overall, but had a 10th place and a 21st place finish in his 2 heats as well. So, you know, still, again, an up and down day. Again, just struggling with those conditions because, of course, they were horrendous. No, I keep coming back to them, but yeah, it's just, if you want to see, go back and watch yesterday's stream, but do that later at the end of today, because right now you're watching today's stream, aren't you? So we'll keep a close eye on him as sector times come in. The first times will be coming out. Alex Eads has set the fastest currently first sector. That's just been replaced by Chris Miller, the 26 plate, currently in 5th fastest over the line at the moment in sector 1. Keep an eye on that one as they go through, because they've only had their outlap yet. Gary Bird has just set the fastest sector 2, but Luke Wood of the E-Plate, currently now provisional pole. He's the first man to set the time, 58.07. Next person to cross the line there, Thomas Neal. He puts it up into provisional P2. As Wood goes up the hill there. Rest of the grid coming through now. Gary Bird puts it up into P4 at the moment. Chris Miller responds with 57.676, puts it on provisional pole. Keep an eye, though, on all the way down that order there. Who's that? James Lothar, the 44 Argenti Motorsport driver. Current fastest first sector, current fastest second sector, although that's just been taken away from Lewis Gilbert, the O-Plate, the Potenza Racing driver. Yesterday's heat winners in both his heats. Keep a close eye on those drivers because they're coming through now. Here, right now, look at that. Wow. Timing tables massively shaken up now. Lothar has put it on to provisional pole with a 56.7. Oh, goodness me, that's a quick old time there. Across the line there goes the E-Plate. No improvement on the time. Luke Wood are now 15th place. Harrison Collins currently second. Lewis Gilbert has put it in 3rd place. Where did Lewis Gilbert qualify yesterday? We qualified first yesterday, so expect another one in that one, maybe again another night. But yeah, lots of hard work has gone through because, of course, when we did the paddock walk yesterday evening, I don't know if you may have watched that, it's quite popular. You know, we see a lot of teams working on the karts pretty much all the way through the night to try and get as much as they can out of the karts.
Yeah, although karts are relatively simplistic things compared to a full-blown car or motorcycle, it's an amazing the amount you can do to them to make them work for your driver, and the driver feedback that these guys, the feedback these drivers will be giving their mechanics is going to be top-notch as well. You're talking about some of the best drivers in the country right now, aren't you? So they'll be playing with millimetres off pretty much everything just to try and get the kart set up flush for today. Very different conditions. A lot of the feedback they'll be getting from yesterday will be wet weather or damp weather or changeable weather. Today is obviously pure dry at the moment, which means the kart, well, they'll be going back, they'll be working on them in between qualifying and racing as well. 40 seconds left on the clock at the moment. Gilbert's actually been demoted down to 4th position. Lothar, Collins and Lingard now take up the top 3. I mean, their best times, we saw Rennie with a 57.01. That would only be good enough for 6th position here in this group. So this group clearly a little bit stronger, maybe the front end.
There we go. So there is your current pole sitter, James Lothar, the 44. Got the company with Tom Adams just in front as they go through across the line. They're absolutely nose to tail. Lothar still on provisional pole, but that time was a lot slower than what it was last time around. So struggling there just behind. Checker flag goes out. And the first karts are approaching the finish line now. As they come to the line, it will be Thomas Neal, who can't improve. Ben Hearsay can't improve as well, so it's 20th, and Thomas Neal 24th as they cross the line. We keep an eye on James Lothar here as the rest of the field comes through. Ryan Garvey can't improve, stays 15th place. Alex Eads can improve, moves up into 14th place as it goes through. Chris Miller now 19th, Ben Hersey in 20th, Gary Bird in 21st, Logan Blake in 22nd, Kaylee Cole in 23rd place. As the rest of the field approaching the line now. Checker flag goes out. George Holbrook improves, goes up to 6th fastest. Harrison Collins stays in 2nd. James Lothar holds on to first. Can't improve the time though. Lewis Gilbert at the Oak Plate. He qualified first yesterday. 3rd fastest for him today in time qualifying 2 for them out here. So there has all the checker flag has gone out. So it is Lothar from Collins, Gilbert, Cunnington, Lingard, Holbrook, Johnson, Ellswood, Daryl DeLeon and Tom Adams. That's the top 10. Then it's Stedman, Stansbury, Kitchen, Schaefer, Eads, Bathrop. Then it's Garvey, Wooder, Miller, Hearsay, Bird, Blake, Cole, Neal, Dransford and Simpson. Simpson not setting a time.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the graphic coming up of the top 10 as well, because if you look at it, it is astonishingly close. Between 6th position, Holbrook, and Rennie in there as well. There's pretty much a driver for every 100th of a
Yesterday, qualifying on pole position was Ethan Jeff Hall. And again, he not had the best of results because Heat 2 and Heat 3, both 27 points. So it was 2 retirements or DNFs or disqualifications. I'm not quite sure which one it was because I haven't got the results in front of me. But yeah, it was a tough one for Ethan Jeff Hall. So the fact that he qualified first again doesn't necessarily mean that you get the top end of that one. Reg Hayward, however, was a good one for that one. Qualified 3rd, but took both race wins. And so it was 2 race wins for the 37 out there. There on your screen is the 75. That's Harrison Morrow, qualified 23rd, finished 23rd in his first heat, finished 20th in his second heat as well.
Yeah, I actually have the lowdown of the Ethan Jeff Hall, or I have somewhat of the lowdown of the results in front of me. Apparently it's scrutineering non-compliance report. So yeah, something about the kart the stewards didn't like. So that's why Ethan Jeff Hall ended up with 2 DNFs, unfortunately, or not classified technically. So a bit of a shame for Ethan, but he'll be back. Hopefully got that kart all up to scrutineering standards, and we'll be ready to go.
So there, the 42, Ewan Charman, 4th in qualifying yesterday, a 5th and a 3rd place himself as it goes there. The 16 on your screen, Joe Anderson, qualified 18th, 21st and 22nd in his heats. 37, there is Reg Hayward.
Looking very relaxed.
I'd say, yeah, just chilling out. Is that?
He's nodding. He's like, yeah, I am relaxed. I am, thank you very much for noticing.
There we go. Obviously, protagonist in the British Kart Championships as well. There's the number 12 on your screen, Ethan Jeff Hall, of course, the man who did qualify on pole yesterday, but unfortunately, yeah, with those classifications, not finishing anywhere in the points, finishing right at the bottom, which is engines fire up, qualify, get underway, make their way out onto the circuit, and the sun seems to have poked up for a bit.
Yeah, I was threatening about sort of rain or potential a little bit of blustery nature, but actually it's gone the other way. So fantastic commentator's curse right there. Sun has come out. I can see a few patches of blue skies as the mini-maxes come out to play, but we'll have to wait and see what the weather gods hold for us a little later on. It's quite a while until we get into the actual heats. So yes, if anybody's wondering, this is a solo qualifying, as in there is only one group of these guys qualifying for today. The mini-max is not quite as popular as the junior or senior maxes, but very much looking forward to seeing how well they get on. I'm sure that means the racing won't be any more diluted or won't be as close. It's going to be suiting up to be a delightful day. A couple of drivers trying to get their sort of positions on the track all sorted, trying to get their noses in front of drivers they feel like they're a little bit quicker than. They want some clear space, or they want to be in the tow or following another driver through. About to start what will be the first flying lap with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. The front runners at the moment just going through turn 1 and 2, very fast chicane right and left. And again, a big bunch of drivers right at the back of the field. So keep an eye out for late laps being put in, late flying laps being put in. I think these guys are going to be a touch slower than what we've seen already, but it's still going to be, as I said, just as low. So Jeff Hall already up to first position with a 1 minute and 3.75. However, I'm sure that will only be time being that lap time. Anyway, Jeff Hall may well keep pole position, but it's certainly going to be a little bit quicker as they go towards the next couple of laps, that's for sure. Crowther in second place with Douglas in third at the moment, and we were talking about the senior maxes being dominated somewhat by the O-plate. Well, the O-plate in this one is Blake Ticehurst, and he's had 2 second places so far for the Coles Racing Karts, Coles Racing team, shall I say. Reg Hayward in the 37 with 2 wins. Ewan Charman with a third, and Chase Fernandez with a third as well yesterday. So the third's being shared around, but first and second has been somewhat dominated by the O-plate and the 37.
Yeah, you are indeed correct there as they go through. The 20 there on your screen. Freddie Housley, Sandpoint Racing. Yesterday, 2 minutes left on that timer, and you see here a lot smaller groups. They were kind of more spread out. Again, working together. Chase Fernandez with a warning flag, so whatever he was doing there, basically don't do it again as they go through. 2 minutes left on that timer then. Support out on the stream again. Get your comments in. We'd love to hear from you. Again, we'll shout them out as much as we can. Good luck to Adam Woodham and Ewan Charman again. Perhaps from Jack West. Blaze King comes in. Come on, Ollie and Liam. Good luck to Leighton from Live Low, and then Kerry Morgan as well. Come on, son. You've got this, Leighton. Good support out there as well. Brennan Hill, come on, Kenzie. So lots of support out on the stream. Comments in. Technical flag out there for Reg Hayward. That's a disaster. Where's Reg Hayward out on track at the moment? Has he managed to set a time? He has set a time. Fourth at the moment. He's about to cross the start-finish line now. Can he improve his time? Because he's getting pushed down the order. He can, puts it second, but has now received the technical flag. So he will have to come into the pit lane. That's going to be a disaster for Hayward, because that's going to mean you're not going to be able to set any more times in this one. I'm not brushed up on the regulations myself, but will the times count if he's received a technical flag?
Well, every time we go to a championship, they have a slightly different rule, don't we? And this is a one-off event. I'm not entirely sure what the crack is either, to be honest. I'm sure someone will probably tell us in our ear, or come and poke us on the shoulder at least with the information. But I think it's because his rear bumper's actually hanging off, isn't he? So that is quite dangerous, because if that does get bumped or it flies off due to a curb or something, that can not only damage his car, but it can also fly off and hit someone else. So that's not ideal.
Indeed. There is Ethan Jeff Hall, the man who put it on pole yesterday, and the man who's looking to put it on pole again today. He's currently on provisional pole there, and then number 12. He's got a bit of a train in front of him, so he's got traffic, but he is pulling him on quite well. Goes across, does improve his time as well, goes 1 minute 34. Another technical flag out for Reg Hayward. He has not returned to the pit lane. He's crossed the line again, and he's held it in 4th place. 10 seconds remaining on the timer. Chase Fernandez on the 90 has set a good time. He's currently in provisional 2nd place. But who was that? It was Harrison Crowther with the in 5th place. The number 7, Coles Racing, set the fastest Sector 2 time that last lap as well. Checker flag is out. So the next karts across the line will receive it, and it'll be the end of the qualifying session for Minimax, who can take that top spot away from Ethan Jeff Hall this time around. Pole yesterday, he wants to repeat it today. Checker flag goes out. Times come in. Michael Walker puts it up into 5th place. Ben Crossley puts it up into 8th place. James Sherrington as well. Keep an eye on the main pack that comes through as well. Reg Haywood has finally come into the pit lane. He's still in 4th place, so he's still lucky at the moment. The rest of the pack comes through there. Harrison Crowther puts it up into P2. Chase Fernandez responds, puts it in P3 as well. Ethan Jeff Hall can't improve his time, but stays on pole position. Everyone takes the checker flag. It's Jeff Hall from Crowther, Fernandez, Ticehurst, Charman, then it's Haywood, Wooden, Walker, Housley and Douglas round out the top 10. Crossley and Hartley round out the top 12 as well. There it is on your screen. The confirmation there as well. The top 12, Joshua Camp, 13th, fastest out there with Oliver Bocock, Devon Nolan, Joe Anderson, James Sherrington, then it's Oliver Smith, Leighton Cooper, Aaron Full, Damien Barris-Hadgett in 21st place, Seth Hathaway, Thomas Ingram Hill, Harrison Morrow round out the 24 grid. Reg Haywood, I have to say, very, very lucky, qualified 6th despite that technical flag, so managed to get the kart in to get that job done. So that was good to see. That brings us to the end of Minimax qualifying. Up next, it's time for Honda Cadet. Rumble in the Jungle starts. It's time for some force run action from the Honda Cadets. And what a qualifying they give us. Expect to train in this one, Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, it's going to be, although there isn't much of a wind, it's certainly going to be every mile an hour counts, isn't it? So not the fastest car we've got out there. That doesn't mean they'll provide the best racing, of course, and they take it very seriously, obviously, as well. The car's looking, I was about to say pristine, but the number 94 there is not exactly looking pristine at all at the moment. Some bump wounds on the side of his car, I believe. Just trying to get my entry list, just to see who that is.
Gregor Reed.
Ah, there we go. So yeah, I mean, they clearly get their elbows out, don't they? Trying to get every position they can.
More support coming in on the stream. Jack West joins us. Time for the slipstream train. Yes, very much correct. Good luck to all my ambition teammates. So there we go. There is some ambition teammates. The 25 on your screen. William Murphy. There. To the other side, we've got some synergies. The ambition being run there. There is the 95 on your screen. Charlie Wolfit. Charlie yesterday had a fairly standard day. 23rd in the points classifications at the moment. 16th in qualifying. 17th in his first heat. 27th in his second. There is the 55 on your screen. Derek Clark. 18th in qualifying yesterday. 15th in his first race. 13th. Out there as well. Nice wave there from Kenzo Craigie. Always gives us a nice wave, does Kenzo. 10th in his points qualification at the moment. Qualified 10th yesterday. 7th place finish for him and a 15th place finish as well. There's a 33 on your screens as well. Finley Smith might have the best day at the moment. Qualified 30th yesterday. Got a 28th, but then also had, I believe he had a DNF in the second heat. 31 points, meaning that you get one extra, if you DNF, you get one extra point for the total karts that are out there. So basically, you have 30 karts out there. If you DNF, you get 31 points.
Is there a lovely explainer video that maybe would explain that located on the internet?
There is. Do go find that one out. There's the 75 on your screen, Thomas Spearing. Again, another very good driver. 7th in total out at the moment. 3rd in qualifying yesterday. 9th and 8th for his results as well. So again, very good driver. Well there, Joshua Smith, 4th currently at the moment. 5th in his qualifying. 11th in his first heat. 3rd in his second as well. So again, another driver to keep an eye on once he's through that time. But it is the PF plate. Noah Wolf leading the class at the moment. Only 3 points for him. He had a 3rd place finish in his heat 1. 1st place in his heat 2. Qualified 6th place in qualifying. So again, it just shows that you know, despite the fact that you have a bad qualifying, you can still get up that sharp end quickly as the train heads out onto the circuit. Mad Cow Mark joins us. Good luck to all drivers and be safe. Yes, very well said there as they go through. I said be safe. They're 4-5 wide up into the banking in qualifying. There we go. What they're doing now is they're scrambling to get themselves into a position, and then the train starts as they go through. So they'll sort themselves out in just a moment. I say that. There's a spin. The 53 goes off. The 94, the 18 all go off as well. Harry Taylor, the 18, Max Endicott, I think it was the 23 as well that I saw go off. I think, well, no, Harrison Juskis hasn't left the pit lane yet, so it definitely wasn't the 23. And Jack West was there, and a cone got knocked over. There we go. So, yeah, the poor safety cones out on circuit, yeah, they are the main victims of most of the racing that we see out there. Now they've got themselves into a reasonable order. The trains begin. As we can see there, the 95 limping back to the pit lane. That is Charlie Wolfett there. That is a disaster. The 28 missing out half of the track there. I'm not sure where he was going. Luca Ballack there, the Synergy driver, rejoins the circuit. There's Aris Majuskas. He has left the pit lane, and you can tell with the eyes on his helmet. He goes over the line, and the train starts.
Yeah, exactly, and look at this already. These three especially, as our feed just cuts a little bit, are certainly getting very close to each other. And I tell you what, they're still going 2 or 3 wide to try and sort of get themselves into a line, aren't they? I mean, throwing themselves out on the outside of the circuit there. They absolutely love it, these guys. It's not a race, remember, just yet. This is still qualifying, although you would be forgiven for thinking otherwise by the way these drivers are going, and a little spin on the opening and that. But only the one qualifying, I believe, for the Honda Cadet, isn't it? So everybody out there on the circuit, hence why it looks a little bit packed out there, a little bit crowded. 34 karts in this class, of course, the maximum being 36 allowed out on circuit at once, which is why we see some of the groups in 2 groups, because there's 50-odd drivers. Yeah, it's a very busy grid here for the Honda Cadets. You can watch the 23 of the boosters on your screen there. And he's right behind the 66 as well, getting a nice tow from Harrison Whitcomb. Again, the 2 Synergy drivers across the line. Smith goes pole, but Timo Youngling responds, and Noah Wolf responds as well. Puts it on provisional pole. Max Cuthbert puts it in provisional 2nd place. So Timo Youngling down now into 3rd place. William Murphy and Joshua Graham rounding out the top 5. 107.85. Fastest time there from Noah Wolf. The PF plate out on circuit. Sparky, everyone using DRS. Yeah, DRS involves tucking your head in. That's the DRS in a Honda Cadet car. It absolutely is. Yeah, and actually, to speak of Noah Wolf, and the reason why potentially he got a 1st and a 3rd, performed so well in the tricky conditions yesterday, actually. I was having a look through the Facebook pages and everything. Apparently, he's recently had a go at a V8 Vantage for some drift coaching with drift limits.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Very popular with the drift limits, guys. He's got a good running in that one, but yeah, I think it drives a little bit different to one of these cars.
A little bit, but it's still tricky conditions. You've got to learn how to control a car at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly that. There is Noah Wolf on your screen, the PF plate on track. Got the company of a teammate behind, giving a nice push there. The number 10 plate, Max Cuthbert there. They both go through. Cuthbert, though, now with the faster time. 107.23, pushes Noah Wolf down into P2. Kenzo Craigie, the 44, up into P3. Good running from Kenzo there. Harrison Whitcomb up into P4 as well for Synergy, with Harrison Juskis again just behind. Joshua Smith, Project 1 driver, the E-plate in 6th place. Spearing in 7th place. Timo Youngling in 8th place. Joshua Graham in 9th at the moment, with Albert Friend rounding out the top 10. Keep an eye on the sector times, because they're all green at the moment. There's no purple sector 1s. Everyone's in that sort of same little lull. They've not set a purple sector. Sector 2 start to come in. We do have a purple sector 2. It comes in for Timo Youngling, the number 8 driver, in 8th place at the moment. So keep an eye on him as the main pack starts to make their way round. This is the main leading group in the session at the moment. The majority of these drivers, as they go through, 20 seconds left on the clock. They will get an extra lap in for qualifying, whether or not it's needed at all. Youngling goes fastest, but again, Cuthbert and Wolf respond immediately. with Aris Majukas now moving up into P3. So very close between these drivers and a little bit of contact through the banking.
Yeah, good car control there by Clark, though, in the 55 machine. And actually, Max Cuthbert, yeah, very quick, obviously, here. He's actually trying to make his name as widely known in the British touring car paddock and fan base as well. He often does little videos and posts them on the sort of Facebook groups and, you know, actually commentating over some of the opening bits of touring car races. So Max, involved in every aspect of motorsport, just loves it left, right and centre. So good to see him doing very well here, but Wolf obviously trying to close him down as much as possible. Not quicker in Sector 1. In fact, Wolf is quite fair off. He's about half a second off for Sector 1, so I don't know if this is going to be quicker for him. However, Neve is just putting a purple Sector 2, so we may well see an improvement for Neve in 5th place, but the checker flag is getting ready to drop, and it has dropped.
Yep, checker flag goes out, times come in, Harrison Whitcomb improves, Kenzo Craigie improves as well, but so does Joshua Graham and Owen Neve. Max Cuthbert, well, I tell you what, Max Cuthbert on pole position at the moment with a 106.84, Noah Wolf, the PF plate, a 106.84, absolutely identical time for those two drivers.
Yeah, that is, we've been going on about how close it is over the road taxes and everything like that, but the Hondas have come up with the closest times of all for the top of the order, haven't they? And brilliant to see that as well. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how these guys get on in the actual race.
There is a look then at the results. Look at that. It's 0.00. There we go. Nothing between the two of them there at the top, Cuthbert and Wolf. Joshua Graham in 3rd place. Owen Neve in 4th. Aris Majuskas in 5th place. Timo Youngling in 6th place. Kenzo Craigie 7th place. Harrison Whitcomb in 8th. Joshua Smith, the E-plate, in 9th place with Cole Denham rounding out the top 10. Then it's Jarrett Clark, Leon Hasty, William Murphy, Thomas Spearing, Albert Friend, Luca Ballack, Max Endicott, Noah Barham. Then it is Harry Frail, Alfie Mew, Oliver Meek, Anthony Parfitt. Then it is Kaiser Ryman, Gregor Reed, Alexander Kowajikov, Harry Taylor, Noah Pikes, Finley Smith, Ryan White, and Charlie Wolfett with no time. There we go. A very busy qualifying session for Honda Cadet out there. We move swiftly on because as we finish with the 4 strokes, we start back with the 2 strokes. It's time for Junior X30. Indeed, you see them there lined up, ready to get going for the first of the 2 qualifying session, because there are 52 drivers in this category, and there on your screen is the 50 plate of Michael Rapsey, BMR. Where did Michael come yesterday? I'll let you find that one as I go through the rest of the order. There you go. Just see the rest of the drivers there slotting in, and again, it's a tricky session, this one.
Yeah, Michael Rapsey actually came dead last. He came in 32nd place. So unfortunate for him in Heat 1. And I think he wasn't in Heat 2, so just...
no, so he's in Heat 3, yeah, so I just found him here. So yeah, the 50 plate Michael Rapsey, 20th place in qualifying, 32nd in his first race, 29th in his second race as well. There's the 44 on your screen. Dominic Roberts, qualified 28th, sorry, I should say. Gained many positions in his heat, 11th place in his first heat, 12th place in his second as well. The 133 you can see there, that was Leo Brown, qualified 30th again, 25th place and 13th place for him at the heats. 67 there on the screens. Reece Newburn, 37th for him, 22nd in his first heat, 28th in his second heat, currently running with 50 points, currently in that repcharge area. The 361 on your screen, Gracie Mitchell, qualified 41st yesterday, 30th in the heat, gained places in the second, moved up to 27th place at the moment, currently in 47th place overall in the standings. So a bit of work to do today to try and gain those points, to try and get out of that bottom section and end up in that top 30. Of course, that's the most important bit that we expect from this one. Sparky Eagle joins and says no rain yet. 5 o'clock is when we're due. There's not commentator's curse. Let's not jinx it. There we go. I just have.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've just gone and done it, haven't you? The sky's turned dark, and it's all Anthony's fault. No. Yeah, looking at this X30 grid, actually, because obviously there's the X30 Junior, and we mentioned a couple of drivers who were doing quite well yesterday. As the green is about to go on, we'll just quickly run through it. Drivers to look out for: Luke Watt, very quick in the number 4 plate. He's going to be extremely quick, mainly. We know that because he got 2 race victories yesterday, and he got the first race victory by just under a second, second race victory by just under a second and a half, which is, well, if anybody has been watching the previous qualifying and all the other grids, will know that that is pretty rare, pretty big gap in karting. Marcus Luzio with 2 second places yesterday. Harry Junior Bagone, who's got a 3rd place, and then just looking back, the only other driver to get a race victory, actually, Oliver Stewart, and he got 2nd place. Well, so a couple of drivers there really standing out, and I'm sure they'll probably stand out in qualifying as well, as we're in the first of 2 races.
So as I go through, 4 minutes to go, qualifying only just started. As they go through, Marcus Lucio first to go through the Sector 1 time, but of course this is only the outlap, so it means absolutely nothing. So as they go through, there is the 67 on your screens at the moment. And Gregory crosses the line first, and of course he's up. Then the first just representative times out of the pit lane again means nothing, but again it can put a dent in someone's confidence when you first leave the pit lane. It's always nice to be fastest if you go through. Again, 1, 3, 3 there, going down the inside. Leo Brown trying to get back into a position there, wanting to get past and join up. The 75 at the front of this train on your screen. Here's Jack Nettleship. Moment as they go through. Oh, 2 karts off at the side of the track. Who are they? They're not going much further in qualifying. The 54 and the 361. So that's Gracie Mitchell. 54 of Joseph Rippin. Joseph, well, I think he had a fairly good day yesterday, did Rippin, but that's not going to be good run. So 30th for Joseph yesterday, 24th in qualifying, 31st in his first race, 9th in his second. That's a big improvement.
That is a big improvement. That's the sort of thing you need, isn't it? You're only as good as your worst result when it comes down to these sort of point-scoring systems. Obviously, all you're really trying to do in these first 4 heats, i.e. yesterday and today, is to get through to the final, isn't it? And to get through to at least the pre-final without having to go through the B final, shall we say, and all that sort of thing. Try and sort yourself out, really. It's just, because then it all comes down to the one race, doesn't it? It's a bit like the Olympics in that way, isn't it? Rather than a football match sort of thing. It's all about trying to just get down to that final, and then whoever comes home first place obviously takes up all the glory, shall we say.
Yes, indeed. There's the 77, Henry Gregory, currently on provisional pole at the moment with a 59.84, the only driver under the 1 minute mark at the moment, but expect that to change as the qualifying goes on. But currently fastest in Sector 1 though is the 42 Harry Cottrell for the S8 Racing driver. Fastest in Sector 2 was Leo Brown, the 133, so despite the fact was caught up in a bit of traffic earlier on, doesn't improve. Freddie Allen puts it on provisional pole. Leo Brown, though, that fastest Sector 2, puts him on provisional pole now with that 59.35. Rest of the field going through now as well, so good times coming in across the board. Harry Cottrell got the fastest first sector, fastest third sector as well, but really struggled in the second sector. It was a personal best, but it wasn't the fastest by quite a way. So as they go through, new fastest first sectors coming in. Again, Harry Cottrell, he likes that first sector, but keep an eye on his second sector. As Gracie Mitchell there, the 361 receiving a warning flag. There is the 66 of Freddie Allen, Mick Barrett Racing driver, currently in P3. 1/10 down from pole sitter Leo Brown in the 133. At the moment, keep an eye on him though, because he said he had a good Sector 1. It was a personal best, 20.7.
Warning flag for Gracie Mitchell actually in the number 361 as well, so that's going to be just a warning, just a little finger wag rather than anything too suspicious. Top of the timing goes Agambar, is a 58.95, fantastic lap. So Simmons gone up to second place, Cottrell up to third as well. We're starting to get to the very low 59s, if not into the 58s, which Gerety has done as well.
Yep, Geraghty for Jack Dex Racing moves up into provisional pole position, and that's 73. Gets taken down, though, because Marcus Luzio responds, and so does Charlie Webb. Marcus Luzio puts it on provisional pole with a 58.83 from Charlie Webb with a 58.88. So very close between those two as they go round. There is the 75 on your screen currently. Having a bit of a push from the 133 moment out there. Leo Brown, Jack Nettleship again, currently down the order. Checker flag goes out. Gregory can't respond, goes 6th fastest in the 77. Freddie Allen, Leo Brown crosses the line. Josh Agenbar can respond, puts it on provisional pole, but what can Luzio do? Because Luzio's got the fastest sector 2. The number 11 plate is heading towards the line. Can he take that checker flag? Can he take that provisional pole position from him as well? Charlie Webb just behind the 24, also very close, right behind. Rippin can't respond, crosses the line in 4th place. Luzio can respond, puts it on provisional pole. It's just Geraghty who's yet to respond. The 73 who's out there has not taken checker flag yet, but he's not coming towards sector 1, so he may have come into the pit lane. I'm not sure where he is. He's the only person who hasn't taken checker flag yet, but he's not appearing anywhere on the timing, so I'm not sure where he is out on circuit. So I think he has come into the pit lane. There we go, confirmed. So Luzio takes pole position from Agenbar, well, provisional pole, because of course we've got another group coming out in just a moment. From Agenbar, from Charlie Webb, Joseph Rippin, Kean Geraghty, Reese Lomax, Henry Gregory, Ethan Simmons. Then it's Jude Ferrenho, Harry Cottrell round out the top 10 with Allen, Brown, Cox, Mitchell, Gordon, Rapsey, Nettleship, Roberts, Taylor, Reddy, Newburn, Shamagavel, Stilp and Singh, both coming into the pit lane a little bit early. Again, looking after those tyres, waiting for the heats a little later on. That's the first group for Junior X30. Up next is group number 2. There we go then for group number 2. Again, some very quick drivers about to take to the circuit there. As we see drivers preparing themselves. Again, qualifying tough section of the day, and it's a very fast-paced, quick day, isn't it?
It absolutely is, yeah. The qualifying, obviously, only 5 minutes long. They'll be done and dusted before you know it. Then you have a little bit of a break. That's an opportunity to get back, speak to your mechanics, whether it's one of your mechanics for your teams or whether it's your dad or your mum or family member who's running you as a privateer sort of thing. Try and eke out those extra half a tenth in the tyres, maybe trying to change the spaces here and there, gearing, anything like that. It can be potentially changed. And that's exactly what they'll be doing in between the heats. And then all of a sudden you get into the heats and it's go, 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 isn't it? The heats aren't that much longer than qualifying, actually. It's 8 minutes plus a lap. However, you know, when it gets down to the actual racing, it'll feel like a lot longer for these drivers. It'll feel a lot more intense, and obviously that's when it really starts to count. Qualifying, it's a little bit tactical. In a race, you just need the points. You need to keep it clean and get the points done and dusted. 2 heats for the majority, well, 2 heats for everyone. Every driver will have 2 heats. Obviously, for the classes, like the Junior X30s, the Senior X30s, and the Maxes and everything like that, there will be 3 heats, but that's because they're in split grid. So it's slightly complicated, but essentially, keep an eye on the live stream. We'll be able to break it down on who your favourite drivers are in which group, basically.
Exactly that. Muse Mays rejoins us just in time for the Junior X30. Yes, you are indeed. We just had qualifying 1 for them, qualifying 2, about to get out onto the circuit as well. Obviously, talking about yesterday, Luke Watts, like you say, one to watch in this one, qualified on pole position and took 2 heat wins, 0 points to the name for Luke Watts in the number 4. Oliver Stewart as well, one to watch out, qualified 3rd, won his first heat, 2nd in the 2nd heat, and there he is, Oliver Stewart, the treble 2 on your screen there. Very much keep an eye on that driver. Marcus Luzio, the man who's just put it on provisional pole in the first session, 58.83 for him. Qualified 2nd overall yesterday, finished 2nd in his first heat, 2nd in his 2nd. So, you know, he's had a pretty, he held it in that position. He had a good old race, though, because watching him all the way through, right at the tail end, he was just struggling to get past. He had the waft, but he couldn't get past. There we go. There's the 68, Harry Burgoyne Jr., 13th in qualifying yesterday, but came back strong in the heats. A 3rd place finish and a 5th place finish as well. There is the number 4, Luke Watts. One to keep a very close eye on. Green flag goes up out on track. Our timing screens update. Engines fire up, albeit, Luke Watts can't get fired up. Oh, there he goes. A nice little push. There we go. Oh, dear me. 4 wide. One of the mechanics almost got his toes run over. There we go. A nice surprise look on his face.
Yeah, and the cameraman as well, probably thinking a little bit, oh, you know, that's going to keep it a little bit calm and trying to film me here. But yeah, as they get out all closely, we didn't have any drama, luckily, actually, in the pits, because obviously that would be potentially disastrous, and I'm sure they'd be getting a good telling off as well if that was to happen. They're starting to find their own pace and space now as they get out there for what is the first lap, and already I have to say there's a big gantry in front of us. We're in the timing tower, aren't we, today, Anthony? A big gantry in front of us with the checker flags and everything like that, but there's also a big board with a countdown on it as well of 4 minutes and 10 seconds at the moment. So even before you get through to a flying, a potential for a flying up, because even the second lap's not really a flying lap, because you still get the kart and you up to speed, you pretty much have lost a good minute 30 seconds of your qualifying. Yep,
exactly that. Keep an eye then on these two currently on your screen, the 4 and the treble 2, Luke Watts and Oliver. And of course these are just the out laps that you're seeing here clocking up. These are now the first of their flying laps, so keep a very close eye on them as they go through. You want a nice clear piece of track, no mistakes, no hitting too many curbs as well. As you go through, minding those cones as well. See those green cones on the outside? They got taken out yesterday in one of the races. So yeah, you've got to even though they're on the outside on a straight bit where no one should be. Oh, they still got hit there. Now that was Luke Watts going between the 22 there. That's Sam Lewis for Evolve Motorsport. I really like the look of Motorsport cars. They're quite funky, quite shiny. Quite like them as they go through. Stewart also follows as well. So wanting to get clean air. Whether or not that has hindered their first timed laps, we'll see, because fastest sector 1 time was Burgoyne Jr. Then, Milo Pilfold, fastest sector 3, has put it up into provisional pole with a 59.72. Charlie Rippin, though, fastest sector 3 now as well, 19.68, puts it fastest. And almost, no, gets taken off. Harry Burgoyne Jr. comes back for Strawberry Racing with a fastest sector 1 and sector 2, 59.11. Still not faster than Marcus Luzio, though, with a 58.83. So that would have put him a little further down in the points order, in the qualifying order.
Yeah, I do apologise to Harry Burgoyne Jr. as well, because I think I read it out as Harry Jr. Burgoyne.
Yeah. Do you know what? I did that the first time.
Yeah, it's just because it's how it's written down in the sheet. But Anthony furiously wrote quickly on his sheet of paper the correct way to say it.
I don't think it was very furious. Right? I was just like,
that's the way you do it.
That's the way you do it.
So I do apologise, Harry, but we've got it right now, and hopefully we'll be throughout the rest of the session. Because if he's sticking around the top end, we'll be saying his name a lot. Need to get it right.
Oh yeah, no, Harry's a very quick driver. He had a great running at Lark Hall for the British Kart Champs a couple of weeks ago. Is a great one on that one, so keep an eye on Burgoyne Jr. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the timer. More fastest sectors come in all around, but Burgoyne Jr. holds on to that one at the top, and there he is on your screen, the 68. Whizzing past under the bridge as he comes now over again. Long trains forming here. Everyone's staying relatively close, but not getting in the way. Again, it's a tough situation because, you know, braking zones, pretty much everyone's got the same, but you know, it's very easy to miss a braking zone by just a few, like a metre or so, and then that's it. You're straight through the pack there. Burgoyne Jr. dives down the inside, trying to get a bit more clean air. He's got the 230 now just in front. That is Brandon Carr of Fusion Motorsport that he's got. Fusion running a special livery this time around for the Kartmasters event. Usually their liveries are kind of like a matte colour. Well, they're matte for the British champs, but then they took all those stickers off and they replastered them with brand new shiny glinty ones. For,
I like the effort being put in.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Like the Monaco Grand Prix, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the big time.
Yeah, it is very much the big time. But winning that GP plate, of course, a very intimidating plate to have on your kart. Of course, last year's winners, of course, we can talk about some of those who will have got the GP plate in 20, so we're 21 now, aren't we? There we go, getting my years mixed up. In this class, Junior X30, it was Aaron Walker who got the GP plate. Morgan Porter with the senior road tax plate as well. Now, he raced in the British Champs last year as well, so we're seeing him with that GP plate in the British Champs paddock. So, yeah, keep a very close eye on that one. But, yeah, checker flag comes out. Times need to improve because there's no fastest sector times all the way throughout this. A fastest sector 2, but again from Burgoyne Jr. The main pack crosses the line. Stewart can't improve, can't beat Burgoyne Jr. Stays second. Finley Harrison, Lorenzo Cordell is there in 4th. Where is Luke Watts, though? Luke Watts has taken checker flag and is in 10th place. That's a disaster for Luke Watts because yesterday he was fastest. Today, he's 10th fastest. That is a big shame for Luke Watts. But Burgoyne Jr., I suspect a big smile on the face because yesterday's qualifying was 13th. Today, it's pole position, or provisional pole position, because it was an 88 or 58.33. It does put him faster than Marcus Luzio. So, yeah, that will be outright pole position for Burgoyne Jr.
It will be. And Oliver Stewart in 2nd place. Finley Harrison in 3rd. Cordell, Carr, Rippin, Shaw, Gornell, Edgar, and Watts round out the top 10. Pilford, Ribby, Campbell, Pilling, Lynn, Stevens, Duncan, Doherty, Hitter, Lewis, Holtby round out the top 20 with Beaver, Algieri, Tucker, Baker, Arnold, and Casabante in 26th position. All read out a little bit quickly there, but it was because obviously there is a lot of them, and there's 2 groups anyway, so we're going to have to figure out where they all lie in a couple of minutes' time. I'm sure when somebody comes in, taps us on the shoulder with the grids, as they have done for a few of the other races. However, we can now shoot over to the senior X30s, Group 1.
There we go, yes, so the next group about to make their way out onto the circuit for the senior road tax, and again a very fast group of drivers. So it's senior X30 actually, I just said senior road tax. There we go, it's an early day. Someone grab me your coffee, please. There we go. There is the 95 on your screens. Now, who is the 95? I've got my piece of paper here telling me everything.
Oscar Joyce, I think
it is. It is indeed, yes.
They file down the order. A couple of other drivers to be keeping an eye out on. Harry Platten, a 2nd and a 1st. Gus Lawrence, a 3rd and a 1st as well. And Thomas Fleming, a 2nd and a 3rd.
Indeed. But the man who put it on pole yesterday in qualifying, currently 20th overall in the points, Cole Kilner in the 26 kart, took a 24th place in his first heat, got it back to 2nd place in his 2nd heat. And number 26, there's the 99 on your screen. Lucas Ellingham qualified 15th yesterday, 11th and 9th in his heats as well. As we look down the further order there, Mick Barrett Racing. Now, Mick Barrett Racing, they know how to win Kartmasters because they've done it many times, well, they've done it 9 times with Ben Barnacoot. So the man who won it 9 times in Kartmasters over the years, and yeah, definitely Mick Barrett, one of the teams.
That must be some kind of record, 9 times.
Well, yeah, he was very, very quick, and of course he went on to European Formula 3 and now in GT racing. So
exactly.
yeah, you know, it's it just shows that some of these drivers. But think about years ago in 1996, Coma Cadet winner, 7 times F1 World Champion Lewis Hamilton.
Well, yeah, you're in a esteemed company if you come away here with the GP plate, aren't you? Let's face it. You got some good names around you. Of course, I believe George Russell and Lando Norris, obviously Formula 1 drivers as well as Hamilton, have performed here and I think won it. I think I saw in my research going back through the years. So, yeah, very much looking forward to some of the names that we're seeing right now maybe pop up in the future in whether it be single-seaters or GT racing down the line as well. It's always very exciting breeding ground for great drivers is karting. It really teaches you fantastic racecraft and that intense pressurized situation because although, you know, they're not as big as the cars or the bikes or anything like that, it's still very, very intense down there.
Oh, yes, it is indeed. As again, the concentration, not even looking at the camera, not even engaging in
absolutely
in
not.
a conversation.
They need to know how, everyone needs to know how focused they are.
Yeah, exactly. Like you say there, Oscar Joyce for Premium Karting. Lined up, ready to go, right there at the, I think he's at the front. I don't think there's a group in front of him. We'll find out. The timing screen's in our commentary box update, which means then I suspect the green flag will be down in just a moment. There in the background, you can see Louis Johnston Cool, the 161 on your screen, currently 27th overall. 31st in qualifying yesterday for the Scottish driver, 12th in his first heat, 21st in his second, and the green flag goes out, engines fire. Oh, but one kart that isn't firing up is Oscar Joyce. That looked like that was just turning over and not actually engaging at all, but I suspect he'd get that all started, and we'll head out onto the circuit as we start the first of the Senior X30 qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. Again, another qualifying which is split into two, so you're not quite seeing all the drivers here. And again, you have to take the results from this group with a pinch of salt, because they obviously have to wait for another group to come out. And throughout the entire day, I believe the second group's come out and been slightly quicker. They haven't split the drivers like that, thinking that's going to happen. But maybe it's just a psychological thing. You know the lap time you need to beat, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're seeing what their competitors are doing, and then they're going out, replicating that, and trying to better it. And of course, they just get that. I always prefer to go out second. I don't like to be the person to go out first.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's always one of those. But that's how it goes here as we watch there the number 12 on your screen of Marcus Littlewood. Again, had a tough day yesterday, did Marcus. 29th overall, 23rd in qualifying, 16th in his first heat, 18th in his second. So did gain places, but of course he gained a lot of points in that one, 34 points in total that he has got. So he's on the cusp of the repechage at the moment. So as they go through, but yeah, it is a tough one out there.
It is indeed, yeah, and actually I believe Marcus Littlewood is actually located in Towson, so if he wants to be a racing driver, he's in a pretty damn good position, isn't he? Right next to Silverstone Circuit, and obviously pretty central for every single track going. I know from growing up in Cheshire, it's a long way to the likes of PFI or down to Brands Hatch or anywhere like that as well. So it's nice to be nice and central. Easily to get to the likes of Wilton Mill, obviously, as well, for a quick bit of testing. Here, there and everywhere. Yeah,
they say kind of that central part is the home of motorsport, isn't it? So you've got a lot of Formula One teams out there as well. You've got a lot of karting tracks, a lot of big circuits as well. So yeah, it's definitely the hub, I would say, is around that central spot then. Drivers cross the line, and we get the first glimpse of times coming through. 58.00 from Louis Westover, the 232 for Dan Holland Racing. Again, good time there. Currently 10th in the points at the moment. 5th in qualifying for him yesterday. 5th place in his first heat, 12 in his second, but currently leading qualifying here at the moment as they leave the pit lane. Again, very spread out group here for the Senior X30. Again, groups forming though all the way around. So I'm going very slow off the hill and pulling over to the side. There's another kart that's not going any further. It's the 87.
Hudson.
It is Matthew Hudson, yeah. Mick Barrett Racing Kart not going any further there. Can't imagine the discussion that's going through there. It's the 14 that's pulling off the track. That is a huge shame. Oh dear. Yeah, down to Leon there. He had a pretty tough day yesterday, I will say, did De Leon. But again, issues are rising all the way throughout, which is a big shame.
First flying laps have started to come in. Westover on pole position at the moment, 57.38. Marshall in second place with just about 2 tenths down. But remember, these drivers, I think it's only really their first flying lap, so still got a minute and 20 seconds to go. That's probably good for another 2 laps in them.
Indeed, yeah. We're here with Westover at the moment, the 232. Not the fastest second sector that we're seeing from him. Fastest first sector, Matthew Higgins, the 75. Another Dan Holland Racing Kart as they go through. Out of the final corner, are we going to see an improvement here? Across the line, we do see an improvement. 57.26, fastest sector 3. So Westover liking that one. Heading, Greetham go up the order. Can't respond to that time, but the gap is only 0.07 of a second. So it is still quite close out there, but there is still time to gain. Matthew Higgins with that fastest sector 1 puts it up into P3 in the 75. Can't respond there. This main pack coming down the back straight now. So go through again. Behind Stern, fastest sector 1 though. Sam Heading, 19.98. very quick time there. The only driver in under a 20-second first sector. So keep an eye on Sam Heading in that 57 because he's on a flying lap at the moment. A very quick sector 2 as well, a personal best. Not as fast as Westover's sector 2, but again, only a couple of thousandths down as they cross the line. Another new fastest lap from Westover as checker flag goes out. He gets an extra lap in as the rest of the grid come through. Heading can't do anything, stays there in second place. Keep an eye on Matthew Higgins though. Higgins is yet to take a lap, but he's got an orange first sector, a green second sector, can improve, puts it up into P2. Cole Kilner can't improve as well, puts it P11. So the man who qualified in first yesterday cannot do anything today and has got it down into P11. But Louis Westover, he may have got an extra lap in, but he doesn't need it because he has qualified on pole position. Everyone else has taken checker flag. So there is your provisional pole sitter at the moment. As they go through, great running from these drivers, and they'll head back in. Jack, why don't you take us through the order of these guys?
Yeah, so for Group 1 of the Senior X30s, Westover took pole position. He went round for the extra lap. Maybe no one could quite tell him to come in and save the tyres, but he's completed the lap anyway. Second place, the 75 plate of Higgins, with Heading in third, Greetham in fourth, Marshall in fifth, Fleming rounding out the top six with Littlewood in seventh, Serenetti in 8th position, Gilbert in 9th, Ellingham in 10th, Kilner 11th, 12th was Johnson Cool, with Scusa in 13th place, Joyce in 14th, 15th was Watson, and then two drivers who I don't believe really set any representative times. They were in the pit lane at the end anyway, was De Leon, who was stopping out on the circuit, as well as Hudson, who also stopped out on the circuit. So that is how Group 1 of the Senior X30 shaped up. And I think it's about time we probably saw how the second group shook up.
Yes, indeed. It's time for the second group of Senior X30 to see what we will get for our qualifying heats a little bit later on today. There is the 55 on your screen at the moment. Teddy Pritchard-Williams qualified 12th yesterday, 6th in his first heat, 15th in his second heat. And again, a very distinctive helmet design there that he's got there for the MLC team. There's Reggie Dewey, the man who qualified on pole yesterday. Oh no, that's a complete lie. That is because it was Cole Kilner who qualified on pole. But Reggie Dewey qualified second. That's what he did.
Well, you weren't far off.
I wasn't far off. Yeah. There's the number 10. Tyler Reed, 18th in qualifying yesterday. 18th in his first heat, 7th. So big improvement in his second heat as well, wanting to better that one. But currently 19th overall, happily within that top 30 to go straight to the pre-final on Sunday. There is the 1, 2, 6. That is Charlie Cole. Not the best qualifying yesterday, 34th, but massive improvement in the heats because got a P14 and a P19. The Jade Racing driver there, working hard. There's the 58 as well now on your screen. Charlie Lamb, 20th in qualifying, 19th in his first heat, 13th in second heat there. Spotting the Grice engines out there. A lot of them running the Grice engines out there. Again, look at the concentration. Again, just in the zone, just concentrating, not thinking about anything else but that perfect lap.
I'm probably thinking, I wish that cameraman got that camera out of my face so I could focus on that perfect lap. Is obviously zooming in there. But yeah, it's brilliant to see so many different brands represented as well, isn't it? The Senior X30s are definitely ones to keep an eye out on. There's plenty of privateers, but if you're looking down the teams as well as BMR, Strawberry Racing, PF International Karting on their Mad Croc Promotions, Dan Holland, I mean, the list goes on and on. Fantastic to see. Yeah,
you saw there a glimpse of Harry Platten, the number 3 plate. One to keep an eye on, currently leading the points. 4th in qualifying yesterday, a 2nd in his first heat, and a race win in his second heat as well. Gus Lawrence as well, 3rd in his first heat, a race win in the second heat, so keep an eye on that driver as well, and another who got a race win as well, Reggie Dewey, race win in Heat 1. That's probably what I was thinking of. At the 10th in his second one, so that's put him quite far down, 5th place in the points there as the rest of the grids line up there. We've got some of the other drivers you can just see there. Paddy Walsh, the 74, currently 35th in the points at the moment, 35th in qualifying, but improved massively in his first heat, 23rd and 24th as well in the heats. So we managed to not gain points, effectively lose points, because losing points is better than gaining points. But currently sitting 35th at the moment. He's in the record charge, so he has had a good day today to try and get out of that top 30. But it's only his first couple of times over the weekend as well, so it's great to have him over. So as they go out for qualifying, let's see how they can do. Of course, the 57.17 is the one to beat for qualifying. That was Louis Westover in there, and as they head out, frantically checking the steering there in the background, that's Piers Prix, you can see in the bright pink helmet, just going out of shot. Here at the front though, the number 10 on your screen, Tyler Reid, privateer, pulling off to the side, wanting a clear piece of track. Well, I say you probably don't want to pull off to the side, you probably want to gain momentum. There's the number 6, Caden McQueen, the Mad Prop Promotions driver, backing the pack up slightly there, moving out the way and allowing some to go through. But Piers Prix there on your screen also not wanting to lead the pack. Again, we see it a lot.
Yeah, I just had a note on the front of our timing screen saying the transponder's not functioning for Kart 126, which is, of course, Cole. In fact, it's Charlie Cole, like I said for me, because I've got it written down here, but Charlie Cole with the transponder not responding. So, not entirely sure what will happen for him. I don't know if they'll manually time him or if he'll have to come in and maybe get that swapped over. We'll have to wait and see. But as the karts start coming across the start-finish line, this is, of course, the end of the warm-up lap, so no representative times. However, a warning flag from McQueen, which isn't going to be ideal for him right at the start. Obviously, that's just a finger wag, a telling off, a slight, don't do it again, otherwise we'll actually do something about it. And hopefully McQueen will keep it nice and clean. But yeah, you have to be slightly careful in qualifying, don't you? Because you can't have any lap times taken away when there is only effectively 2 flying laps out there.
Yeah, exactly that. So you've got to be very careful. As I go through then, pack forming. Piers Prix at the back of that pack. Had a look down the inside of the 54. Jack Dex, of course, those two very well know each other, of course. No, Jack Dex Racing is out. He had a difficult day yesterday, but he didn't do all of his heats because because he runs the team basically. He was looking after all the juniors and making sure that they are they're going well. So he struggled to get out. So speaking to him earlier this morning, he's wanting to have a bit of a better day today and get more track action. And
I suppose when you got that responsibility, you need to take it on, don't you? And you want to make sure that your drivers are out there performing well and performing to the best of their abilities, and that, I suppose, takes precedence over yours. Yeah,
exactly that. First sector times come in then. Reggie Dewey with the fastest sector 1 as he crosses the line. 58.38 for him at the moment. From Gus Lawrence, Brad Pinnell, Harry Platt and Charlie Cole, Caden McQueen, Oren England, Thomas Turner, Teddy Pritchard Williams and Archie Tillett rounding out top 10. As they go through, and times coming in back here with the 54 of Dex and Pryor, number 45 or 49 I should say. As I go to Dex running the clear visor out there. Again, the sun's not out, but again, when the sun does poke out, you might get a sudden squint or anything like that. So running the clear visor, a lot were running the clear visor yesterday, because of course with the spray and the rain, you definitely don't want to have one of those Iridium visors on, I would say. There we go. More times come in. Reggie Dewey, after setting fastest sector 1 and a fastest sector 3, puts it on provisional pole, 57.60. Not faster than Louis Westover's time, but again, we were only early into the qualifying session, so a couple more laps to put those times in. Harry Platten responds, though, 57.54, puts it on provisional pole. The man who's leading the way at the moment, qualified 4th yesterday, looking better today as they go through. Brad Pinnell there, 22. Currently in 3rd place, and on your screens is the 66 of Reggie Dewey. He's got the company of the 74 on your screen there of Paddy Walsh. Paddy just moves out of the way there. This is good for Paddy, because now Paddy can latch onto the back of Dewey and potentially get pulled along and get a good qualifying, which is definitely what he needs, because he had a tough day yesterday, did Paddy Walsh, but over the line they go. He can't improve there. stays 18th at the moment, 59.13. His best lap, though, of the session, so a good improvement from Paddy. As they go through our shot, down the hill they go, goes Reggie Dewey, keeping an eye on sector times. Again, it was another purple sector from Dewey, but Gus Lawrence responds with green sectors all the way through. Puts it on provisional pole with a 57.51, the number 5 plate. A good run there. And then Platten as well, the number 3, fastest sector 1. He put it on provisional P2, 58.10. Back here with Dewey, though, as it go through, because checker flag is out. He had a bad sector 1. He had a green sector 2, did Dewey. Charlie Cole takes checker flag, crosses the line 6th fastest. Oren England crosses the line 15th fastest. Reggie Dewey crosses, can't improve, holds on to P4 at the moment. Fastest purple sector for Harry Platten in the number 3 plate. Keep an eye on Platten, because he wants to replicate what happened yesterday in his heats. Not his qualifying, though, because it was 4th in qualifying. They come round the final corner. Gus Lawrence goes a new fastest sector, but Platten responds, 57.38. Thomas Turner out of nowhere. He had a crash yesterday in one of his heats. He fell out of the kart, but he's back. He's fighting strong. I had a word with him. He said he's feeling a bit sore, but he's good, and that shows he's got the confidence still. 2nd place for the Strawberry Racing driver in qualifying with a best time, 57.38. It doesn't beat Louis Westover's 57.17.
No, exactly that. So in that Senior X30, you can see that on first place, Harry Platten, Turner in 2nd, Lawrence in 3rd, Morgan in 4th. Rounding out the top 5 was Pennell. Dewey ended up all the way down in 6th position. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. 7th with McQueen, Tillett in 8th, Cole in 9th, 10th with Dex, Pritchard Williams in 11th, 12th Pryor, Reed in 13th, Lamb in 14th, Hogarth in 15th, England 16th, 17th was Fitzgerald, and Walsh was in 18th in the end. But of course, that is the 2nd group of the Senior X30, so it'll have to be all muddled together until we get the groups, and then we get the final grids and everything like that. So take it all with a bit of a pinch of salt as we move on to the Mini X30s.
Again, and a one big busy grid. There we go. Mixing up 2 words there. For Mini X30, 28 drivers in total, which means it's one big group. There on your screen is the number 15. I said 15. It is 15, yes, for Mini X30. It's a Rudman Fusion Motorsport there. Harder Massey, 44. Again, had a fairly standard day yesterday. 17th overall for Hardy, the Canadian driver. 2nd in qualifying, 25th in Heat 1, but responded back in the 2nd heat. 7th place in a 2nd heat as well there. There was the treble 3. It was, yes, on your screen. Eden Spanswick, 5th in qualifying, 5th in first heat, 4th later on. There's Greenall there in the 19. Where did Greenall? Jack Cunningham, sorry, I should say, in the 19. Just got someone else's suit on, there we go. The Scottish driver, 13th in qualifying, 13th in first race, 24th in his 2nd. So he had a bit of a backwards day there, did Cunningham, the 76 there as well. Harrison Crowther, 11th in his first heat, 9th in the 2nd. Number 8. Screen, Wesley Swain, 6th overall in the points, 8th in qualifying, 6th in his first heat, 10th in the 2nd there, the 87 on your screens. Thomas Behrman, 10th in qualifying, 12th and 15th in the heats as the caravan pans through the rest of the order there. The number 12 appearing on your screen. Number 12 on my order.
Charlie Morrison Jones.
You are indeed correct. Yes, there it is on my screen. 12th place, 11th place overall. Had a good showing. 18th in qualifying, but finished 9th in the first heat. Went slightly backwards in heat 2, finished 16th, but is right there in the middle of the points. But because, of course, it's all one big group, they all go through to the final. Last words of encouragement for the 51, Fred Green, 9th in qualifying. 16th in the first heat, 14th in the second. Currently sitting 14th overall in the points with 30 points, tied with Jack Hobson ahead and Jack Mowat as well behind, all three with 30 points out there. So a very close group, Mini X30. They always provide us good racing, but of course, drivers that you need to keep an eye on as well. Corey Bishop, the 68, currently leading the way. Qualified first yesterday, won both heats well. Taylor Orange. Yeah, I don't think that's more than that as well. Drivers head out, and already someone pulling off to the side of the track. Who is that? Who's not going to be taking part in qualifying? Or maybe they are taking part in qualifying. It's the 18. Yeah. And Harley Parejo there. Difficulty with the kart, but has got it going again and back out onto the circuit, albeit now in a bit of a no man's land on his own, no tow or anything like that. The wind again is fairly light. It's not a heavy breeze, and again it's more kind of a crosswind now across the circuit, not a head or a tailwind, so they're going to have to watch out in the corners this time. Yeah, they won't have to worry about it too much. They're going about 3 wide through the second hairpin. In fact, it's actually blowing nice light clouds over our way and getting rid of some of the darker stuff. So with any luck, we will be relatively safe, although touch wood and all that sort of thing. And the weather, as the 66 dives up the inside there, that's Orange, and trying to get that good track position again. We've seen a lot of this, haven't we, in qualifying? A lot of people trying to get their own bit of track, diving at the inside of others, and of course, I wouldn't say this is a sort of safe time to do so, but it's a safe time in terms of your lap time, isn't it? Because realistically, the last 2 laps of qualifying are the ones that we've seen the real flyers come out. Yeah. Well, it was all drama yesterday in the heats, of course, where we saw that man there, Bishop, who's decided, no, I don't want to be in that pack. I want to be somewhere else. So there we go. So gets out of the way. Yeah, so the first heat for Mini X30, they had 3 false starts. After the third one, the red flag came out. There were stops on the infield straight, which is Nigel Edwards. Gave him a good telling off. Finger wag. And also, first, the front row got moved out and put to the back of the grid as well. So it was a big shame for Macaulay Bishop. But, like I said, he won his first heat, didn't he? How did he do that? He got put to the back and he came all the way through the grid to win his first heat. It was a stellar performance, I will say. And at the second heat, again, he was at the sharp end, stayed at the sharp end and held on to the lead as well. It was 2 different style of races, but could do it. Right then. First time's come in, Taylor Orange. Fastest lap of the race so far, or fastest lap of qualifying so far, 101.89 from Wesley Swain, the number 8. Charlie Morris Jones, the 12, has put it into provisional P3.
I think on the cameras there we just saw a driver get nudged off as they were going 3 wide, a little bit too close. And we'll have a look and see. I might not be able to see it on the cameras, but I'll just try and keep an eye on and see if we can retain that drive a little bit later.
So you saw the number 6 go through shot. That's Jack Hobson. He's had a medium day, I would say, has Jack Hobson. As you see the 66 there. 13th for him overall, 7th in qualifying, 4th in his first heat, but then 26th in his second. So again, it just shows a fluctuation there. But he's in the mid-pack now overall in terms of points. Wants a good day today to try and move up that order. Better starting position for the pre-final tomorrow. So keep an eye on that one. As the group comes towards the line, Taylor Orange leads it, but doesn't lead the qualifying session now because it's the number 12, Charlie Morris Jones for Jade Racing Team, currently leading the way with a 101.15 from Leo Robinson and Macaulay Bishop. It was always between Leo Robinson. Oh, but look at that, the treble 3. Eden Spanswick responds with his teammate Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the 33. Very handy there. Absolutely near on identical times, a 101.13 and a 101.14. 1,000th of a second between them.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's just having a look at the Facebook, the YouTube chat as well. Come on, Finn. It says Steve Wild, and I'm guessing that's about Finn Leslie, who's currently down in 18th position. As a warning flag goes out for Orange, number 66 currently sat on a 9th place. In fact, we get confirmation of that on our timing screen, but it's Spanswick on pole position.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah, Spanswick again, another fastest sector 1, but keep an eye all the way down in 15th place because Harrison Crowther for Coles Racing has got a fastest sector 2, and there is a driver pulling off to the side of the circuit and not going any further.
Yeah, that was Harfield, and that was the kart I was talking about a little bit earlier, actually. He's just about to go over the Litchfield Bridge. Unfortunately, just got deposited on the side of the road.
There we go. Well, unfortunately, that's the end of that one for qualifying for that driver. Lewis Bird, though, responds. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.52. Puts it on provisional pole as well. Macaulay Bishop improves the time, 1 minute, 0.59. Currently P2 at the moment. Spanswick and Thomas Cucurilla Yeomans in 4th place. Checker flag goes out. These will be the last times to see. The first person to cross the line will be Taylor Orridge, the 66, the Mad Promotions driver, currently in 11th place, and that number 66 will be the first to take checkered flag. As they go round the track now, we see here the number 10 of Lewis Bird currently sitting on pole position as that set a pretty fairly not quick sector 1 as Leo Robinson responds, puts it on provisional pole. Can Lewis Bird respond back? No, he can't. Where did Robinson come from? Because it was a fairly standard lap all the way through, but it was a green sector all the way through, and that will be a huge smile on Leo's face because he had a tough day yesterday, I will say, but responds here in qualifying to put it on pole position with Lewis Bird in 2nd, Macaulay Bishop in 3rd place with Pratt Thompson in 4th, Spanswick in 5th place, Yeomans in 6th place, Crowther in 7th, Mamassi in 8th place, Morris Jones in 9th after qualifying quite high up earlier on in this session. You know, he's dropped down tonight. How quick and how fast these drivers are and how close they are as well. Wesley Swain rounding out the top 10. Then it's Fred Green qualified in 11th place with Orridge, Hobson, Brown, Leslie, Mowat, Truman, Lloyd, Behrman, Turnbull rounding out the top 20. Rudman, Phelps, Redding, Cunningham, Parejo and Grant rounding out the 26. Tommy Harfield pulling over to the side of the track, or in the pit lane yet, so qualifying 27th place. Close qualifying from the Mini X30s, wasn't it?
Absolutely was. Yeah, top 21 separated by a second. So, yeah, I mean, the only one group as well, which means we don't have to do too much guessing about where they're going to end up. Is what you see is what you get. And that's also true for our last qualifying of the day, which is the IARMY Cadets.
Indeed, the last of the qualifying sessions about to take to the circuit, and it's time for IAMI Cadet. Again, all running on those slick tyres. There is the 88 on your screen, starting at the front. Archie Lovett. Again, a bit of a mismatched day, kind of even all the way through. Qualified 16th, improved in his first heat, got to 14th, 15th in the second heat as well there. Nice close up there of the driver, sporting the iridium visor again. You can probably see the cameraman in that visor as well, so hopefully it's a bit too close. There on the screen, the 31. That's Finley Buck. Again, 17th in his first heat, 20th in the second as well. Oliver Roller Motorsport, again, a big showing here for the IAMI Cadets. Oliver Rowland himself is here supporting the team. He's in the paddock, he's in the tent, he's probably in the grandstands right now, actually, about to watch these drivers go out. Again, nice close-up there of the driver's concentration look.
Well, that's the thing. Without the iridium visor, you can see right in, can't you? You can see the focus that's going on with these drivers at the moment to the IARMY Cadets. Although, there's one driver just following the camera, giving us a little bit of a nod, trying to maybe eye us out, maybe trying to put us off our game here, maybe going for the full psychological game.
There we go, there's the 16 on your screen now. William Murtaugh, 11th in qualifying, 12th in the first race, 6th in the second, so big improvement there. And the 95 on your screen now as well. A large showing from Fusion Motorsport and the IAMI Cadets as well. Kip Polowski had a good day yesterday, qualified 2nd, 15th in his first heat, but won his heat 2. So again, a very mixed match day. Question comes in from the judges. Who won the Hondas in 2019? Well, this is the IAMI Cadets, it's not Honda Cadets, but I will tell you who won the Honda Cadets in 2019. I can tell you that Honda Cadet was Oscar Tuntip there, who won in 2019 and in 2020. Oh, right, so get my result.
You've done your research here, hasn't it?
Got them there. 2020 Honda Cadet was Connor Duncan. now racing in, he's gone up in the classes there. There we go. So,
a couple more drivers looking at here. It's Morgan. It's I have to say the helmets are on point, aren't they? They are very. I mean, we were at Fullback a couple of weeks ago, weren't we, Anthony? With the Natska National, which is pretty much the opposite end of karting from the Kartmasters, isn't it? It's a schools karting competition, basically, for anybody out there who's not aware, and it's very much people are almost borrowing the karts. They're getting hand-me-down helmets and hand-me-down sort of, I was going to say robes then, because I've got the Harry Potter quote in my head, but it's a hand-me-down sort of race suits and everything like that. Whereas here, everybody's suited and moving, branded up to the brim, got the proper liveries on the karts and fantastic-looking helmets as well. So it really does add to the spectacle, I feel. And it helps us as commentators as well, just keeping an eye on everybody.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, then, the karts are fired up. They get a little friendly push as well as they go through the tunnel, and they start their qualifying again very similar to the Honda Cadets, but this time around there's a spin in the bridge because a couple of the Fusion karts, the 62 and the 25 and the 93 have gone off. So the 62, the 25 and the 93, who are they? 62 Harley Hodgson Wells, the 25 Sky Parker, and the 92, it could have been the 93 actually, it could have been Morgan Moore, I believe it was, yeah, Morgan Moore for PMR, also involved in that one. So they're now at the back of the grid, or probably be now with a bit of a bruised ego. So they need to get into formation once more and work together, because again, they're still in a group, so they can still work together and still set a good time. There's the 14 on your screen, Joe Lewis for Evolve Motorsport. Joe yesterday had again a good day, 10th overall, 6th in qualifying, 7th in his first heat, 11th in his second. So again, quite close up that order there, as we see the first not important times coming in, but Jacob Ashcroft puts it on provisional pole at the moment, 109.4, but again, expect to see quicker times from these drivers at the end of this lap as they go through. Again, Jacob, very well-known driver in the paddock. Had a segment done by Nickelodeon.
Really?
Yeah, he did. Wilton Mill. So yeah, you can go check that out. Nickelodeon.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was a good old run on that one. So you can go check that out. 3 minutes then to go of the final qualifying of the day. The final qualifying of Kartmasters, I will say, because tomorrow there are no qualifying. It's just warm-up, and then it's pre-finals, B-finals, and A-finals.
I have to say as well, the qualifying has been very interesting, seeing about the mind games that yesterday's been playing on drivers, maybe an opportunity to reset, get a little bit better results going forward, or indeed having to repeat the feats that they did yesterday. Some drivers rising to the task, some drivers not quite rising to the task, but I'm very much looking forward to getting on with some heat, which of course are coming up pretty much straight after this one. 12:15 is roughly the time that we're aiming for here, and as it's just peaked over 12 o'clock now, we haven't got long at all. As Werrell goes on top of the order with a 1 minute and 6.8. Now we are expecting these times to come away. Normally it's the last 2 laps that are the fastest, but at the moment Werrell on pole, Edgar in second place, Cranham in third, and just having a look at Drummond actually in 6th place. He's got a purple sector 2. Belowski currently in 5th position, the number 95 car. Now the reason why I bring Belowski up is he got a race victory yesterday along with Zach Drummond in their heat.
Yeah, second heat for the day. Kit Belowski, yeah, he did get the race win from Noah Wolf, Zach Drummond, Henry Domain. They were the top 4 in that one. But yeah, so keep a close eye on those drivers, because again, it's a very quick time. So sector times as they go through, purple sectors all the way through the field, as we see Zach Green, the 11th place, the number 53, currently fastest sector 2, but that's been responded. George Edgar, fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2. Keep an eye on George in that 17, because it could be a provisional pole. Lewis Werrell crosses the line in just a moment. Kit Belowski responds, but George Edgar responds, and Lewis Werrell responds. So despite the fact that everyone having purple sectors, there we go, that all switches around. So Lewis Werrell now with the provisional fastest time. Well, actually, no, it's 2 identical times once more. Lewis Werrell and George Edgar, both with a 106.41. Exactly what you saw from the Honda Cadets. The Miami Cadets are repeating that.
Yeah, exactly. And the Cadets really giving us some great action. Even here in going into the second corner. Sorry, the first hairpin, shall I say. You're right, Edgar, he got 2 purple sectors. He got sector 1 and sector 2, but his sector 3 was poor. There's a little bit of bumping and barging, people trying to get track position. Kartmasters might not necessarily be the quickest way to finish a lap round here, but people really trying to be desperate, and that's a shame really, isn't it, because there's 30 odd seconds left. Whether or not they're actually going to get round to start another lap, I think they're going around the boot section at the end, so I think they will get another lap, so maybe that is important to try and get that track condition, but yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, through the Mike Wilson complex they go, and round the final corner, there is Zach Drummond just tucking in as much as possible, going past the line, currently crossing the line 5th place at the moment. Lewis Werrell responds. No new fastest times out there, so positions stay the same. Only a couple improvements of the times. 106.85 for Zach Green, put him up into 7th place. Checkered flag comes out, so Harley Hodgson Wells receives checkered flag for Fusion Motorsport. Can't improve much on the time, has moved up though into 24th place in the 62. The rest of the field will yet to see what times they can do, and again, you just want a clean time. You don't want to be sending one down the inside at this point. You just want to be tucked in as much as possible, as we see the lead group here. Wolf at the back of this group, the 42 on your screen there. Jacob Ashcroft fighting through. There's Werrell, the number 6, currently at the front. Set a fastest sector 1 once more. Sector 2 was yellow, wasn't the best one. As they come round into the final corner, the 65 leading this pack. Henry Domain currently in 11th. Can he improve the time as they go across the line to receive the checkered flag? He can. It's only 9th fastest though. Kip Bolowski improves, goes up to P4. Werrell crosses the line, gets that pole position once more from Edgar, who also improves 106.80 but holds on to 2nd place. Sky Parker, Morgan Moore yet to take checker flag as well. Morgan Moore improves, moves up into 19th. Sky Parker now into 20th place, with Aaron Murphy in 27th taking the checker flag. So at the end of the final qualifying, it's Werrell from Edgar, Sofranea, Bolowski, Drummond, Wolf, Graham, Sharp, Cranham, Green round out the top 10, with Henry Domain, Jacob Ashcroft and William Murtaugh rounding out the top 13. There is the top 12 on your screens now for your viewing delectation. As the rest of the order go through, Henry Carter, Archie Lovett, George Davidson, Scott Riley, then it's Joe Lewis, Morgan Moore, Sky Parker, Laith Khan, then it is Oscar Cartmail, Finley Buck, Joseph Murphy, Harley Hodgson Wells, Jensen Ackerman and Aaron Murphy rounding out the 27 carts out on circuit.
Yeah, absolutely delightful, and that's the end of qualifying, which is, well, it means the start of the heats, which is very exciting indeed, isn't it? We've got the junior road taxes coming up, and Anthony, we've already got the grid in front of us, and we think it's shaping up to be an exciting race.
Oh, it will be an exciting race, of course. That will be coming up a little bit later on. They're due to start at around 12:15, which is around 6 or so minutes from now, so do stick around. So what we'll do in the time being is, of course, we'll see some of our sponsors.
Oh, was it? I thought it was 15. No, you can do it next year. My dad really won't let me. He said, oh. You booked Phoebe the year of her 16th birthday.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A small interlude there from some of our sponsors, and of course, we'll be heading into the first of the heats in just a moment. Let's talk through some of the heats of what we got in terms of the format. Junior Rotax will be taking to the circuit first. That will be Group B and C for their first heat. Then it's Senior Rotax, Group B and C. Then we go into Minimax, Honda Cadet. They'll be going at 1 o'clock today. And then Junior X30 for their first group, B and C, at 1:15. Then we go a little further on into the day. Senior X30 will be up after that, Group B and C, with Mini X30. Then Miami Cadet rounding us out for the first of the heats. Then we go into our lunch break. That'll be at 2:15. For half an hour, and then we come back at 2:45 for the rest of the heats with juniors, seniors, Minimax, Honda Cadet, Junior X30, Senior X30, Mini X30, Miami Cadet, and then we go back to the juniors Rotax and Senior Rotax and Junior X30 and Senior X30 for their heat 6 of the weekend. Of course, everyone gets 2 heats over the weekend, over.
Absolutely, yeah. So basically, there's a lot of racing to come, isn't there? There's plenty of qualifying has been done and dusted. The drivers you can see there for the Junior Rotax is some out of their carts, some in their carts, all suited and booted and ready to go, that's for sure. Though some drivers like to be nice and relaxed, kick back, you know, have a chat to their engineers and talk about the race coming up, or, you know, what they had for breakfast maybe even, or what they're planning on having for lunch, and just be completely chilled and then get in the car and it's go time. Some drivers like to be in the car, in the zone, for as long as possible, and just to try and get themselves psyched up. As soon as the cart's on the floor, they're in it, ready to go, with their visors down and looking very focused, as the number 65 kart there is doing exactly that. Looking very focused indeed. And trying to find which kart 65 is Spencer Brower.
Yeah.
And just looking very focused. Not got the visor down just yet, but imagining every corner as it comes.
Yeah, exactly that. Spencer Burham with the Air Motorsport team. And their driver, of course, the Air Kart is a British team founded in the Midlands, developed by their own chassis, that team. It's the brainchild of Alex Rowley. So there we go. So big names of that team, but again, an experimental chassis. So there's the 76 on your screens now. That is Evie Poland there for Visual Motorsport, 21st place yesterday overall at one of our races. So yeah, got a bit of work. Hopefully we're looking for a better result in this one today. The 89 at the back of your screen, Freya Belk, the Mad Crop Promotions driver. That Rotax engine at the back, having some words of wisdom there. Oh, and a signed the signature on the top of the helmet. I'd be curious to know who that is that we've got signed there. 25 just behind there on your screens as well. Also looking primed ready. That's Ben Folland. And Sam Pollock Racing, 6th place overall. Look a little further up the order. The 45 you can see there. Thomas Carter looking comfortable and ready.
Okay, in your tram lines here.
So, with the race about to get underway, let's have a look then at the grid for the first race, as we had Nigel Edwards having a quick word of chat there for these drivers. So, Mikey Porter starting on pole position with Jamie Perrelly alongside on row 1. Charlie Hart and Gabriel Silp on row 2 with Harry Linden and Ryan Willis on row 3. Chloe Chong and Oliver Martinsky on row 4 with Spencer Burham and Alfie Gallagher on row 5. Ronnie Mansfield and Thomas Carter on row 6 with Brentley Sims and Gabe Fairbrother on row 7. Jez Williams and Isabella Franklin on row 8 with Ben Ballou and Neo Clark on row 9. Sophie Kinghorn and Evie Poland on row 10. Rounding out the top 20, Harry Pullin and Jessica White on row 11 with Ollie Stevens and Freya Belk on row 12. Declan Russell and Ben Folland on row 13 with Nathan Smith and Gustav Uzakos rounding out the grid on row 14.
Karts are out there, ready to go, aren't they? They're lining themselves up, double file now, as they've done the first half of the lap, just trying to get themselves psyched up in the zone, get their tyres warmed up. Everybody just trying to choke the kart now, making sure that it's up to fresh temperature. You don't want the kart bogging down with too much oil as they go around the final couple of corners, do you? And you want to get good kick, good acceleration as you push towards the first corner and across the start-finish line.
Exactly that. So let's see what we can do in this heat. the junior Rotax. It's been an absolutely fantastic running from these drivers all the way through yesterday and again today. A very fast class, a very tough class as well, with plenty of drivers providing excellent racing. Into the final corner we go. Oh, it's signed by Billy Munger. There we go. So good luck to Freya. There we go. Green light is out. Is it not out? Is it out? It didn't come up on the screen, but I think we are. Green flag out there, and it's everyone's still going in towards turn one. A couple of cars with a bit of jostling in the mid-pack there. In towards the banking section they go. All bit of side-to-side jostling. The 27 and the 43 get together, but they keep going, albeit now at the back of the grid. The 42 there running very wide. Gabriel Stilp there gets back onto the track, into the braking zone, into the first hairpin. Good, clean start then from the entire pack. Everyone around the first couple of corners, albeit again still running a little bit wide. And who was that? Was that the 21 running wide? It was Harry Linden, also going grass tracking and bumping and barging all the way over those curbs.
I think Perrelli is in the lead of this race at the moment. Got a good little gap, but this mid-pack sort of top end towards trying to fight for the top 5 section is really starting to get a little bit perilous. Going in towards the right hand, and now 2x2, and the 14 being hung out to dry slightly as Alfie Gallagher being hung out, I think, as they can't start to. They're starting to get into single file. There's still a little bit more jostling in the background here, but leading the way by quite some margin as well is Jamie Perrelli.
Yep, Perrelli leading by 1 second, fastest lap of the race across the line. 101.76, followed by Porter, Willis, Chong, Stilp, Hart, Linden, Fairbrother, Martinsky and Mansfield rounding out the top 10 as they go through. 6.5 minutes left on the timer, and there's a lunge down the inside there. That looked to me like it was Fairbrother on Linden for 7th place. The Ultimate R driver moving up the order as warning flag out to Benjamin Ballou, the 37. Keep a close eye on that one. So 42 there. Gabriel still leading the way, the Mad Crop Promotion driver, but he loses the spot as Charlie Hart moves up for Sam Pollock Racing, getting that extra position there. Chloe Chong under pressure as well from the driver behind. It could have been Harry Linden there, I think. It was Chloe Chong, yeah, I think, on your screen as well. So orders changing all the way through as they enter the Mike Wilson complex. There on your screen, the 50 leading from Still. So as they go out over the curves, the rumble strips galore. Down the start, finish straight, and the gap has closed up at the lead because Perrelli's gap was a second. It's now only 0.4 of a second to his teammate Ryan Willis, who has closed in after setting the fastest lap of the race, 59.89. As they go over the bridge now back down the hill. And you can visibly see it there in towards hairpin 1. The gap is closing up. The top 3 of Perrelli, Willis and Porter have closed right up here.
Charlie Hart's going to join in the action sooner rather than later as well, I swear, because he can see as soon as a battle starts developing between the front lot, which I think is about to do, that's just going to bring them all back into the clutches of the top 5, rest of the top 5, shall we say. Perrelli there, he was a full second down pretty much. Willis with a 59.9 pretty, well, essentially 59.9. Perrelli with a 1 minute 0.7. But you don't need to know about the statistics because right there on your screen is all the evidence you need, isn't it? The 40 driver is still leading, but maybe not have quite the hot lap pace of his teammate behind.
There we go as they exit in towards turn 1 again. These two will now work together. Perrelli and Willis. They will go nose to tail. They'll just push each other along. They'll be frenemies for the moment, and then when it comes to the end, because they'll want that first place spot. Charlie Hart, fastest out of the race, 59.220. You were saying keep an eye on him, and proves it. 4th place there, slowly closing in that battle for first place is becoming a group of 4 now as they go in towards hairpin number 2. Perrelli yesterday had a 4th place in his first heat, 2nd in the second. Would want a race victory this time around because at the moment currently running on 6 points overall from yesterday. But they're the 24 just behind. Ryan Willis again also 7th in the point standing at the moment, 3rd place yesterday and an 11th place yesterday. So again wants that first place spot because remember first place is 0 points, 2nd place is 2 points. So there's still a big difference between the two of them as they go through turn 1 once more. Under the bridge they go. Again, that gap slowly closing in because keep an eye on Porter and Hart.
Absolutely, yeah. Having a look at Ryan Willis, he started on the 3rd row of the grid, actually. So quite a long way back. He's managed to make himself up to 2nd. Clearly didn't feel like he deserved to be that far back. He wanted to get forward as quickly as possible and put the first place man under pressure. It's now arguably a fight between the top two, but the other two, Porter and Hart, are not going anywhere, are they? Fairbrother is just a little bit further back, but again, being invited into this battle, the more that the top two sort of hold each other up somewhat. I think Willis is clearly the quicker driver as it was in the early stages, although a gap has just opened up. It's only 2/10. It's not really a gap at all, is it? Hart and Porter have swapped round positions. Hart has now gone into third place. I missed that while I was looking at the time tower. Apologies about that, but Porter now up to third. How can he push forward? Can he be the one to challenge the top two?
Yep, rest of the field as well. Fairbrother still there as well. Alfie Gallagher, Neo Clark moving up. Someone moving down the order, Chloe Chong now in 18th place. Let's have a look though. But Ben Follen, one of the big movers in this one, up 12 positions now into P14. Keep an eye there on Ben because he's running very well at the moment. That number 25 plate for Sam Pollitt Racing. Keep an eye on that one as they go through. Back here with the leaders though on your screen. And it's now looking like a big group of 5 karts now for the lead as they go through. And, of course, it gets very scrappy when they get to the end. The unwritten rule of waiting for those last 2 laps. That's the main one that you need to watch out for, the last 2 laps as they go through. There, the number 11 diving down. Fairbrother on Porter gets the job done into the Mike Wilson complex. Nice move there. And nice comfortable move up into 4th place. Moving up the order, as you see there, the next session. The senior road tax lined up there, watching from the sidelines. It's very noisy under that area there when the karts whiz past. You can't hear a thing as they go up the hill now. Look at this, lunge for the lead as Willis gets on Perrelli.
Yeah, and goes through, does Hart as well. So Perrelli's gone from first down to third in the matter of 2 corners. Good moves by them. And here comes Hart on the inside as well. On Willis, I believe that was. A great move there, but it wasn't to be. Just get that cut back to Willis. Good racecraft from him indeed. And there was a huge send up the inside by Hart. That is a show of intention if ever I've seen one.
Exactly that. Now that's allowed the rest of the pack to close up as well. Keep an eye on it. Fastest lap of the race though, 58.76 from Harry Linden, 8th place at the moment, down 3 spots, but setting the fastest lap, so keep a very close eye on that one as they go through. Here though, at the front though, it's all action as Charlie Hart now in 2nd place. Like you said, saw a lunge for the inside for the lead, but stays behind this time around, and look at that, slightly breaking away now are those top 2. The gap now, well, the battle now is less, or the time remaining, I should say, less than 1 minute. Get my words out there as they go over the bridge down. Another lunge there from Hart. Move complete. Takes the lead. Down the hill they go. And defensive goes 4th place there. Fairbrother from Porter into the hairpin. Everyone staying in a same position, but fastest lap, Gustav Uzakos, 58.7.
Yeah, and back through goes Willis on the number 50, but the 50 just pulling the same move that Willis did on him earlier on. But here comes Perrelli trying to get back past his racing teammate. This is what I wanted to get back into karting for, Anthony. You just see lunges, you see racecraft left, right and centre. You don't get this in car or bike racing, in my opinion. Karting really bleeding through. Fantastic racecraft here, and it is at the moment Hart to lead them away. He started on row 2, I think he started in 3rd place and got himself into the lead at the moment. Perrelli back up to 2nd, Willis in 3rd as we start the final lap of the race.
Yep, the top 8 separated by less than 2 seconds out there. More big lunges there because down the inside goes Perrelli. The 40 retaking the lead. Hart back down into 3rd place because Willis goes through as well. As they come back down the hill now, they'll come into view there for the rest of the paddock to see. Gabe Fairbrother as well closing in now, also in 4th place. As they go through, there's a bit of a gap between themselves and the rest of the field because Williams is there as well. Jez Williams for Vision Motorsport, the number 9, is up 9 places, but Fairbrother as well, 10 places gained.
3rd place, sorry, they're changed for 3rd place. Fairbrother has gone into 3rd, I believe. The number 11 car, yeah, he has. So the 40, Perrelli and Willis, the 2 teammates, have now got a little bit of a gap as they go towards the final couple of corners.
Yep. Final lap has been out. The checkered flag is brandishing, and it's going to be a race win for the 40 of Jamie Perrelli from Ryan Willis, Gabe Fairbrother. What a race that was, and that will be good for Perrelli because, of course, he had a tough one yesterday. He takes a race win today, and that is exactly what Perrelli needed. The rest of the field, Willis, Fairbrother, Hart, Williams, Linden. Then it was Porter, Stilp, Clark, Mansfield, the top 10. Alfie Gallagher, Oliver Martinsky, Ben Folland. Great running from Ben Folland. You know, he's up 13 positions there, finishing in P13. Spencer Burham, Ollie Stevens, Sophie Kinghorn, Jessica White up 5 positions as well. Declan Russell in 18th. Gustav Uthakos in 19th place, up 9 positions. Chloe Chong unfortunately went down the order slightly. 20th place for Chloe. Thomas Carter, Freya Belk in 22nd place with Nathan Smith, Harry Pullin, Isabella Franklin, Brentley Sims, Evie Powlin and Ben Ballou rounding out the 28 karts that took place in the Junior Road Tax first race of the day.
I'll tell you what, qualifying is one thing, isn't it? But there's nothing that compares to a bit of kart racing. Junior Road Tax giving us everything we wanted there for the kicking off this Saturday of Kartmasters, really showing the way. Hopefully the seniors have been watching that and will, you know, give us just about as good as racing as the juniors have.
Well, let's hope so, because they'll be coming up in just a moment, as there's the rest of the order just appearing on your screen, of course. An exciting first race. Let's see what we get for race number 2 of the day. It's time for Senior Road Tax. There we are then, back down on the dummy grid area with our Senior Road Tax, and there, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lewis Gilbert, the O-Plate, had a fantastic day yesterday. 2 heat wins and qualified on pole yesterday. Today was a tough day for himself because he didn't qualify on pole at the end of that one, so he needs a bit of work to do on this one. But again, a good effort at the moment. There's the number 11 on your screen there, Matty Hingley, the Ultimate R driver, currently starting on the 3rd row of the grid. But there, and then another man to keep an eye on, George Holbrook, the PF plate, 4th row of the grid as well. Keep a very close eye on that man as he's primed, ready, focusing on what's ahead. But Jack, that first race there, what do we expect from the seniors, you reckon?
Well, I'm hoping for more of the same, to be honest. It's been a while since I've been at any high-level sort of karting, and to be honest, I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for it, and I'm all here for more if I can get it. Road Tax and seniors will hopefully provide just as much fun and frantic action as the juniors did. A full field here as well, because obviously this is B versus C again. All the first starting grids are B versus C in any of the split grid races. So yeah, very much looking forward to it. It means we don't have the man who took the Road Tax Senior pole position. He'll be in the A category, which will be in a little later on. But I'm hoping that full grids means full frantic racing.
Yes, exactly that. There's the rest of the order on your screen there. The 53 on your screen. Ben Caisley for KR Sport. How was Ben Caisley's day yesterday as I try and look through my order very quickly? There, 24th place for Ben. 24th overall, 13th and 19th in his heats. But let's have a talk about the grid for race 22 of the weekend. It's time for Senior Road Tax Grid. Here's how they'll line up then for the second race of the day. Tristan Rennie on the front row with Harrison Collins alongside Lewis Gilbert and Edward Matthews on row 2 with Matty Hinchley and James Lingard on row 3. George Holbrook, the PF plate, on row 4 with Jake Gresty alongside for company. Harry Holland and Will Ellswood on row 5 with Darryl DeLeon and Alex Hughes on row number 6, the 2 KR Sport teammates. KR Sports next driver, Kieran Kay on row 7 with Jack Stedman on alongside. Then it's Sam Sansbury and Ben Caisley on row 8, Spencer Shinner and Nathan Chafer on row 9, the 99 plate with Alex Eves and Lewis Smith on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Josh Powlin and Ryan Garvey on row 11 with Luke Wooder, the E plate, and Tyler Jex, or Jexy as he likes to be called, on row 12. Then it's Madison Foley, Ben Hearsay on row 13 with Gary Bird, Drew Perry, Kaylee Cole and Thomas Neal on row 15. Rounding out the grid on the 16th row is Chris Simpson, who's also one of our cameramen here this weekend, called Chris Simpson. There we go.
I don't imagine he's doing that at the same time.
No, it's definitely not the same person.
Rounding out, coming round to the last couple of corners before we get started, Jan Encherman as well on YouTube. Who are the commentators? My name is Jack Olsen, alongside me, Jordan, the lead commentator for Alpha Live. Coming round the the final corner, the engine notes start to rise, and we're about to get racing here for the Senior Road Tax B versus C Heat 1 of Saturday at Kartmasters.
Green flag out then, good start as they go in. A couple of cars running onto the grass there. Who was that? It was one of the KR Sport cars from the mid-pack. They get back onto the track and keep going. I think that was the 38 potentially of the corner of my eye. I couldn't quite see the number. As they go over the bridge, down the hill they go. The 74, Tristan Rennie, already with a gap as the rest of the field from third backwards are all going defensive. Gilbert there, still in third place, leading that pack. Had to go super defensive because he had Edward Matthews, Matty Hingley, James Lingard all there right behind for company. So he had to keep a very close eye on that inside. But at the front, it's Rennie and Collins who are breaking away from the main pack as they head out of the Fullerton S's into the Mike Wilson complex. And a good start then from the entire field.
Yeah, how long will this gap last? I reckon about half a lap though, because that's exactly what we saw in the juniors. Karters don't really manage to go and get a massive lead and keep it, do you? You do sometimes manage to get reined in, but it looks like we've got a relatively clean start on lap 1, which is everything we were hoping for and more, as Rennie goes across the line, keeping that first position. Matthews in second, Gilbert in third, fourth is Collins, Holland in fifth.
Yep, Hingley on Holland though, because that change has now been made, it looks like. So sixth place, or fifth place, has swapped over as they go through. And again, Holland going very defensive there into the braking zone, as that was, I think, the Potenza car potentially going through. As again, a bit of jostling in the mid-pack there as they exit out of hairpin number 2 here, back at the sharper end, because the 96 of Collins has got past his teammate by the looks of it as well. The 74 has followed suit. So Tristan Rennie, in fact, yeah, what happened to Tristan Rennie? He's all the way back. Yeah, he's all the way back and forth. What happened to him? Is Lewis Gilbert leading this race? He is indeed. Yes, Lewis Gilbert's leading this race. It's not updated on my timing screen as they go across the line. Yes, it does indeed update. So Gilbert now leading the way from Collins, Rennie, Matthews, Hingley. Then it's Lingard, Holland, Holbrook, Gresty in 9th place. Ellswood in 10th place as well as they go through. 5.5 minutes left, plus that one additional lap. Breakaway from the top 5.
Yeah, I think it all got mixed up in the first hairpin just out of camera shot. As we were looking a little bit further back, there were some lunges, but look at this, top 5 still within arm's reach. Only one of these 5 drivers could win this. 5.5 minutes left, plus obviously that final lap. These races are going to absolutely fly by the more that these guys fight each other. I tell you what, it will fly by for us, Anthony, and those of you at home watching this incredible racing. These guys in the kart will be exhausted when they came back out. They'll be deserving of their bacon butties in the lunch break.
Oh yeah, I suspect so. There was a bit of contact in the further back of the paddock. There was a kart facing the wrong way by the exit of the first hairpin as they go through. Let's have a look at some of the bigger movers out there as well. Alex Eads currently in 13th place, up 6 positions. Now actually in 14th place. Lewis Smith, another big mover, but 5 positions. 15th place at the moment. Rest of the field going through. Thomas Neal as well, 25th. Big mover there as well. Drew Perry in 23rd with a good move up as well. George Holbrook, though, the PF plate, fastest lap of the race. 57.35, currently in 7th place at the back of this group as they go through.
Yeah, some love in for Gresty on the YouTube chat as well. And just having a look at some of the other drivers in the Motorsport plate. The E-plate, Luke Wooder, not having such a brilliant time of it today. So far qualified, I think he started on row 12. He hasn't really carried on much better than that. He's in 20th place at the moment. Obviously, the PF of George Holbrook just set the fastest lap of the race, but he's in 6th at the moment. A little bit better than maybe where he qualified. I think it's just a bit better than where he qualified, but he's still not going to be particularly pleased with that one, I'm sure. Somebody such a specialist around PF, to have the PF plate, will be hoping for race victories.
Well, exactly that. You can just see there the PF plate in the background, but down the inside goes Hingley on Edwards. Moves up now into P4. Gets that job done nicely as George Holbrook, again, another fastest lap of the race, is closing in on this lead group and is bringing along the 36 of James Lingard as well on that Tony Kart chassis just in the background. So keep a very close eye on those two as they close in on these front 5 karts as they go out of the second hairpin in towards the Fullerton S's. Heavy on the brakes, quick steering movements again as you go through, super fast and very wide there goes Hingley all the way and a little bit extra onto that rumble strip.
Yeah, Gilbert in the O-plate is really doing a fantastic job here of extending slightly every lap. He's only getting a tenth out of the car, but that is still really good and shows that the drivers behind him can't quite live with the pace at the moment. And even if they could catch up, it's whether or not they'd be actually able to overtake, as we're seeing defensive moves in the background there. This is for, I think, around about 8th position. That's the 71 of Holbrook.
Yeah, it's Holland, actually. It's Harry Holland on the 9th place with Darryl Delay on the 14, who broke down in qualifying as Luke Wood of the E-plate gets a 5-second time penalty. That's not what he needs as they go through. Now look at that, hand signals there from Hingley saying, come on, let's concentrate, let's catch up, because they're starting to break away. The PF8 of Holbrook and Lingard are still right there as well, just behind. They're closing in on these two as well. But at the front, Lewis Gilbert for the Potenza team, the Scottish driver, has opened up a gap of nearly 0.6 of a second, or over 0.6 of a second, and a warning flag to Darryl DeLeon.
Yeah, Hingley actually just made his move through on Matthews, on Rennie, which is why he was giving the old sort of hand signals, maybe, you know, come on, let's catch the first guys, because it wasn't working the other way around, so let's try it this way around. Holbrook goes through on Matthews as well, so Gilbert's still leading the way, but they're slotting through in different positions, aren't they, as DeLeon, as I said, gets the warning flag.
Jake Gresty up now into P12. He's down 4 spots from his original starting spot, but he is making moves now, and he's moving back up the order. Alex Eads again up into P13 also, as the rest of the field come through. Thomas Neal and Chris Simpson. Chris Simpson's a DNS, so he's not started this race, and Thomas Neal has retired from the race as well. He's coming to the pit lane, the 98. That's a big shame, as down the inside looks the 74 of Tristan Rennie on Hingley, but couldn't complete it. And a bit of jostling there, as well as defensive moves comes in from the PF plate as well of Holbrook as they go through, but they all switch around, and the timing board will update as they exit out of the Mike Wilson complex onto the start-finish straight. Here's how they look then after that lap. It's Gilbert, Collins, Hingley, Holbrook, Rennie, Matthews, Lingard, Ellswood, top 8, Holland, and it is Kieran Kay in 9th place with Darryl DeLeon in 10th.
Yeah, and that is Hingley even going in to 2nd place on Collins, I believe. So Hingley really pushing through the order, and so is Holbrook, obviously making his way into 4th. Really good, strong pace and racecraft from these guys so far. That little battle between Rennie and Holbrook actually was really very tasty indeed. Hoping to see more of that igniting throughout the field. Gilbert leading the way, but Collins, Hingley, Holbrook and Rennie all look to be trying to swap positions with each other going into the final couple of stages. We're about, I think they might even get 2 more laps out of this, because obviously there's the last 30 seconds plus a lap.
Yep, indeed. So the last lap ball will probably be out next time around. Now, this is important here at this front, because Harrison Collins, the 96, he's currently 3rd in the points at the moment, currently with 5 points. So he needs to get sharp up on that top end. He doesn't want to be in 3rd, because that's another 3 points coming his way as they go through. Matty Hingley, on the other hand, as well. This is much better from Matty Hingley, because at the moment, he's 20th in the points at the moment. So he had a 2nd place finish in his first heat and a 28th. So this is much better for Matty Hingley. Again, another 2nd place. This will be good for him. Under braking, though, battle for 4th place as Holbrook closing in on Collins. The 2 teammates side by side now into hairpin number 2. The switchover move there. Good stuff from Holbrook as he's got the inside line. No, he can't quite do it there. Collins covers that off. Holbrook has to hold back.
Yeah, probably sensible driving, to be honest. And you mentioned about the point system earlier on just then. They're all conceding points, or adding points on to their tally compared to Lewis Gilbert. This will be 3 out of 3 if he can hold it, and he's only got 1 more lap to do it as well. Got a good margin as the PF plate pushes hard. That is Holbrook on Collins. This is going to be very interesting between the 2 teammates going under the Litchfield Bridge, pushing through the left-hander over the bridge now. It's just about holding on, but they're going to go into the deep braking zone to the 2 hairpins, and they're already going defensive. Look at this, Collins going defensive very early. The PF plate flying around the outside. It's a lot of momentum to carry, and very much trust holding in the driver to not push you out onto the grass as they're inviting another one of their teammates.
Yep, Edward Matthews as well is closing in on this pack, as well as the 74 of Tristan Rennie and Will Ellswood. So eyes definitely on the battle for 3rd place at the moment, because Lewis Gilbert's checked out. Matty Hingley is checked out as well, 1st and 2nd, as they enter the final couple of corners now. This on your screen, the battle for 3rd place as they exit through, as contact there as the 79 and 31 are off the track. That is Gresty and Sam Stansbury, but the checker flag goes out to Lewis Gilbert, Matty Hingley and Harrison Collins, the top three.
Yeah, good drive by them. Fantastic race in race 3. I can tell you that the drivers are trying to get out of that kart at the moment. It's a pretty big contact, but we'll give you more information as soon as we can. But that is the senior road tax. And in fact, there we go. That's a great sign, isn't it? The 79 driver just getting out of his kart there and luckily walking away all right. The other driver has as well. So unfortunate on the last lap, but that sometimes can happen in the heat of battle.
Yeah, it can. So big shame for Gresty there. Lots of support on the stream for him. So hopefully he can hear the PA system knowing that he had the viewers there watching his race. So big shame for Gresty. Lewis Gilbert, though, takes the race win for the first heat for senior road tax from Matty Hingley, Harrison Collins, George Holbrook, Edward Matthews, Tristan Rennie, Will Ellswood, James Lingard, Darren DeLeon, Kieran Kay, sorry, I should say, Harry Holland, and Alex Eade round out the top 12. Good big moves there from those drivers. Nathan Schaefer in 13th, Ben Casely. Then it's Alex Hughes, Jack Stedman, Lewis Smith, Drew Perry, Ryan Garvey, Luke Wooder with that 5-second time penalty, as well as Darrell DeLeon. Darrell DeLeon also got a 5-second time penalty in that race. Then it's Josh Powlin, Spencer Shinner, Tyler Jex, Ben Hearsay. Then it's Madison Foley, Kaylee Cole, and Gary Bird rounding out the 27 karts that finished the race. We lost Jake Gresty, we lost Sam Stansbury, and Thomas Neal with Chris Simpson not starting. Well, again, an excellent race for the senior road tax. Nice and busy for us to keep our eyes on. It's now time, though, for Minimax. So the Minimax grid now on your screens. They're lining themselves up ready to go for their race. The 49, Adam Wooden, you can see there. Chaos Sport having words of encouragement there. The 20 on your screen. Freddie Housley, Sam Pollock Racing. The number 5, the seeded driver, Ben Crossley, Vision Motorsport. Keep a close eye on him as they go through the 54 as well on your screen. Devon Nolan, SFR Motorsport, Zenon chassis there, as we see. Nice helmet designs all the way through this paddock, isn't it? So 57 as well there on your screen. Leighton Cooper, Download Racing, the 27 as well. Damien Barras-Hadgett, he's had a good day so far. Ingram Hill, as I say, it's not related to either Tom Hingram or Graham Hill. So he's just got both their surnames in his own surname. Okay. But Minimax yesterday, Reg Hayward was the man to beat. 3rd in qualifying, 2 heat wins. Blake Ticehurst, the O plate, 8th in qualifying, and 2 second places. So keep a very close eye on those drivers because they're wanting to capitalise in today's races as well, as the cameraman sweeps over to the right-hand side of the paddock. But Minimax about to take the way to the track. Let's have a look at the grid then for Minimax for their first heat of the day. 3rd race for us for the Saturday worth of racing. Here's how they're going to line up then for Minimax. Ethan Jeff Hall starting on the front row. Let's see if we can actually get a race win this time and not end up with the scrutineering. There, we don't want that one. Harrison Crowther and Chase Fernandez just behind it as well. Blake Ticehurst rounding out row number 2. Ewan Charman and Reg Hayward, the man to beat, starting on the 3rd row with Adam Wooden and Michael Walker on row 4. Freddie Housley and Andrew Douglas on row 5 with Ben Crossley and Liam Hartley on row number 6. Joshua Camp and Oliver Bocock on row 7 with Devon Nolan and Joe Anderson on row number 8. Then it's James Sherrington, Oliver Smith on row 9 with Leighton Cooper and Aaron Full, the 6th plate, the seeded driver, in 10 on the row number 10. Damien Barras-Hadgett and Seth Hathaway on row 11 with Thomas Ingram Hill and Harrison Morrow alongside on row 12. Rounding out the grid on row 13 is Scott Marsh and Sasha Bagley, who hopefully is here because she had an accident coming out of the pit lane yesterday. I am not sure if she's here, because I know she went to the local hospital and got some x-rays done, so I'm not sure if she is here or not. So we do hope that she is. I can't remember if she was at qualifying. I should have remembered that, really should have. Yeah, to go through. Just say that she hasn't dropped up out of the pit lane, so yeah, I don't think Sasha Bagley or Scott Marsh has left the pit lane, so that's a shame for those two drivers. The last cut there you can see is the 75, which is Harrison Morrow. So yeah, it looks like we're missing our last two drivers off the grid.
Yeah, hopefully Sasha Bagley, if anybody of relation to Sasha is watching, maybe they can drop a comment and
let us know how she is.
Yeah, exactly, because we would like to know. Obviously, we do worry about drivers when they have to be seen to, but the drivers are about to come around the final corner, and these mini-maxes are about to give us a fantastic race, I'm sure.
They will indeed. Into the tram lines they go. Is it green flag? Yes, it is. Green flag, and away they go in towards turn one. Again, good start from the entirety of the field. Everyone getting around turn one, and up the banking they go now. Slightly wide there goes one of the drivers. It was a 38 who goes wide. Oliver Smith, but brings it back onto the track, albeit now a little further down the order as they come down the hill now. Look for the lead there, because down the inside goes the number 12 of Ethan Jeff Hall to retake the lead into hairpin number 1. And again, you can see there the 90 of Chase Fernandez battling furiously at the front, goes slightly wide, and the number 7 of Harrison Crowther retakes second place. Fernandez having to go defensive, but the 42 of Charman dives to the inside, moves up now into P3.
Yeah, fast and frantic at the start of this race, isn't it? And we haven't quite seen when the number 37 of Reg Hayward is yet. In fact, there he is, just behind the number 20. In fact, I think Hayward's about 5th or 6th. We'll know as soon as they cross the line in about 10 seconds' time. So a real frantic start right at the front of the order. And it's not done and dusted there, because I can tell you that the front two are nose to tail with each other. Jeff Hall and Crowther going under the bridge here. Just a dive into the inside there by the number 90 of Fernandez into 3rd place, just getting past Charman there. And a great start by these drivers, keeping it clean. I have to say, the race starts, touch wood, have been fantastic so far.
There we go, good stuff from there. And I have thank you very much to Jack West for letting us know of Sasha's condition there. So there we go. So out of the hairpin number 1, down the inside again goes Crowther and gets past Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall now under pressure as well from Fernandez, but Fernandez slots back into position now. The 90 there in 3rd place, getting the job done there. But down the inside there on Charman comes there the 37 of Hayward, moves up into the order there. And as they exit through the Mike Wilson complex, round in towards the final corner, once again the timing tower will update and it will tell us our new position as they cross the line. Crowther, Jeff Hall, Fernandez, Hayward, then it's Charman, Housley, Ticehurst, Wooden, Douglas, Walker, the top 10. Aaron Full up 9 positions at the moment. The number 6 seeded driver there in 11th place. Good start from Aaron. Then it's Ben Crossley in 12th place at the moment. Then it's Joshua Camp in 13th. Liam Hartley and Bocock rounding out the top 15. Down the inside goes Hayward on Ethan Jeff Hall. Moves up into P2.
Yeah, Fernandez got through as well while we're doing that rundown. He's in the race lead, but for how much longer? Hayward, I'm sure, will be keen to try and get past his Croft. I've actually lost who that was. Apologies there, but Crowther at the moment in the 3rd place position as Fernandez. Hayward goes to the inside of Fernandez and takes that race lead.
Yes, it does indeed as it goes through there. This is exactly what Reg Hayward wants. A repeat of yesterday, another race win to get as minimal points as possible. And as they go across the line, the rest of the field slot through once more. Again, good jostling all the way through the pack. Eyes at the moment on this top 3 breakaway as down the inside goes Fernandez once more, and Ethan Jeff Hall as well, 2 in 1 through the banking and across the bridge. Jeff Hall now retakes the lead as they come back into view down the hill. Defensive goes Jeff Hall. That's allowing the rest of the pack to come up as Fernandez tried to go round the outside there, couldn't quite do it, slots back into place. Great racing from these drivers and confusion from Fernandez because he's saying, what are you doing? Go, stop defending because I just want to follow you and pull away.
Crowther goes through on Hayward as well. So Crowther back up to the top 3. Hayward, once he got into the race lead, he could be forgiven for mistaking that he was going to just pull away. Now he's in 4th all of a sudden, gone from 1st to 4th in the space of half a lap, but into the race lead is gone. The number 12 of Jeff Hale, obviously qualified on pole position. hoping to maybe pull away from it, but it's not going to go his own way now, is it? Look at this, it's pretty much 7 for the race lead, all the way down to the O plate of Ticehurst.
Yep, Ticehurst as well went down the inside there. Freddie Housley in towards turn 1. I don't think the move was made as they go through, but he did have a brief look of it. 3.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Over the bridge they go, no position changes. Ben Crossley, fastest lap of the race, 101.830, currently in 10th place as Fernandez down the inside, and look at that, Crowther follows too.
Yeah, and so does Hayward, so all of a sudden Jeff Hale goes from first down to 4th, and it's just as quick as that, isn't it, as the number 12 goes through as well. I tell you what, they're just swapping over positions so quickly, it's hard to keep an eye on here, but the leader is Fernandez again, just ahead of Crowther, back up again in the order. And that's the thing, isn't it? You can lose the position, you can go from first down to 5th, but within 2 laps you'll be back up to 2nd within an instant.
Yeah, yesterday for Fernandez it was a 3rd and an 11th place finish. This is a much better performance that we're seeing from the 90 driver. Across the line now, 2nd place as the 7 of Crowther leads the way across the line. Even Jeff Hall still there in 3rd with Charman. Ticehurst, the O-plate with a warning flag, as well as down the inside there goes the 37 of Hayward on Charman, moving up now into P4 as Michael Walker, fastest lap of the race in 13th, as it's 3 wide into the braking zone of hairpin 1. Everyone gets through, position changes. It was quite hard to see there, Charman and Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall saying, come on, think, don't go do it, but then down the inside there goes Hayward, moves back up another position, albeit now Crowther breaking away as these guys scrap behind.
Yeah, there's no room for negotiating. It's like driving in London, isn't it? Just 40 way in and hope for the best. And that's exactly what these drivers are doing. I have to say as well, there's good racing respect all through the field so far. We haven't seen anybody giving, shall we say, 14 wide or 14 deep into the corners as of yet. It has been very good in terms of the standard of the driving that we've seen out there at the moment. Crowther then comes across the line with 1:43 plus a lap to go. Fernandez in 2nd, Jeff Hale in 3rd, Hayward up to 4th, Charman down to 5th. But look at this, Fernandez goes through on Crowther. So Crowther back into the race lead.
Yep, good stuff then from the entirety of the field as they go down the hill now into the braking zone. Once more, it's Crowther for the race lead. God blimey, there's more race lead changes in this race alone than there is in an entire F1 season. Here we go, this is excellent stuff as they go through there. The 42 and the 12 side by side now. Jeff Hall and Charman as they go through. Jeff Hall manages to hold it round the outside as they go through. The Fullerton S's in towards the Mike Wilson complex they go. The O-plate there of Blake Ticehurst is making moves as well because he's all the way up there in, I think, about 5th or 4th now. So that's great stuff from there. But here at the front, Crowther and Hayward, their nose to tail across the line they go, and you can see them saying, look, and there was a nod there as well. So the 2 Coles Racing drivers now of Hayward and Crowther, I think they're in agreement here to work together. What can Fernandez do? Because Fernandez will have seen that communication and think, I need to separate these 2 drivers, because if I don't, they're going to break away.
Well, Fernandez has been in the race lead about 4 or 5 times this race, hasn't he? And he can't believe probably that he sat in 3rd place on what will be the penultimate lap as well. They're all queuing up with each other again, and I tell you what, they've invited more and more drivers. I'd say there's probably, looking out the window, there's about 10 drivers involved. There's a big send up into the 2nd apex. There's a little bit of contact, maybe a little bit of a hand signal as well, as the number 7 car of Crowford has just got a little bit defensive, isn't he? He's a little bit worried about Hayward here, as Hayward's probably a little bit more worried about Fernandez behind him, as Hayward gets nudged wide by Fernandez. He'll have the inside for the left-hander. That's going to be crucial as Fernandez gets hung out to dry. A lot of drivers going past there as you on to the last lap.
Yep, Ethan Jeff Hall took full advantage of that one. Is now up into P2 as Hayward's right behind. Final lap board goes out for Heat 1 for Minimax on the Saturday. This is more like a final that we're seeing as Hayward down the inside. Oh, he almost gets his nose cone ripped off there by Jeff Hall. Charman's right there as well. The 42 has closed up into 4th place. At the moment, though, this has worked out great for Crowther in the number 7, who goes defensive, but it's not needed as the 12 of Ethan Jeff Hall sticks to that line, closes up the gap as the rest of the order slots in as well. The 4 gets nerfed off slightly wide. It's Andrew Douglas for Coles Racing as well. He's brought into this pack now. Also there in the white helmet that you can see over the shoulder goes Ethan Jeff Hall. Oh, but Ethan Jeff Hall's taken the lead by the looks of it. He has. Jeff Hall has got the lead out of nowhere. The gap was massive, but he closed it up into the second hairpin as there's contact in the background. Chase Fernandez spins. The 74 spins as well. The 6 of full is off the track as well. Oh, it's carnage into the Fullerton S's, but here at the front again, it's Ethan Jeff Hall out of the final corner. Is going to get the checker flag momentarily from Crowther. As they cross the line, you can see what it means as Hayward finishes in 3rd.
I'm not sure what's beaten quicker, their pistons and their engine or my heart. That was absolutely mega racing. Congrats all round. Real shame that we saw some upset drivers, shall we say, at the end of it, but brilliant race. I'm sure everybody in the YouTube comments and chat will be saying the same thing about how exciting that was. A real dogfight, says Jack West, and that's exactly what it was. And yeah, I can't wait to see those guys again. That was fantastic.
Well, there it is on your screen. Ethan Jeff Hall, your provisional race winner. Of course, it's all pending scrutineering and everything like that. So, yes, indeed. Oh, I have to calm down. I might have to have a jelly baby after that one.
Oh, don't get too carried away.
Goodness me. There is the provisional race results then on your screen. Ethan Jeff Hall, Harrison Crowther, Reg Hayward were the top 3 with Charman, Ticehurst, Douglas and Wooden rounding out the top 7. Then it was Hartley, Walker, Crossley, Cooper, Barris Hadgett in the top 12 with Oliver Smith and Seth Hathaway in 14th place, up 8 positions. Oliver Bocock took 15th place with Thomas Ingram Hill, up 7 places in 16th. And it was Joe Anderson, Chase Fernandez, Aaron Full. Those two after the spin earlier on the final lap, they finish 18th and 19th. James Sherrington finishes in 20th place with Devon Nolan and Harrison Morrow in 22nd place, up 2 positions. Well, an exciting end to the Mini Max race, I have to say. It's time now for the Rumble in the Jungle. It's time for the 4-stroke Honda Cadets. Honda Cadet. Now 4 strokes as we go through, or if Henry was here, he'd call them Cadet Honda, but I tell him off all the time, it's Honda Cadet. There we go. It sounds better. Then it's like, I mean, yeah, there you go. That's a discussion I'll have with Henry tomorrow.
I was going to say that's Henry's one, but it's, we got the Honda Cadet today, and yeah, looking down the order. And I tell you what, would they have been watching that senior Rotax a couple of years' time? That might be these drivers flying out there, trying to get as close as they can to the Mini Maxes. But at the moment, learning their way in the Honda little wave there for the camera. Always nice to see as well. Some of these drivers like to interact. Some of them like to just get on with the racing. That hold their wheel there. He sees the camera and goes, oh god, I better look prepared. I better look like I'm taking this serious, which I'm sure he is. No split grid for the Honda Cadets. Of course, this is just heat 3 of the weekend. Looking very serious there. Not sure which number that is, but making sure that we know who's been in business in the car there.
Yes, indeed. Very close to that one. That's the nice thumbs up there. Steering, synergy, comfortable, ready to go. Now these guys always give us a train, don't they? It's always a long train. There's standing start for this one, of course, as they'll go through. Many of them, but yeah, you'll see their karts. They'll try their best to try and angle their karts more to the inside to try and get that line to that inside line. You'll see them all dive to it. It's a completely dry line. Yesterday they had kind of a half and half, slightly damp, slightly dry, as you see the 80 there getting himself pumped up, ready to go. A fist bump there for Leon Hasty for the SFR Motorsport team. So, ready to go. And for some of our youngest drivers in these classes, Jack West again supporting everyone of his ambition teammates.
Yeah, just waiting at the last couple of minutes just while we get ready for the green flag. So in fact, the green flag being held up now. So I think we can, you can take us round to the grid, Anthony.
Let's do that, shall we? Let's have a look at the grid for our Honda Cadet race then. Race 24 of the weekend, Heat 3 in total, and it's Max Cuthbert starting on the front row with PF plate Noah Wolf alongside Joshua Graham and Aris Majoukas on row number 2. Timo Youngling and Kenzo Craigie on row 3 with Harrison Whitcomb and Joshua Smith, the E-plate, on row 4. Cole Denham and Jarek Clark on row 5 with Leon Hasty on row 6 with William Murphy alongside the number 25. Thomas Spearing and Luca Ballack on row 6 with Max Endicott and Noah Barham. Then it is Alfie Mew and Albert Friend on row 9 and the 91. Oliver Meek and Anthony Parfit rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Kaiser Raymond and Gregor Reed on row 11 with Harry Frail and Alexander Kowajikov on row 12. Harry Taylor and Noah Pikes on row 13 with Finley Smith and Ryan White on row 14. Rounding out the grid with 30 karts on row 15, it's Charlie Wolfett and Owen Neve. Take a breath. Thank you.
I was going to say, Max, actually, before the pole sitter, Max Cuthbert, who's obviously on pole position. I mentioned before that he did a lot of videos and was quite interested in the touring cars and basically everything racing. I unfortunately got him mixed up with another driver. I got him mixed up with a guy called Ty Cuthbert, who I'm sure you could understand me getting mixed up there. Apologies. It was actually my dad who texted me saying actually it's Ty instead of Max. So nice to know he's watching. So hello, Paul, i.e. Dad. Coming around the final corner, though, we're about to get racing here, Anthony.
We are indeed, yes. Grid start for the Honda Cadets.
Oh,
again, they're testing their steering. At the moment, they're on the way to the grid. Nigel Edwards at the front there saying, right, stop.
Stop.
There we go, as they get themselves all lined up. Now, look, you can see there, some of them have slightly angled their cars. Look, they're being pushed back now to say, no, you regrid that one. You regrid that one straight, please. There you go.
They haven't done their driving test. Well, they've done their race license test, but they haven't done their driving test. They don't know how to park these cars yet. And there's no reverse gear, always a little bit tricky. But yeah, sort of unique in the nature of the Kartmasters, to be honest. The 4 strokes here getting a little bit, well, they're gridded up before they just let rip, shall we say. But the green flag is out. Max Cuthbert on pole position with Noah Wolf, who's taken a lot of the points, there has to be said, or lack of points, in second position. And he's trying to cut off the number 4 already. That was a huge move over to try and cut off Joshua Graham. But I think Max Cuthbert has held the race lead so far.
Yep, good start then from the Honda Cadets. As you can see, they all dive to the inside as the 4-stroke rumble takes us away. And up the hill they go over the bridge there. Good start from the entirety of the field as they all slot in. A bit of side-by-side action at the mid-pack section to the Ambition karts being very ambitious, I will say, with their steering corrections. But look at that, Timo Youngling round the outside. And it looks like that's Youngling for the race lead. If I'm correct, it is the number 8 with a fantastic start. Already taking the lead. Noah Wolf, you can see there, the PF plate is struggling, has dropped down the order, looks like he's in around 5th or 6th and goes defensive into the Fullerton S's, comes back onto the racing line, down the inside, the E plate there of Joshua Smith, Project 1, dives down the inside, gets a good move there. You can see Majoukas there, diving down the inside as well. You can see from the eyes there, the 66 there of Harrison Whitcomb, Synergy factory team has fallen slightly back there as well. You can see him with the red helmet, red suit, just in the back of your shot. As they come back across the line here, it is as they go. Youngling from Cuthbert, Graham, Craigie, Wolf, Denham, Majouskis, Hasty, Smith and Whitcomb, the top 10.
The only driver to have not really made any moves or any progress or regression is Graham in 3rd place after that lap, actually. Everybody else has moved about, and the top 4 starting to break away slightly. As soon as they start making moves on each other, of course, they'll be inviting pressure for the next 4, or the next 5, actually. The gap in behind, but here we go, is Youngling going a little bit wide. And I think that's Cuthbert taking the race lead yet again. So, again, this is just going to be like every other race we've seen. Plenty of changing for positions. Cuthbert into the race lead, retaining, or retaking even, shall I say, that race lead ahead of Youngling. Graham in 3rd place, Craigie in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, this is a good running from Kenzo Craigie, the 44. You can see at the back of this group of 4, the white helmet, blue suit. He had a tough day yesterday, currently 10th in the standings. He was qualified 10th. He's had 7th place in his first heat. He had 15th place in his second. To get here in the top 5 is excellent for him. And here we go, Youngling down the inside of Cuthbert, gets it done, and Cuthbert all the way back to 4th. That's what it means to have the toe.
Well, exactly that, isn't it? You've really got to plan and strategize this race. It reminds me of classic minis racing around Thruxton, doesn't it? Really, it was the fact that you don't really want to be leading on the final lap because you want to have that. So you want to go from about second or third on the grid to try and fly up the order as best you can. Youngling back into the lead with the number 4 of Graham into second place now. I think that's the Craigie in third now. So yeah, very interesting to see how they swapped over. But look at this. You talked about the train. You've got one.
Yep.
Look at this. It's the LNER has pulled into the station, and all of a sudden we've got about 9, potentially 10 drivers all for the race lead.
Exactly. This train surface won't be delayed, though.
Unlike LNER.
Yeah. From 1st to 18th is one long battle all the way to nearly the back of the grid, and leading the way out of the final corner is Timo Youngling. The most important thing you need to remember is that by the time they get to the end of the straight, there isn't enough waft in these 4-stroke Honda engines to get alongside and get a pass. It's only if you make a mistake out of the final corner. Into the banking they go. No lunges with this top 6 because Noah Wolf has just lynched onto the back of it. I say it's top 6, top 5. Luca Ballack, though, the 28th, fastest lap of the race, 107.160, currently in 12th place.
Yeah, having a look, Wolf in 5th position at the moment. He obviously took a lot of points, is flying up the inside there. I believe as Cuthbert trying to take 4th position and hanging at 44. Craigie out to dry. All of a sudden, Craigie's dropped from that top 4 now. He's probably into that top 5 battle more than anything else. Youngling still leading the way, pulling a little bit with Graham ahead of Craigie. That'll probably disappear in about a lap, but it gives them a lap of breathing room as out to dry. There is the 44 yet again. I think of Craigie.
Yeah, Kenzo Craigie not having the best of laps this time around. Unfortunately, has been pushed down quite a few positions, which is a big shame. But, of course, you can still gain that time. You can still gain those positions. You just got to concentrate, focus, think, get in that pack, get in the slipstream. It's all about being in the right place at the right time in Honda Cadet as we go through. We watch here the battle for 3rd place. Noah Wolf and Max Cuthbert, the 2 teammates, nose to tail as they go through, trying to close up the gap of Joshua Graham, the 4, and Timo Youngling, the 8.
Yeah, the E plate, Joshua Smith as well, all the way back down the order. So again, some strong contenders. That just goes to show how strong this grid is. Without the fact that an E plate can be all the way down in 9th going into the final couple of laps. And again, that top 2, they broke away from the 3rd and 4th. All of a sudden, they're back together.
William Murphy, the fastest lap of the race, currently in 10th. He qualified on pole yesterday in the Honda Cadet class, and he is showing us his pace today in the heats. He's closing that gap up as well and working his way through the field. He's up 2 positions at the moment, as again, that looked like Craigie getting washed out slightly wide there. Now the battle here is heating up at the front because 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th and now one big group once more as they exit the Mike Wilson complex in towards the final corner. They go back onto the start, finish straight, line astern. Oh, look where you're going, Timo Youngling. You almost went off the track there as they exit now back in towards turn number 1. Lost quite a bit of momentum there, did Youngling, and now he's got the pack breathing down his neck of Graham and Wolf.
Don't drive in your mirrors is what they'd be saying if they actually had mirrors, but the karting version is don't look over your shoulder, isn't it? You've got to make sure you know where you're going, and if you're going to look over your shoulder, at least do it in the middle of a straight. Don't do it coming out of a corner or going into a corner, because you'll miss your braking zone. If you're the PF plate of Noah Wolf, you don't need someone to miss your braking zone, because you'll just go up the inside anyway. Through into 2nd place on Josh Graham. And that is the PF of Noah Wolf. He's got a 1st and a 3rd yesterday. Well, he's going for the 1, 2, 3, isn't he? The full house here this evening. This afternoon. He'll be hoping, actually, probably to take another 1st, to be honest.
Keeping an eye all the way through the pack. Some of the big movers. 17th place, Owen Neve for 65, up 13 places at the moment. Good run from Owen Neve. Had a tough day yesterday as well. Currently 15th in the points. He had Owen Neve actually had a race win yesterday, but then he had a 29th place finish yesterday.
That's going for a race lead here for Noah Wolf, and through goes Josh Graham as well. So all of a sudden, Timo Youngling must have had a bit of a mistake coming out of the final corner. Slots down into 3rd. He's probably actually got away with the fact that Cuthbert and Denholm and Maszewski is actually, fighting just behind.
Kenzo Craigie, fastest lap of the race. He's got the waft back in that Honda Cadet. He has young Craigie, and you can see him right there in 5th place. I believe that's him. Yes, it is indeed. 5th place for Kenzo Craigie, back in that 44. Again, right place, right time, closing back in. Let's see if we can have a second attempt at it as they go through. 30 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board might come out this time. We're not too sure. Let's find out if they can get round in time. It could be a close one. The last lap board is primed and ready on the start-finish line, but will it go out this time? I think it will, with only 10 seconds really to go. It looks like last lap board will be out this time. Who's going to take the win for Honda Cadet in their third heat of the weekend? 5 seconds to go. Wolf leading the way from Graham and Timo Youngling. Last lap board is out.
Yeah, it came out very late though, didn't it? I was not sure, although it was probably lit up on the gantry as well, because they have some fancy systems here. So this is the last lap. Noah Wolf will know that, but so will Graham, and so will Youngling. Youngling obviously will want to take that race victory. He probably feels like he deserves it. A third is not to be sniffed at, having said that, but Wolf, again, pretty dominant this race.
Kenzo Craigie, fastest lap of the race. Furious hand movements there saying, go, 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 let's close in on them. Craigie goes down the inside, moves up into P4. Now he's got to try and latch onto the back of this group, but he's got to do it fast, and he's expecting these drivers to start battling, and they do battle, because look at that, Graham with a bit of contact there. Wolf goes slightly backwards there, and Youngling goes through, so Wolf now into P3 as they go through the Fullerton S's now in towards the Mike Wilson complex there. A big look over the shoulder from Graham as Youngling goes through into second place, and now as they exit through into the tight area there.
In the lead.
He is indeed. Youngling in the lead there. We've got the back. Wolf in second place. Graham there. Kenzo Craigie's dropped back into fifth place, but out of the final corner. Checker flag's going to come out to Graham, and a hand up from Wolf as they go across the line. Graham crosses in third, and it was Denham who finished in fourth place, up 5 places. Great result for Denham. Kenzo Craigie, good recovery drive back into fifth place. Max Cuthbert in sixth as Aris Majukas, William Murphy, and Luca Ballack with Leon Hasty rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, I think maybe Noah Wolf will probably be having a little word with Joshua Gray, because it looked like there was a touch of contact, a little bit of a push wide going into the braking zone into the second hairpin. Almost, I was thinking I was watching Tom Ingram on a certain BMW driver at Brands Hatch then. It was a heart-in-mouth moment, to be honest, but they all kept it nice and clean together. And there you go, confirmation of the race results from Timo Youngling all the way down to Leon Hasty rounding out the top 10. Noah Wolf, Josh Graham second and third. Cole Denholm in fourth with Craigie in fifth. Cuthbert 6th, 7th with Majewski. With 8th Murphy, Ballack in 9th, Hasty 10th, Whitacombe in 11th, 12th Barnum, Spearing in 13th, Clark 14th, Friend in 15th, Neve, Raymond, Smith, Endicott and Parfitt rounding out the top 20, with Kenjikov, Friel, Reed, Mew, Pikes, Meek, White, Taylor, Smith and Woodcliffe all rounding out the top 30. Everybody needs to take a breath after that one. Honda Cadet providing us with some excellent racing from the standing start, a little bit something to spice up the mix as well. Very interesting. But we're about to, well, speed things up a bit, shall we say, as we head towards the Junior X30.
Yes, indeed. Junior X30 about to take to the circuit in just a moment for their next heat. And again, the Junior X30s, they've had a phenomenal days of racing yesterday. Luke Watts, the number 4, has been the man to keep an eye on. Of course, he had great results in his heats. Not the best qualifying that we saw from Watts earlier on. Struggled slightly, but there on your screen, Marcus Luzio, starting on pole position for Strawberry Racing, the number 11, primed and ready on the grid to go racing. Oliver Stewart, the treble 2, appears in shot right there in front of you. Jade Racing Team had a great day yesterday, won his first heat, second in his second heat. Needs to get another race win today, because that's going to be crucial. 2 points he's got at the moment, second at the moment. There, the 24 on your screen. Charlie Webb, Fusion Motorsport. Last words of encouragement as they get this race underway, as they go through. So, big movers earlier on in qualifying. Burgoyne Jr. qualified on pole, but he'll be in the, I think, the other heat a little bit later on today. Yes. Now, currently 4th in the points at the moment for this one. Of course, the Repcharge is the top this one. But yes, they're about to get their way out on track. Let's go over the grids for Junior X30. We'll have to do it quick because they're making their way out onto the track, and it's going to be a fast one because Junior X30 is definitely one to watch. Here they go then. Marcus Luzio will start on pole position with Oliver Stewart alongside with Finley Harrison and Charlie Webb on row number 2. Kian Geraghty and Brandon Carr on row 3 with Charlie Rippon and Reese Lomax on row 4. Henry Gregory, Sam Gornall on row 5 with Jessica Edgar and Jude Farrenhoe on row 6. Harry Cottrell and Harvey Ryby on row 7 with Rowan Campbell-Pilling and Leo Brown on row 8. Jack Cox and Ella Stevens on row 9 with Connor Duncan and Jack Nettleship on row 10. Dominic Roberts and Jack Holtby rounding out row 11 with Bradley Beavers and Thomas Reddy on row 12. Reese Newburn and Dane Tucker on row 13 with Sam Baker and Sienna Gordon on row 14. Shavan Shan McGarvel and Carl Casabanti round out row 15. The top 30 karts with Mackay Singh and Sam Lewis on row 16. Rounding out the grid on row 17 is Milo Pilfold, the MLC team.
Very well done, I have to say. We're not even to the final corner yet, so very much looking forward to this one. A huge grid for the Junior X30s. If they're anything like the Junior Road Taxes, we are in for a treat.
We are indeed. Round the final corner they go. Into the tram lines. Oh, no, let's get out of the way. Oh, we're going round again. So, false start declared that time around. First false start of the day, I will say. So, while they go round again. So, we'll sort that out in just a moment. So, these drivers now, again, getting back into the zone. They started, they failed the start. So we try again. Take 2 for senior, or junior XSC, I should say. Keep a close eye on those top 2. Look at that. Even though they're not racing, psychological, that is. He's going down the inside, showing that, yeah, I've got the left. I've got the left. I do. Let's see what they can do then from the start of this grid.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. The drivers are actually lining up a little bit earlier than they were before as well. There's a huge puff of the blue smoke, which is always a very an interesting sight to see as they're coming around the final corner. But that's just as they release the oil, shall we say, and put the foot down to try and get the karts away. And in fact, there we go. Always a little bit of a... I always used to get a bit of a headache if I was starting towards the back of TKM grid. It was back then. The X30s give a similar experience of just trying to get your head clear, because obviously all those fumes coming straight at you as soon as you get going into clear air, they all dissipate, and that's exactly what we're going to do. I think we're about to go racing this time round.
It could be. No, it isn't. Another false start. Take 3.
Take 3 indeed.
Now, see. This is where it gets interesting. This is what happens in the minions. Yes. If they don't get this one right, red flag comes out, they get stopped. They get a telling off from Mr. Nigel Edwards. And then I think the front 2, Stewart's and Marcus Luzio, could end up at the back of the grid. And that would be a disaster because they're obviously having a very good weekend so far.
It would be indeed. Yeah, that's the last thing you want, really, isn't it? They've worked so hard in qualifying. They've waited all day. I mean, it's now 20 past 1. These guys will have been up working on the kart since 9 AM, ready for qualifying, tweaking the setup, ready for the race as well. And the last thing you want to do is throw all away that hard work, the previous 6 hours worth of work almost, or 5 hours worth of work, just to get sent to the back of the grid because you can't start the race properly. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. And we actually get racing this time around. We'll keep our eyes on the gantry just to make double sure in case we're calling it wrong. But yeah, everybody seems to have slowed up a little bit more this time round. They seem to be a bit closer. With any luck, they'll behave themselves.
Let's hope so. Support on the stream there for Oliver Stewart. If you want to support a driver, please do get your comments in. We can see your comments in the commentary box. Into the tram lines we go, through the mist. Is it green flag this time around? It is green flag. Away they go. Stewart crosses over the line. Marcus Luzio gets swallowed by the pack, moves into 3rd place. The rest of the field follow through as well as they go through into the bridges section. A couple of karts off in the background onto the grass, but everyone gets through slightly unscathed as they go onto the bridge now. 3 wide as they do. They exit, everyone gets through. Nice clean start, battle at the front there because Luzio's fighting back for 2nd. Round the outside goes the 24 of Charlie Webb for Fusion. Tries to take the lead, has to fall back. Stewart still leading the way, but again, Webb fighting fit. back into second.
Yeah, this is going to be impossible to keep up with, isn't it? Because they're just going to be hammer and tongs at each other, I'm sure. So Lutzer, who was on pole position, not quite been able to stay there. Stewart in the mix as drivers are going off the road there, hung out to dry. It's a little difficult to see who we're looking at here. That's a 24, Charlie Webb, who's in the shot at the moment. But at the moment, they go through the final corner in single file. And it's going to be, can't quite see, it's going to be Stewart who takes them.
Yep, so it was the 119 kart who got slightly nerfed out wide at the Fullerton S's. That's Jack Cox for the MDL team, as well as it's all still action here at the front, because down the inside goes another one of the MDL karts. It's Finley Harrison, the 99, who's trying to get through, is there still in third place, tried second, couldn't do it. Marcus Lutzio's been swallowed and has gone back down into fourth place. That is one of the Klassen Motorsport karts I'm seeing there. That's Reese Lomax, who's at the sharp end of this pack as well, up 2 places. Great stuff from them. More big movers. Mackay Singh in 21st place, up 10 positions at the start of this race too. But there on your screens, Charlie Webb, the 24, there in second place. Great start from this race.
It absolutely is. His car, I was about to say, it's at a great start, but is now dropping down the order as well. Dropped down to 8th position. So maybe got a little bit mixed up with something early on and got hung out to dry, but it is Stewart ahead of Webb, ahead of Harrison. As it stands, it's not going to stand that way for too long, though, because going into the first corner, I think that's Webb going through, and indeed it is. Stewart is under pressure big time from Harrison now, and Lutzio is looking to follow through on the inside as well. The number 11 car, keep an eye on him as he goes past Stewart into third place.
Yep, Stewart now down into P4. Disaster there as they go down the bridge now. Again, action in the background, because it looks like Coles Racing. Sam Gornall tries to go down the inside. Yeah, he did, and it all went P-tong there into the first hairpin. Tyre smoke pouring off the MDL and Strawberry Racing, the Jade Racing car again, as Stewart closes the door into the Fullerton S's. That demotes Finley Harrison back down into P4. Not going to be happy about that one. He'll fight back, but that's allowing the rest of this pack to close in as well, with Reese Lomax, Sam Gornall, Jude Ferrenhoe for the Jack Dex Racing team is also there as well, with Brandon Carr, Henry Gregory and Harvey Ryby rounding out the top 10. Out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. The line increases as they go through. Webb from Lutzio breaking away from the main pack, led by Stewart.
Yeah, exactly that. Stewart's got his head down. He's hunting for forward. He doesn't want to worry about backwards, and he won't have to worry about looking backwards if they carry on like that. And that's the 52 of Lomax going for a lunge, and I think that's just about to separate the top the top 4 away from the rest of the pack. Stewart will be very happy about it. As looking at the inside again is the 52 of Lomax on Ferrenborough, and I think he's managed to just about get this one done and dusted. Flying around there. Oh, another lunge at the inside. Tell you what, they're all going for it. The 77 there of Gregory moving forward as much as you can. But look at this, Lutzio putting the pressure on Webb as we fly back now towards the top 5 battle. 230 of Carr is in the mix here. It's actually the car that we're focusing on as drivers swap positions left, right and centre.
Yep, it's very difficult to keep on top of these drivers. Junior X30 provide excellent racing for us all the time, every time, no matter what circuit we're at. Less than 4 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap in towards turn 1. Again, the train of karts grows ever longer as the top 3 break away, but then from 4th all the way down to 26, it's anyone's game. Oliver Stewart, fastest lap of the race, with a 59.130 as they go over the bridge there. A little bit of nerfing in the background there. Reese Lomax has got a bit of a breakaway at the front of this pack as well as they go through the rest of the field. The 53 getting slightly followed up. Oh, watch your nose cone there, because you'll end up with a nose cone penalty if you're not happy at the end of the race. As they then go through, there's another one of the Jade Racing karts there. It looked like the 75 of Jack Nettleship that I'm seeing on your screens, who goes through, and the 42 as well, the other MDL driver as well. Where's the Harry Cottrell, sorry, the S8 Racing driver, I will say, as they go through. There, go good. Move down the inside. Oh, be careful. There we go. Gets it done almost. Demotes the 40 of Sam Gornall down, and Charlie Rippin follows as well.
Lutzio has gotten through into the race lead on Webb, so the race lead has changed, and that's allowed Stewart to come in for the party as well. The top 3 are 2.5 clear of everyone else. Now Webb's actually gone down to 3rd. Stewart, I believe. No, yep. I don't know if there's a...
So it's Lutzio from Webb from Stewart, the top 3 at the moment. Rowan Campbell pilling with the fastest lap of the race. 58.42 as Stewart down the inside of Webb gets back into second place. That's allowed Lucio to break away slightly, but when I say slightly, I mean very slightly. They're still right there on the tail end of them. There's the battle for fourth place now, currently being led by the 77 of Henry Gregory. Great running from there as it's Reese Lomax just behind as well, and the 99 of Finley Harrison rounding out the third place in that sort of section there. So as they go through out of the start-finish line, you can see there of Stewart tucking right in, getting as much momentum as you can out of that Junior X30 car. Up the hill in towards the banking they go, and again into the bridge section. Line astern, no lunges that we're seeing. Battle for fourth place though still heating up, but all eyes at the moment on that 1, 2, 3 in towards the first hairpin they go. No lunges this time.
Yeah, Newburn, the reason why I was a bit confused before Newburn jumped to the top of the timing tower must have been a glitch, because Lucio is definitely leading. We can see that at the moment. Stewart in second place and Webb in third, again trying to tuck in. But again, we've got about 2.5 laps to go. These guys don't need to rush anything. If you're in second and third, keep you calm, learn your racecraft. These guys will be relatively experienced now. They'll be coming up the order. Not quite seniors, they're still in the juniors, but they'll still be knowledgeable racers, still have an experienced head on them. They'll know that there's going to be another opportunity, as Webb is probably the driver that's pushing Stewart more than Stewart pulling Lucio.
Yeah, you could be right. Rest of the field's not through. That's the 76 in the wall. That's a disaster. That is Mackay Singh, was having an excellent race, gaining many positions, but unfortunately that spelt disaster and has gone all the way down now into 29th place. We have lost a couple of the drivers out on track. Ella Stevens is a lap down, I believe, is struggling out there. Thomas Reddy is a retirement. Dominic Roberts is a retirement. Sienna Gordon also a retirement, I think. Didn't actually cross the start-finish line at the start, so may have not come out the pit lane at all. Big movers out there as well. Milo Pilfold in 19th place. The 38 is up 14 positions into 19th, as well as Sam Lewis up 10 positions into 22nd place from 32nd. So keep an eye on those movers as the timer has struck a 0 into the final corner. Did last lap board come out that time? It didn't. So they get one more lap out for this race, and that is exactly what Stewart wanted, not what Lucio wanted.
No, Lucio will be fuming in his helmet, to be honest, won't he? This means another 2 laps. This means this is the penultimate lap, not the final. But to be honest, Lucio's just got a touch. He's got 2 tenths or 2.5 tenths. That's not enough for Stewart, though, who looks at the inside. He thinks that 2.5 tenths, that's nothing. That's half a braking zone. Goes straight through, and Lucio gets put back into third place because through went Webb as well. So now we have Stewart, Webb, then Lucio. But of course, this isn't the final lap, and Lucio will get one more opportunity.
Yep, one more opportunity on the board. Last lap board, like we say, isn't out. That will come out this time around, so the top 3 still fluctuating as they follow. The battle a little further back as well, also heating up as well as Henry Gregory. Great start from him. He's at 5 places, still there in 4th place at the moment with Reese Lomax following suit as well. But eyes here on the top 3. There is the 77 of Henry Gregory. He is closing in on these 3, I have to say. The gap's about 1.5 seconds at the moment. That's going to be a lot to do in the final lap, but here we go. Ring the dinger bell, because Oliver Stewart defensive in towards the banking now is under pressure from Webb. Webb has closed right up, and as well as Lucio, they're absolutely nose to tail down the hill. Webb goes defensive. He tried to throw the dummy of defensive. Oh no, but Lucio down the inside says, thank you very much, Charlie Webb. I'll take that. Webb responds again, comes back round with the switch over move. Now into hairpin 2. Watch Webb here. He'll go wide, he'll come back in. Now we'll have the inside line, but again, Lucio goes defensive, covers it off. This is great for Stewart, because Stewart now has checked out. That gap's opened up by a fair chunk now, about 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, Lucio did very well there on the exit. He just kept it tight enough on the exit, so Webb couldn't quite get the cut back. In fact, I think there was a touch of contact, but only a touch. Crucially, Stewart is going to take the checkered flag here, and it is Stewart who takes the line, followed by Lucio and Webb in 3rd place. 4th was actually Gregory in the end, with Harrison rounding out the top 5. A fantastic race. Top 3 standing out head and shoulders, I'd say, above the rest, but that's only because they were fighting as well. We didn't get to see much of it, but it was fantastic. Even all the way down here, it's brilliant.
Oh, I've just seen someone's radiator leaking fluids there. The lid had come off as the 75 is getting pulled out the way. Who is the 75? That is Jack Nettleship there. Big shame as well. You can just see there. But yeah, I saw one of the carts had its radiator cap had come off and fluid was spilling out everywhere. So I suspect that kart may have to pull over as well because it will be very seized by the time it gets probably back to the pit lane. There's a look then at the provisional race results then at the end of race 25. Oliver Stewart, Marcus Luzio, Charlie Webb, Henry Gregory, great result there in 4th place. Finley Harrison, Reese Lomax, it was also a great result. Harvey Ryby and Jessica Edgar up into 8th place with Kieran Garrity in 9th and Brandon Carr rounding out the top 10. Jude Farrenho, then it's Connor Duncan. Great running from Duncan there, up 7 positions to finish in 12th. Then it's Cottrell, Rippin, Campbell, Pilling, Cox, Stevens, Baker, then it's Milo Pilfold in 19th, up 14 places. Great result from Pilfold. Gornall, then it's Beavers, Lewis, also another great running, up 10 places. And Holtby, Newby, Shan McGarville up 4 places as well. And the rest of the pack as the timing screen updates. Great result then for the Junior X30.
Yeah, interestingly enough, actually, Marcus Luzio, that was his 3rd second of the weekend. Depending on your standards, that's good and bad, isn't it? But we're about to head off into the next race. Do tell us what it is, Anthony.
Next race coming up next is race 26 of the weekend, Heat 4 for Senior X30. See them there lined up in the dummy grid areas. The 95 gets pulled back into the pit lane from the Junior X30 race. I've just seen that underneath the commentary box. Look here at the front of the grid. That there you are seeing is the 13 of Harry Platten. He's had an excellent day so far, an excellent weekend. He's currently leading at the moment. The number 3 with a 2nd place and a race win. But while we talk about that, let's talk about the grid for Senior X30 as it comes up on your screen. Harry Platten starting on the front row with Matthew Higgins alongside for Dan Holland Racing. Sam Heading and Gus Lawrence, the PF International Karting team, on row number 2. Keep an eye on him, the seated driver. Derek Morgan and Caleb Marshall on row 3 with Thomas Fleming, the PF plate. Again, another one to keep an eye on with Reggie Dewey. Also another one to keep an eye on row 4. Caden McQueen and Alessandro Serenetti, the 2020 Young Driver of the Year, in row 5 with Lucas Ellingham and Charlie Cole on row 6. Jack Dex and Louis Johnson Cool on row 7 with Casper Scusa and Piers Pryor on row 8. Tyler Reed and Ben Watson on row 9 with Darryl DeLeon and Matthew Hogarth on row 10. Oren England and Adam Fitzgerald round out row 11 with Lewis Gilbert rounding out row number 12 in the number 29. Also taking part, of course, he's on the O plate as well, so racing in 2 different classes is Lewis Gilbert.
Well, yeah, exactly. And lots of drivers to be keeping an eye out for by the sounds of it. Anyway, we actually got through that very quickly, actually, and the drivers are doing a sensible job of lining each other up. Maybe they learned something from the Junior X30s a little bit early, although they're really testing the steering bosses, aren't they, on those steering wheels. Of course, they're not warming their tyres. They wouldn't dare, would they?
No. Doing that is forbidden. They're not allowed to do that, so they're near safety check. All they're doing. Right, yes, lining up. Now, we saw yesterday in one of these grids a very sneaky thing that you can do, and that's back the pack right up, really slow them down, really bog them down, and then going early. That's the sort of thing that we saw there. But it was a green flag start, and it was a great start, and that did leave Fleming out to dry slightly, but he responded back, and he did still quite well. But here at the front, Platten on the left-hand side of your screen. Higgins, the 75, on the right as they come out of the final corner into the tram lines. Is it green flag? It is green flag, and away they go in towards turn 1. Again, great start there from Higgins. He drops back slightly but covers off that inside line. The Sam Heading Strawberry Racing 57 gets up into 2nd place as they go round the hill. You can see Caden McQueen is on the outside line as they go up into the bridge. He'll have the inside line as they come out of the bridge. Down the hill they go. Defensive goes the 48 of Morgan into the hairpin there, as well as the number 5 of Gus Lawrence is trying to get past as well. Good start from the entire field as the PF plate of Thomas Fleming is slowly closing in as well. Yeah,
great start though by Harry Platten, isn't it? The pole position man leading the way is the 5 of Gus Lawrence, and tries to make some moves. He went a little bit backwards off the start line, However, he's trying to recover as best he can. That's the 6 of Caden McQueen there. You mentioned him before, carving his way through, and the 66 as well of Reggie Dewey. And Dewey, you mentioned him as a driver to keep an eye out on. He started all the way down, well, quite far down in 4th row of the grid, didn't he? So as he comes across the line, we'll see how he's progressed. Dewey's up to 8th. Platt and Higgins and Heading is actually out all how they started.
Orin England with a technical flag for the 72 right at the start of the race. Big shame for Orin. Again, that's not going to be good points to him because, of course, he'll go right to the back of the field. And potentially, if he can't fix the kart, he'll get an extra point added on top for good measure. So that's a big shame for Oren. As the rest of the field then go through. 6.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Like we're saying, Reggie Dewey there, he started on the 4th row, but he actually got a race win in his first heat earlier on. There is the 96 on your screen. That is Alessandro Serenetti. In 10th place at the moment. He last crossed the line. It looks like he's up the order slightly now on this lap, which is good to see. As the rest of the field slot through into the Mike Wilson complex they go. Line astern, behaving themselves again. So good behaviour from the seniors. We always see it. Out of the final corner then. Here we go then. Number 3, Harry Platten leading the way. Gap now 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. Matthew Higgins holding on to 2nd place, and Sam Heading back now into his original starting spot of 3rd. Derek Morgan up now into P4 from 5th, and Gus Lawrence now in 5th place in that number 5. Thomas Fleming up in 1 position, up now into P6, with Reggie Dewey also up 1 spot into 7th. Caden McQueen in 8th place with Caleb Marshall, who's lost 3 places, now down into P10. Alessandro Serenetti holding on into that top 10. Charlie Cole still there in 11th in the 1-2-6. Down the inside goes Gus Lawrence there to move past Derek Morgan. Gets that job done nicely through hairpin 2 as side by side goes McQueen through the 66 as well of Dewey. Dewey struggling with the pace here as he goes through. You can just see there the 61 going slight defensive of Caleb Marshall as well from Serenetti.
Yeah, plenty of chopping and changing just outside the top 3, isn't there? There's not much going on within the top 3. That's just because they're keeping their heads down. They've got 5 minutes plus a lap to go. No need to get all crossed up with each other at the moment. And plus, no one can really get near Harry Platten as it stands. So everybody else just trying to make the best of a potentially bad situation from their perspective. Obviously, it's not necessarily a bad situation to be in the top 5, but they want to try and score as little points as possible as Gus Lawrence sets the fastest lap of the race. Of course, Harry Platten, who's in the race lead, he's already got a race victory and he's got a 2nd place. Gus Lawrence, who just set the fastest lap of the race, he's got a 3rd and a 1st, so you've got race-winning pedigree up and down this field.
Oh, you definitely do indeed. Out of the slipstream goes Serenetti. Tries to get a move done on Caleb Marshall. Can't quite do it. There's the 99 on your screens there. That's Lucas Ellingham. He's got past Charlie Cole. Karting 1 joins us on the stream saying, oh, Ellingham versus Dex. That's going to be an exciting battle. I have to say it certainly will be. But Dex needs to hurry up because he's falling down the order only very slightly. He's still in the same grid position, but Ellingham's moved up slightly as well as they exit out of the final corner. Tucking the head in goes the 61 of Caleb Marshall, trying anything he can to close that gap up. But keep an eye out on Lawrence because Lawrence has got past Higgins now and is up into P2. Reggie Dewey, fastest lap of the race at the moment, but eyes on the battle for 2nd place because here comes the Strawberry Racing driver heading down the inside. Great move, and Caden McQueen following as well, the number up 3 positions for the number 6. Great start from him.
Yeah, Heading's a man on a mission at the moment, isn't he? He's really trying to push forward as much as he can and needs to as well, to be honest, because just having a look, don't think he's had any fantastic luck so far this weekend. So interesting to see if he can score some low points, what he can do. But again, this is in fact, the 57 there of Heading. This 4 battle is all fighting for top 4 positions, which means the top 3 have pulled away slightly with Platt and Lawrence and Higgins being those top 3s. Then you've got Headings, who really needs to just get his head down. 3 minutes plus a lap is not an enormous amount of time. Oh, it was a good move up the inside there, though. Who was that on? In fact, who was
that was Reggie Dewey.
That was Reggie Dewey on Morgan.
Yeah, it was indeed. Good move there in the mid-pack. Moves up 1 place, is now behind Caden McQueen as the field slots through. So we've gone through our top 10. Platten, Lawrence, Higgins, Heading, McQueen, Morgan, Dewey, Marshall as McQueen down the inside. Covers off that line from the 57 of Heading. gets that job done now, and the 66 follows as well of Dewey, as it's all getting a little bit heated up there for 4th and 5th place. But while they're heating it up, they're not gaining any time to the top 3 who are breaking away, now clear by about 5/10 of a second, or 500ths of a second. Oh, no, about half a second. There we go, about half a second. It's clear by half a second. There we go. 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Take it away.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what Lawrence is trying to do to Platten. He's taking it away, isn't he? He's taking away the race victory. He's looking at that inside, trying to get a really tight line to maybe just, I was going to say fill the mirrors, but maybe just jump into the outer portions of Platten's vision. And there we go. It's maybe working because Lawrence goes on the inside into the hairpin. A good move by him. And look at that. Closes the door off as well defensively. Doesn't go fully defensive into the second hairpin. Lawrence confident enough on the brakes that he can hold off Platten, who, as I said before, has had a second and a first so far this weekend, yesterday. But Lawrence moving into the race, Level hoping for a double victory. He's got a good chance here. 1 minute 20 seconds to go, though. He knows far too well, as I'm sure everybody at home does as well, that it's not done and dusted from there.
Well, this is excellent news for Gus Lawrence, the number 5, because in the position that he's in at the moment, with the points how they stand, this would then put him ahead of Harry Platten, with 3 points for Gus Lawrence, but 4 points for Harry Platten. That's how it would change as they go at the exit of this race. We'll keep a close eye on that as the timer strikes less than 1 minute. And the gap now opening up there at the front, because you can see Lawrence slowly breaking away. Again, it's just a small bit. Warning flag out to Kasper Skuza. So whatever he did there, he can't do it again. He's a boy there. We don't want to do that. Down the inside there, one of the Dan Holland racing karts that you just see out the corner of the screen. It's side by side there as McQueen getting slightly nerfed out wide. I think that was in the background. Back here at the front, though, that we're seeing Gus Lawrence there under pressure still from Platten. Platten's closing in as much as he can, but he just can't find the waft out of that kart as they go through the Mike Wilson complex. Out they go, back onto the start-finish straight. Everyone tucking in. Platten finding as much as he can out of that Senior X30 engine.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, isn't he? And Platten has to be said, it's easier to chase than be chased, isn't he? Platten, now that Lawrence has gone past, has suddenly started putting in similar lap times to Lawrence. This is going to be the final. Sorry, we're not on the final. We're on the penultimate lap. Final lap coming up, so there is still an opportunity. And I tell you what, I wouldn't mind being in Higgins' place right now, because in 3rd place, he's got a good gap behind him. He doesn't have to worry too much about 4. But if these two do start fighting, maybe Platten goes for a move that really slows them both up. Higgins is in for a right lap here, because 3rd place, as you know, is always a decent place to be going into the final lap.
Exactly that. Don't write off Reggie Dewey, though. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, and he's fastest in Sector 2 as well. Purple in that sector, the 66. He's closing in that gap also as last lap board comes out then for the race leader, looking over to the side, getting words of encouragement from the team. Grandstands full here at Fletcher International Circuit as the last lap board comes out for Senior X30 for their first heat of the day, but heat 4 over the weekend. Up the hill they go, over the bridge. They'll reappear as they come down. Reggie Dewey again, fastest lap of the race. He's right there. You can see him in the 66, just in the back of your shot as they come into the braking zone of hairpin 1 again. Massive pressure, but no moves there. Are we going to see a move into hairpin 2, though? Defensive goes Lawrence. That's allowing Platten to close up, and keep an eye on that, because as well as Higgins is going to capitalise on this. Keep an eye on it now. It's the 3-way battle for the lead now in towards the Mike Wilson complex. It's still Lawrence who leads the way from Platten. Platten's still there in 3rd. He's only got one more opportunity to get the job done. It looked like he was going to go for it on the infield there. Couldn't quite do it. One more corner to go. Checkered flag is being brandished. Out they go onto the start-finish line. It's Lawrence and Platten and Higgins.
Yeah, brilliant drive from Lawrence there just to hold off Platten, who really looked like he was going to try and move, throw one up the inside. Higgins was all there for it if he could have mopped it up. I said that he'd be close right at the end. Dewey with that recovery as well. The mid-race wasn't going so hot for him, but as soon as he got into that rhythm, as soon as he got into the groove and the rhythm, there we go, as soon as I get my words out as well, he got his head down, started putting in some fantastic laps. Came home in 4th. The winner, though, on your screen, the confirmation, is Gus Lawrence. Fantastic drive by himself. Platten did a brilliant job to hold off, but a good finish in the end for the seniors.
Yep, there are the results on your screen then. Lawrence, Platten, Higgins, Dewey, McQueen in the top 5. Sam Heading, Thomas Fleming couldn't get the waft out of that car. He said he was struggling with the pace and the dry. He said it's about 2/10 off when I spoke to him in before the practice went out. Caleb Marshall in 8th place as well, running out that one, but a great result as the timing screens update in our box. Great result from the senior X30, and always an exciting race from them. Couple more races to go then before we head to the break. A little bit later on, that is going to be around 2:15. 2 more races to go. Up next, though, it's Mini X30. Here's the grid then for your Mini X30 race. Leo Robinson starting on pole position with Lewis Bird alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Eden Spanswick, the treble 3 there on the second row. Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans and Macaulay Bishop, the one to keep an eye on row 3. Harrison Crowther and Hardy Mamassi on row 4. Charlie Morrison-Jones and Wesley Swain on row 5 with Fred Green and Taylor Orridge on row 6. Jack Hobson and Joey Brown on row 7 with Finn Leslie and Jack Mowat on row 8. Brandon Truman and Freddie Lloyd on row 9 with Thomas Behrman and Miles Turnbull rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Mason Rudman and Isaac Phelps on row 11 with Harry Redding and Marley Parejo on row 12. Connor Grant and Tommy Harfield on row 13, and rounding out the grid on row 14 is Jack Cunningham for Fusion Motorsport. There we go. They jumped on us. They did the mini-max. They were so eager to get out on the track. We weren't ready for them. There we go.
Don't blame them, to be honest. I'm eager to watch them, so I'm all for it.
There we go. So, here we go then for Mini X30. Leo Robinson starting on the front row. This is what he needs. He's had a tough old one in the previous races. He has struggled slightly with a 2nd and a 5th. Can he get a race win this time around in Mini X30 for their 3rd heat of the weekend?
Calm down there, Anthony.
Calm down, dear. Calm down.
Yeah, no, just a false start. Not entirely sure why, but they all just need to just chill out. I think a little bit too much messy in the tram lines, maybe. People almost looking out to try and make moves before they even started the cross the start-finish line. So just to send them round again, they'll clear their engines, get their tyres heated up, even though that's, of course, not what they're doing when they're weaving. And they'll be back ready to go for, hopefully, a clean start this time round. Remember, if you're interested in what's coming up, this is the race 27. It's a Mini X30. Miami Cadet is the one after this, and then we go to a quick lunch break. But do stick around for all the action in the afternoon as well.
Indeed, yes. Support on the stream for Hardy Mamassi. Mum and Sis are watching, so support on the stream. Hardy had, well, he had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, did Hardy? 25th place, or 25 points that he got in his first race. 7th in his second, came back with a vengeance, starting very well in this race. On the 4th row in 8th place. Expect good things from Hardy Mamassi. We'll keep a close eye on him. But here we go then. Take number 2 for Mini X30. Let's not have a repeat of yesterday. Into the tram lines they go. Is it green flag?
No.
It's not. It's another false start, and that's a disaster for Mini X30 because, again, they get the one more chance to do it. And, of course, this is what happened yesterday. Mini X30 were the only grid that they had to throw the red flag out after the 3rd failed attempt, and we lost Macaulay Bishop. We went to the back, and that is where we lost Hardy Massey because I think there may have been an issue with the kart because it pulled off to the side and actually didn't take part in the race, so that was a huge shame. Pro Gamer Channel comes in. How is the weather at PF? Is it raining? At the moment, no. I will knock on wood. We're apparently not due any rain until about 5 o'clock this evening, so let's hope it does stay like that. That being the case. Well, let's hope it doesn't rain at all.
Well, that would be delightful, wouldn't it? Because it would throw a cat amongst the pigeons if it rained overnight, wouldn't it? And the early finals were actually wet. There was some cloud about, but I don't think any heavy enough to actually cause us any problems.
No. I think it was all good. All good. There we go then. In towards the final section. Now, of course, Macaulay leading the way. Qualified first yesterday. 2 heat wins. Taylor Orridge, a 3rd and a 2nd. 5 points for Orridge. Leo Robinson, 7 points. Into the final corner. Back to the tram lines we go. Nigel Edwards right there to keep an eye on them. Are we going green? It is green flag. issue at the back. The 43 dropping down the order. That's Miles Turnbull for the Mad Croc Promotions driver. He had an issue. His hand was up in the air, but the rest of the field shot through 3 wide, 4 wide into the banking section. Everyone gets round, albeit there's a little bit of jostling in the mid-pack there as a couple of the Fusion carts get swallowed by the pack, and again everyone clouting the curbs. They all get through, but the breakaway at the front for the top 3.
Yeah, a good start as well by our pole position man Robinson. He's gotten a good run away at the moment. It's a 3-3-3 of Eden Spanswick is trying to hunt them down, but look at this melee that's just in the back, sort of the fight for the top 10 really. Everybody else, the front orders have gotten away, and to be honest, I'd love to tell you who's around. 74 driver, that was Joey Brown, just going a little bit wide as we're keeping an eye. Hopefully everybody keeps it nice and safe. That's the 60 as well of Finn Leslie's in the middle there. A couple of drinks out to the right-hand side, 55 there. Yeah, Brandon Truman going defensive, trying to hold off people around him. And there we go, running wide though. Back to the front of the order, it is Leo Robinson away at the moment, with Spanswick in second place. But look who's come to play, it's Lewis Bird.
Yep, Macaulay Bishop down the inside though, gets that job done. Robinson getting swallowed by the pack, has gone down now into about 4th place, can hold on to 4th place now. Warning flag out to the number 60 of Leslie. So again, whatever he's done, let's not do it again. But in towards they go into the first hairpin. Now, look at this now. Macaulay Bishop leading the way. That 68 kart there looking comfortable at the front. No, it's the 3-3-3 now that I'm seeing at the front. Is Eden Spanswick leading the way? I should say it's the number 10 in second, Lewis Bird for ST Racing as well. Bishop's actually all the way in 4th place at the moment. The 33 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson is up into 3, but there is lots of karts all scrobbling for position. Now you can see that Robinson has dropped down into P5 by the looks of it on our screen. Yes, it is the 86 as well of Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans is there in 5th. Top 5 breaking away. Who's that in 6th place? It is, or 7th place. It is Hardy Mamasi in 6th place. You can see him there in the blue kart leading that front pack. Closing in if these two keep scrapping, as down the inside goes Macaulay Bishop, gets back up into P3.
So many PMR drivers out there, it is difficult to tell them apart, isn't it, when the sun glints off their front nose cones, so we can't quite see the numbers, but a huge send up the inside there by the 68 of Macaulay Bishop. Remember, he's got 2 race victories to his name already. He's hoping for a 3rd of the PMR driver. It looks like Leo Robinson, as I said, dropped back to 4th. Now he has to be slightly careful that he doesn't lose out to 5th. Here is up the inside, goes Macaulay into 1st place. No messing about, 1 lap and he's in the lead.
Yep. Fastest laps coming in thick and fast. Taylor Orridge was the fastest lap that last time around, 101.21. So keep an eye on Taylor again. He had good results yesterday as well, but again, struggled in some of those conditions. So keep an eye on Taylor. Out of the final corner they go as the next group, the cadets. Or they always like to go, we put them the meerkats. So you always see them poking their heads over the wall there, all line astern. It's quite nice to see, that is. They're all excited for their race that's about to come up. 4 minutes and 40 seconds plus that 1 additional lap. The 33 there of Pratt Thompson trying to make a move down the inside. Can't do it. Confirmation of the fastest lap once more from Taylor Orridge. And on the move, keep a close eye on him as we go through. Let's have a quick rundown of the order. Oh dear, it's the 17 there. That is a disaster. Freddie Lloyd is pulling off to the side of the track. That is out the exit of the banking section. He's gone back down the track and off the track, and he's got an issue. So there we go. That's out the race, and that's a big shame.
It is indeed, yeah. The 68 is still leading the way of Bishop, but I tell you what, things, I'm going to say it, calm down just a touch. I'm going to be proven wrong, so why don't you give us the rundown of the order then, Anthony?
Yes, well, indeed we do. Wait, let's have a quick look at that. We'll let them cross the line and we'll run through it. So you can see there, Harden and Massey close right in on that now, and also a Coles racing car. So it's Bishop from Spanswick, Bird, Pratt Thompson, Robinson, Yeomans, Mamasi, Crowther, Orridge, Hobson, Morrison, Jones, and it's Swain, Green, Brown, Leslie, Moet, Behrman, Turnbull, Truman, Harfield, Phelps, Cunningham, then it's Parejo, then Rudman, Grant, Redding and Lloyd, rounding out all 27 karts. 27 karts started the race, 20 karts still running in this. Oh, no, I say that, still running. We lost Freddie Lloyd, didn't we? Yeah, so sorry.
Leo Robinson goes through as well on Thompson there just while we were doing that little bit of a rundown, so it's changed for 4th position, but the PMR still really dominating in these top 5 positions, aren't they, at the moment? Leo trying to convert that pole position into some good scoring points, but finding it a little bit difficult at the moment as he's been boxed out and bullied out of it, really. And the last thing that they all wanted probably was the fact that they didn't want Macaulay Bishop to be winning this one, and he's just, again, scoring 0 points doesn't help any of them apart from the point.
No, exactly that. As they go through then. Back onto the start-finish straight. Macaulay Bishop leading the way. Spanswick right there in second place, and he's got his rear. Well, he hasn't got his rear gunner actually, because it's ST's racing. Lewis Birds, the number 10 there in third place. It's just a very similar livery.
Yeah, my apologies there.
But as they go through, Leo Robinson, fastest lap of the race in fourth place. He's down 3 places from his original, so obviously qualified in pole. Started on pole, but unfortunately down there. Now you can see there that those two starting to work together. Hardy Massey and Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans. The Evolve driver and the Mad Prop Promotions driver. Heads down, concentrating, catching up to the back of this pack because they're still squabbling as Pratt Thompson dives to the inside. Robinson has to go defensive. That's now allowing that gap to completely disappear because now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts for the race lead.
Yeah, Robinson there just trying to get a little bit defensive. I don't know if he got a jolt from the apex and the curve, or whether it was a little bump on the backside. The angle wasn't really flattering for us to know there, but you're right. Top 7 are trying to chase down Macaulay, who has somewhat checked out. He's just gained another 2/10, which means he has half a second pretty much the gap between himself and second place. And we've seen that disappear rather quickly, but I fear it's actually going to increase because up the inside there goes Bird on Spanswick. Spanswick falls down to third place. Could he be given into the clutches of Robinson? Not quite yet. Yes, in fact, Robinson goes to the inside, and in fact, he's going for second place as Robinson. They're going to go 3 wide out the corner into the next braking zone. 3 doesn't go into 1, trust me. And Robinson just having to settle for third place, but I think he'll take that going into that corner.
I have to say, well done, Mini X30, because that was 3 wide, very close at the exit of the corner, and you know what? It didn't end in a crash, so well done. So there we go. You could teach some drivers a thing. Oh, Mamassi clouting the curb there. That really suffered the exit there. That allowed Yeomans to really close in there, but now as they exit through, still in position. Bishop still checking out. Gap was 4.5 tenths. It's now 9/10 of a second as they cross the line. Now he's checked out quite clearly there. They seriously need to work together. There's a look further back though. Robinson under pressure once more. Robinson's gone quite a bit back. He was in third place across the line.
Actually, he's just gone into second. He's got past third.
He has, yeah. Well, there we go. There we go. So, clearly not paying attention, am I? So apparently, according to our sources, ketchup and mustard, it could be raining out there.
Well, after everything we've said about not being heavy enough clouds to rain, they look a little bit more threatening, don't they? As does Macaulay's chance of getting a GP plate here. Looking threatening on the other drivers, that's for sure. Anyway, there's 66 up the inside, and that is Orridge on Crowther, I believe, 66 on 76. And Orridge has actually just been given a 5-second penalty as he goes past the 86. The last lap board is about to be held out for Macaulay and the top 5. Looks like it's going to be the last lap of the race.
Yep, indeed. That is a disaster for the 66 of Taylor Orridge with that 5-second time penalty, because in this class, that will drop you all the way down to about 20th, which is a huge shame. Last lap board out yet there, because Leo Robinson, under pressure, holds on to second place, but albeit only just because down the inside, Ian Spanswick looking, switches to the outside, makes Robinson go wide there. Here comes Pratt Thompson. Pratt Thompson wanting to get past his teammate. He can do. Pratt Thompson down the inside of Spanswick. Now going defensive. This is allowing Robinson to get away. So the battle's now for there. Hardy Mamassi cuts the corner there because he gets nerfed out slightly wide by Orridge. So he drops back into position as final lap board still is out there. Your race leader, Macaulay Bishop, is going to come round the final corner. He's going to see the checker flag, but eyes on this battle for third place. There's Bishop, there's Robinson, there's Pratt Thompson under pressure from Spanswick as they cross the line. It's Bishop, Robinson, Cameron, Pratt Thompson from Spanswick.
Brilliant racing there for the Mini X30s. As you said just before, Anthony, they could probably teach a thing or two to a few of the other drivers on the field. Although, to be fair, the driving standards today have been pretty good, I would say, on the whole. Yeah, it's brilliant to see them going 3 wide at some points, 2, 3, 4 wide even, as they're flying down to finish the race as quickly as they can. Macaulay Bishop then, confirmation of his 3rd race victory here in the heats at Kartmasters, and he is well on his way to earning himself a tasty GP play. Actually, Macaulay nicked my number, actually. I was always number 68 in karting.
There you go. There's the results then on your screen. Bishop from Robinson, Pratt Thompson, Spanswick, Bird, Orridge, Mamassi, Yeomans, Hobson, Morris Jones, then it's Crowther and Swain rounding out the top 12. Then we've got Joey Brown, Finn Leslie, Jack Mowat, Fred Green, Thomas Behrman, Miles Turnbull, then it was Tommy Harfield, Jack Cunningham, Brandon Truman, Isaac Phelps, Marley Parejo, Mason Rudman, Connor Grant, and the last names just disappeared from my screen, so I couldn't see them. I think it was Redding, and we lost Floyd as well from that race, so big shame for Floyd. The only retirement. Now it's on to the final race before lunch. It's time for Mini X. It's time for Miami Cadet, I should say. I guess it's no race for the wicked, is it there? The next race already out on circuit. Miami Cadet, let's go over the grid. Lewis Werrell and George Edgar rounding out the front row with Daniel Sofronair and Kip Bolowski on row number 2. Zach Drummond and Noah Wolf, the two that you definitely need to keep an eye on in this one. They are going to be starting on row number 3 with Jensen Graham and Aston Sharp on row 4. Riley Cannon and Zach Green on row 5 with Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft, the 42, on row 6. William Murtaugh and Henry Carter on row 7 with Archie Lovett and George Davidson on row 8. Scott Riley and Joe Lewis round out row 9 with Morgan Moore and Sky Parker rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Laith Carr and Oscar Cartmail on row 11 with Finley Buck and Joseph Murphy on row 12. Jensen Ackerman and Harley Hodgson Wells on row 13 with Aaron Murphy, the privateer, rounding out the grid on row 14.
Indeed, yeah, Cadet IR me. I'm going to call it that just to annoy Anthony.
Miami Cadet.
I'm going to be poised to bring us some exciting racing here. I'm sure they're already coming around the final couple of corners. With any luck, they'll be better behaved than the previous the X30s that we've been watching with their false starts. We'll have a look now. Actually, the red lights are still on. They get into the tram lines, and we are racing away here at Kartmasters. And I think it's a good start by Werrell, who's leading the way. Lewis Werrell in the number 6 machine, and I think he's just about got this race lead as a few of the other drivers going 2 by 2 as they go up the hill.
Yep, good start then from the entirety of the field here for Miami Cadet. There we go as they exit out onto the back straight. One of the cars going very wide there with a 72 on the picture there. Who was that? That was Henry Carter for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Obviously Oliver Rowland being here this weekend. But it is at the front. Fusion 1-2 at the moment. As, it's now Fusion 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, just sorry, it just caught the corner on my eye there as the second hairpin. There was a little bit of a spinner, but I don't think anything too bad. Under investigation, Edgar as well, he with the yellow flag. Just not sure what will come of that. We haven't seen that so far today, but interesting to see.
Well, it could be for a potential false start, but we won't speculate. Find out a little bit later on. So George Edgar, the 17, started on the front row, second place, now under investigation. As they cross the line, here is how they line up. It is Edgar from Bolowski, Wolf, Drummond, Werrell, then it's Cranham, Sofronair, Domain, Graham, Lewis, Green, Murtaugh, Moore, Kahn, Riley, then it's Carter, Cartmail, Ashcroft, Lovett, Sharp, Parker, Davidson, Buck, Murphy, Hodgson Wells, Ackerman, and Murphy rounding out the top 27, or 27 runners, I should say, as the breakaway begins from 1st to 9th on your screen, with George Edgar leading the way currently, quite comfortably as well, I will say. Yeah,
I said Lewis Werrell got a good start, but actually I was wrong. It's George Edgar who got a fantastic start, and Werrell's actually dropped well down the order.
Yeah, he has there. You know, Wolf pulls up now into 2nd place. And that demotes the 95 of Kip Bolowski down the order slightly. Kip Bolowski with the race win in his 2nd heat yesterday. Zach Drummond with the race win in the 1st heat. Where is Zach Drummond at the moment? He is in 4th place, so still in contention. There he is on your screen there. You can see him with the orange lid, with the blue top, with the white cross as well. The Scottish flag on it at the top of his head that you can see there. Just see under pressure as well there, because down the inside goes Werrell, moves down the inside, and so do 2 of the others as well. It was the 18 and 46 of Graham and Sofronair of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts move up the order as well, It's all getting shaken up here. A few hand gestures there from Drummond. Not happy as he goes into the braking zone, goes the long way round, and the 22 joins the party. Jensen Graham, his teammate, also joins in.
Yeah, Graham with a fantastic opportunistic move there. Saw the gap and thought, you know what? Why not? I'll go and take that. Thank you very much. And he's just gotten past the 65 there of Domain as well. So brilliant driving by these guys. The number 5 goes through. I think that's, in fact, number 5, Drummond. He's actually trying to recover slightly here because he got caught up a little bit, shall we say.
Oh, yeah, he definitely got caught up there, didn't he? 4.5 minutes to go then as they exit out of the Markwood complex onto the match. Start-finish straight. Getting all my words all twisted up and muddled up. There we go. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. 4.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. We're all there on your screen with the company of Jensen Graham just behind. Back here at the sharper end, it's Noah Wolf under pressure from his teammate Kip Bolowski. Edgar still there. Battling away, Sofranea with the fastest lap, 106.710. The man who's in 4th place at the moment, there on your screen, tucking his helmet in, the blue helmet there. Just behind these two, battling away. Now as they go through in towards turn, the first hairpin there, 4 minutes to go on the timer. Let's have a look down at some of the bigger movers up there. Joe Lewis, the 14 for Evolve Motorsports, up 8 positions now into P10. Good move there. We are seeing Laith Khan as well, 18th place, up 3 places from his starting spot. And then another Evolve Motorsport driver there in the 78. Henry Domain, Oliver Rowland Motorsport driver, and the 65 is up 3 places also. But again, Noah Wolf, he's in 2nd place, but again, he's gained 4 places from this as well. So, you know, he started all the way back in 6th and now, you know, fighting here for 1st place. But I say he is under some pressure, though, from Bolowski, because Bolowski's not allowing. They've got good momentum up the straight, and now they're right behind Edgar. Edgar now under pressure. I'm not sure if he's still under investigation, but nothing's come up yet. Jensen Graham, fastest lap of the race, 106.560. In 6th place there, the front 3 breaking away.
It's just occurred to me, I don't know if I've just made this connection, but I think Noah Wolf, he potentially may be the same Noah Wolf who's driving in the Honda.
Yes, he is.
There we go. Yeah, so a very busy weekend for Noah Wolf. Apologies that I didn't notice that a little bit earlier. Obviously, I'm only here for today. Apologies about that. But a brilliant drive by him at the moment in the slightly higher class Army Cadet. Really pushing his paces. Maybe that's why he's got the confidence in the Honda Cadet a little bit earlier on. Here is Edgar, though, leading the way ahead of Wolf and Bolowski. Bolowski, obviously, with that race victory under his belt already this weekend. Zach Drummond is the other driver that's got a race victory, but he's all the way down in 7th place. So a bit of maybe not his finest moment for Drummond, although I'm sure Anthony will probably be able to tell us how he got on in race number 2. But a race victory for Drummond means that he'll be hoping to push forward a little bit better in this 3rd one.
Well, yeah, like I say, got a race between his first one, 3rd place in the 2nd one. Drummond. There we go. So he wants to fight back. But like I say, yeah, he is struggling a bit all the way back there in 7th. You can see him way down that straight there. He's got a lot of work to do to close that gap up. There we go. So, again, please do keep commenting. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know who you are supporting. And try and read those comments out as much as possible as you are watching here on the screen. Miami Cadet for race 28 of the weekend, but Heat 3 for the class as they go through. Drummond currently leading the sort of results section, the intermediate classifications, I should say. Just a bit of a tongue twister, that one, with 3 points from Henry Domain and Noah Wolf. They are the top 3 drivers there on your screen. The current man who's leading the way, George Edgar, at the moment is sitting 6th in the points table. 5th and an 8th place finish for him at the end of yesterday. And a race win this time around would look very nice on the old points table for Mr. Edgar as they go through. Down the hill they go, and again, nice and calm, cool, collected. They're in a bit of a lull. When it gets to around, when they get round to the start-finish straight again this time around, they see that timer clicking over to around 30 or 20 seconds, and I'll get ready to ring that dinner bell because it will start to get spicy, I imagine.
It absolutely would, yeah. James Henson coming in to support for Alfie Gallagher on the junior match. Not quite the race we're looking at right now, but they'll be coming up soon after the lunch break, which is, of course, straight after this, isn't it, speaking of dinner bells? So yeah, the top three, Edgar, Wolf and Belowski, really pulling away a little bit from Software and Werrell and Graham. Obviously, Werrell starting on pole position and not quite had the race he was probably hoping for, but still a decent result if it finishes like this. The top three have really sort of just gotten into the groove though, haven't they, Anthony? They've managed to sort of just put in the lap times that they needed to do. They're not too threatening. This is not the final lap. I think this is the penultimate lap. So it's going to be interesting to see if they start pushing each other now, braking zones. You know, they're close enough easily to have a little bit of a lunge. And in fact, I think Wolf has got a really good run down into the first hairpin, but he's not having it just yet.
This just in from our cameraman at hairpin 1. The 78 just pulled a cracking pass on the first hairpin. There we go. That's Leif Khan, that is, currently running in 20th place at the moment at one position, but there you go, cracking move. Timer struckers have hit 0, and we're about to finish this race. Last lap board will come out this time around. It's all going to be down to what these three can do. Obviously, 3 teammates. Got to be careful.
First rule of motorsport.
Don't hit the teammate. There we go. You've got 2 of them to deal with on this one. Edgar, Wolf, Belowski out of the final corner. Last lap board comes out. Ring the dinner bell because expect a move here. A nod of the head from Belowski as they go through. They could just work together or they could just make it a nightmare for each other. At the time being, it's all line astern. Look at that. It's so difficult to drive close to someone, and these three are making it look easy as they go over the bridge there. Daniel Sofronaire, again, another fastest lap of the race. What they're doing here is textbook because they are not allowing Lewis Werrell or Daniel Sofronaire to close up. They're just saying line astern. Nice, clean racing, working together all the way through. It might not look that way by the time they get into the next corner, though, because down the inside goes Wolf. He pulls the pin, moves up into second place. Watch out now, because now, look, you can see Werrell there. He says, look, they're going. Let's go. Let's close up. Oh, big clout of the curb from Wolf. He loses the spot now, goes down into second place. Here comes Werrell on the inside there. Gets past as well. That's the 95 dropping. Belowski dropping places like anything, but still leading the front. It's Edgar from Wolf. Werrell up into third place, into the final corner. Edgar managed to get away with this one only just, but out of the final corner, it's going to be a win for George Edgar from Noah Wolf, Werrell and Sofronaire.
Yeah, brilliant drive there. Edgar did get away with it, and Belowski, he did pull the pin, but he didn't throw it far enough, didn't he? Because he ended up hitting that chicane apex and just kicking his front end up. That really hurt his run. All of a sudden, yeah, brought in Werrell, who probably thought he was going to have to settle for a 4th place, but a 3rd and I was going to say good haul of points, but obviously it's the opposite, technically, of what's going on today. You want to score the least amount of points as possible. George Edgar, confirmation, race victory there. It wasn't easy, though.
It definitely wasn't easy indeed. So, like you say, Edgar takes the win from Wolf, Werrell, Sofronaire, Belowski, Graham, Domain, Drummond with 8th. That's not a good result for Drummond. He's got a lot of work to close that back up. William Murtaugh, Riley Cranham as well. Zach Green, Morgan Moore rounding out the top 10, or top 12, I should say. Then it's Joe Lewis, Aston Sharp, Henry Carter, Jacob Ashcroft, Archie Lovett, George Davidson, Scott Riley, and Sky Parker rounding out the top 20 with Leif Khan, Oscar Cartmail, Finley Buck, Harley Hodgson Wells rounding out the top 24 with Jensen Ackerman, Aaron Murphy, and Joseph Murphy not finishing the race for the Ultimate R driver in 27th place. Again, excellent running from the Miami Cadet. It rounds out race 28 of the weekend and the final class before we go to our lunch break now at 1/4 the hour, which look at that, we're on time. Beautiful stuff. We will be back at around 22 for the next race that will be going out, which will be race 29, Junior Road Tax. That is after the lunch break. But until then, all the marshals, come on back. Thank you very much for your work, and we'll leave you with some of our sponsors.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
It's very exciting to be here today for the second round of the 2021 British Kart Championship. It is wonderful to see so many people turning up, record numbers of entries for the championship, over 500, and this is the largest entry that we've had at any single round of the British Kart Championship since we took over at the beginning of 2019. So very, very exciting day for me personally. Shennington was my home track when I was racing as a junior, so it's wonderful to come back here on a lovely sunny day compared to last weekend with a torrential rain and wind at Clay Pigeon. I think there are a lot of signs that show that we are getting really, really strong, consistent support. The teams, the big teams are behind us and at all the different rounds. We're seeing privateers coming out in great numbers and indeed having fantastic success. It's not just dominated by the teams. I think the all-time winning level is the second highest level of winners is actually privateers, which is really, really good news. We're seeing fantastic support from commercial partners. Vera Tools has come on board as the title partner this year in 2021. And we're also seeing increased media coverage, not only live streaming on social media, but also now on Motorsport UK TV, which is really, I think, a great confirmation that there is a global audience for the British Kart Championship. And we like to think that it's the best in the world for finding talent moving up into elite sport. Well, listen, you know, COVID has changed everybody's lives in the last 18 months, but the resilience of the kart community to fight through all the difficulties and to bounce back, as we have done this year, and indeed complete the championship last year. Although it was curtailed in terms of the number of months, we had a full championship, which was amazing. And this year, we're starting a little bit later than maybe perhaps we'd originally anticipated, but we're looking like we're going to get a full, exciting championship season. And that's all down to not just the drivers and the teams and the families that are supporting them, but also very much about the officials, the volunteers, the marshals that make all of this happen. Well, motorsport is very different from most other sports that particularly kids would take part in at the weekend, because it needs to be very, very carefully regulated, monitored and managed to make sure that it's safe and it's fair. And when you're dealing with high-performance machinery, we need to have safety at the forefront. And our community of volunteers, officials, scrutineers, all of the marshals, are the army of people that come out tirelessly weekend after weekend to make that happen. So the enjoyment of these kids, most of the paddock here is full of young kids which are enjoying the thrills of karting. None of that could happen without all of the hard work and the dedication that we get from the volunteers. So I'd like to say an enormous thank you on behalf of Motorsport UK to everybody that volunteers their time to make sure that motorsport not only takes place but is safe, fair and fun. Thank you very much, and good luck to everybody for the whole championship in all the different classes. And you can see in front of us here a wonderful array of trophies. I know that young drivers are going to be eyeing these, looking through the doors here, picking out which one they think they're going to win this weekend. Very exciting times, very exciting championship. Thank you.
Hi guys, I just want to wish you all the best for Kartmasters this weekend. I remember, you know, racing in it year after year from when I first started karting, winning it back in 2009, 2010, which was great memories. Obviously, the biggest one-off race of the year for British karting. So, all the best, keep it clean, enjoy yourselves, and have a good one. Cheers.
Hello everyone, it's Lando. You probably remember me, some of you might not remember me. But I just thought I'd send you a quick message and wish you all the best for the Kartmasters race coming up. It's been a while since I've been to PFI. Hopefully I can come back soon and drive around. Still is one of the best tracks that I drove in karting, facts. So hopefully I can come around, have a hack with a few of you every now and then, because I still love karting. It's still very enjoyable. It still keeps me fit because it's very, very tough. So yeah, just thought I'd send you a quick message, wish you all the best, but do remember, you don't have to win Kartmasters to get to Formula 1, because I never won Kartmasters, so doesn't matter if you don't win, guys. Just keep working hard, and hopefully I'll see some of you soon. So good luck and all the best.
world and here at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. Welcome back for the second half of the day here, Saturday, for the Redline Specialist Cars, Motorsport UK, Kartmasters, British Kart Grand Prix. We are back again. You're shaking your head at me when I say that because you think, how on earth are you getting all of that out in one?
It's madness. It's a right tongue twister. Obviously, you've got to get the name right, but it's yeah, it's a right tongue twister, isn't it?
It is indeed, but yeah, there we go. It is the case with that one, and well, what an exciting morning that we've had. We have had our qualification sessions. We have had our first races of the day. We've had our lunch break now, and we're going to be kick-starting off the next race with race 29, Heat 5. Will be Junior Rotax. It'll be Group A and C going out next. That'll be at around 1/4 to the hour, so apparently in 1 minute's time. Race 30. After that, Senior Rotax, and it's back to Minimax, Honda Cadet, and Junior X30, Senior X30, Mini X30, then Miami Cadet, and then the roller coaster starts again with the Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax for their 6th heat of the weekend, and then Junior X30 and Senior X30 a little bit after that. But we'll take ourselves back to some of these races with the Junior Rotax. Their last race out earlier on, Jamie Perrelly won that race from Ryan Willis and Gabe Fairbrother. So it was Project 1 Racing 1 and 2 with Ultimate R rounding out the podium on 3rd place on that one. Quite a few penalties that we saw. We've got, I think, about 5 or so, or 6 incorrectly positioned front fairing, i.e. a penalty. But the karts make their way out onto track. Let's go over the grid then for the next race, race 29, because the O-plate of Daniel Ginchard will be starting on the front row with Jamie Perrelly alongside Daniel Armstrong and Gabriel Stilp on row number 2, Leon Henderson and Ryan Willis on row 3 with Ollie Goodyear and Oliver Martinsky on row 4. Archie Walker and Alfie Gallagher on row 5 with William Antrobus and Thomas Carter on row 6. Sam Gornall and Gabe Fairbrother on row 7 with Lexi Belt and Isabella Franklin on row 8. Edison Purcell and Neo Clark on row 9 with Scott Lapsey and Evie Polin on row 10. Ted Bradbury and Jessica White on row 11 with Lucas Jex and Freya Belk on row 12. Leo LaCastro and Ben Folland on row 13 with Stephen Duncan and Gustav Uzakovs on row 14. The row on the left-hand side, it's our first time seeing them today. The row on the right-hand side have already had one of their heats already today. Keep an eye on that one as they make their way round the track. What are we expecting as we restart?
Well, Juniors B versus C was extremely exciting. I can't wait to see more of it, but this time we've thrown the A's into the mix, haven't we? They've had the morning off, essentially, since the qualifying, and now it's going to be a hectic afternoon for them. Let's see how they get on as they round out the last corner and get ready to go. Fingers crossed, no false start.
Back after lunch. Is it green flag? It is indeed green flag. Away they go. Ginchard with a good start there. One of the Perrelly going perilously slow. He's gone down the order there. That was a terrible pun. I'll stop doing those. In towards turn number 2 they go up the banking. And again, nice clean start from the field there over the bridge. And down the hill they go. Ginchard leading from Daniel Armstrong. Armstrong to the inside. Gets the move done, moves up into the lead out of the first hairpin. Perrelly fighting back as well as one of the Strawberry Racing karts of Leon Henderson, the 94, getting involved as well. Defensive goes the, I think that was the 24 or the 42 of Gabriel Stilp as well. It was, yeah, with the number 4 just alongside as well. Sam Gornall already up quite a few spots.
Yeah, Armstrong strong-arming his way into the race lead, wasn't he, ahead of Ginchard. You're shaking your head there, Anthony, but you tried it before. Yeah, the top 3 somewhat pulling away here. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that 4th place Henderson could catch up. But I'm sure he'll be having probably a word with behind. In fact, there we go. Henderson has already caught up and is trying to take 3rd place away from Perrelly here. Perrelly getting a little bit mixed up with him. And in fact, the top 2 will be probably looking over their shoulders thinking, where on earth are they all going? Because they just keep falling over each other. Look how they defend and go onto the grass. Going into the first hairpin. That's the number 8 there of Armstrong, just keeping it in check at the moment in 3rd position.
Yep, good start then from the entirety of the field. Couple of big changes, Sam Gornall being the biggest. 7 positions gained up into P6, that number 4, as you can see there in the background, fighting at the moment. Down the inside goes the 24 there of Willis on Henderson. Gets it done. Well, Henderson actually just in front, actually. It was a complete lie. But here, back at the front, though. Ginchard back in the lead, out of the final corner. And down the start-finish straight they go. Good running from there. Ginchard, Perrelli, Willis, Armstrong, Henderson, Gornall, Walker, Stilt, Goodyear, Martinsky, Gallagher, Clark, Carter, Fairbrother, and side by side again because the 24's coming into play here. Willis getting into P2, Perrelli now into P3.
Yeah, well, this is Willis and Perrelli. There were two protagonists from Heat 1, weren't they? Fantastic driving by the Group B drivers here, the 24 and 40, but Ginchard is just trying to pull away, but he's left the door open, hasn't he? Just left a cheeky window open, not even a door, and that was abused by Willis going into the race lead there, and Perrelli going into second place as the number 8 of Armstrong goes back up into 4th, but he's not done there because I believe that is that the number 7 of Walker is a little bit further up this lap. He's made some good positions so far. He's already up into 5th.
Yep, Walker, a race winner yesterday in his first heat, 3rd in his second, wants to replicate that today. Let's see what he can do as he lifts up the flap on his radiator to allow the air in. Does cool the engine down, slows it down slightly. You close it to heat the engine up to give it that bit of extra waft, but yeah, you have to keep it open for the majority of it, because if you keep it down too much, it just overheats it. So yeah, you gotta fluctuate it all the time, which is why you see them move that flap up and down, as you can see there. Willis at the front of this grab. Now, warning flag out to Martinsky as they go through. 4.5 minutes left on the timer. Willis from Perrelli at the moment. Then it's Strawberry Racing's Leon Henderson in that 94 kart. Archie Walker there in the background in 4th place, wanting to close in. Daniel Armstrong, the number 8 as well, has been passed by Ginchard in the O-plate. Of course, he won that O-plate at the O-plate, open plate at Warden Law for the road tax class a few weeks ago at Warden Law. Down the final corner they go, back onto the start-finish straight. And again, Willis and Perrelli once more. 1, 2, Henderson, Walker, Ginchard, Armstrong, Stilt, Gornall. Then it's Clark, Purcell, Gallagher, the top 11, Carter, Fairbrother, Goodyear, Antrobus round out the top 15. Ginchard, the O-plate with the fastest lap of the race, 59.170.
But I think he's just been overtaken by Walker, or he's sort of taken the place back, Walker, there, because I think they've been swapping positions for a little while going over the bridge. And this is exactly what we saw in the first race. It was Willis and Perrelli, but it was the other way around for the majority of it, to be fair. Henderson's decided to come in on the mix as well, obviously. And then there's a little bit of a gap. Then there's another 4 drivers all in the mix, and we're actually seeing them here with the number 81 machine, and that is Clark.
I tell you what, it helps if your microphone is muted. Neo Clark, yes, that's who it is, as he goes through. Now, Neo yesterday qualified quite badly, 21st place yesterday. Got it back up to 5th and 4th place, had great results, and we're seeing that again today. So Neo currently 5th in the points at the moment at the end of yesterday. Let's see what he can do today. Jamie Perrelli, fastest lap of the race though, 59.150 from 2nd place. You can see there, line astern, Ginchard down the inside of Walker though, gets the job done, and that was good driving from Walker as well, because they've not lost too much time as well from that. Just let Ginchard through, pull him across, and just try to close up to that gap again. Don't battle it too hard. Carter, the 45, with a warning flag as well.
Yeah, exactly that. So Willis still in the race lead, but now he's got his teammate latched onto the back of him, hasn't he? Will they work together? Will they try and pull away from Henderson? Well, they tried to do it in the first race, didn't they? But it didn't really go their way. It didn't quite work out the way they were hoping for. They might try and repeat the same kind of feat and then battle it out on the final lap, but the problem is that these drivers behind are just as quick. It looks like they've got a touch of a gap now, about a 0.4 of a second. Whether that's going to be enough though, that could easily be eaten up within 2 corners if they start fighting.
Well, yeah, it could be indeed, as soon as they start scrapping, but I suspect that they won't. Again, the unwritten rule, wait for those last 2 laps, as there's a bit of jostling in the background as well there, as it looked like Neo Clark has moved up past Sam Gornall as well. He has indeed, so Clark up into 6th place, just behind this battle. Look at the rest of the big movers. Ben Follen, again, another big mover, up 11 positions into 15th place now. it is for Folland as they go through. Another one, Leo Lacastro, the 66, is up into 19th place, up 6 positions. Same with Gustav Uzakov's, good start from him, up into 23rd place, up 5 places. So big movers all the way through the field, but again, eyes on that 81 Neo Clark, now into P7, or P6 now I should say, as they're past the line, up 12 positions right now.
Huge gainers, isn't there? You need to be good at coming back through the order as well in case you qualify or in case lap 1 doesn't go well, which sometimes happens, doesn't it? I mean, it's only an 8 minute plus a lap race, so you really do need to be confident coming back through the order. But a huge move up the inside here and a snap of braking oversteer into the corner. A little bit of a nudge, actually, and Pirelli has just been moved off the racing circuit, shall we say. Gilchard at the inside as well, and that's going to be a change. But I tell you what, Willis is going to be very thankful here as Pirelli looks like he's going to just about hold on to 4th, but only for now.
Yeah, good stuff from Pirelli there. Folland with a warning flag as well. Willis, though, at the front still. The 24 holding on to it. Ginchard there in 2nd place, with Walker there in 3rd as well, crossing the line. Big look over the shoulder from Ginchard just to see who's there. He can see that it's Walker. Walker not fighting back. They're probably going to work together, but at the moment, it's going to be hard because Willis has broken away slightly. He's got clear by about 0.7 of a second. Ginchard, look at that. He found some waft up the hill because he's pulled away slightly there from Walker as they come down the hill now into the first braking zone. And again, nice stuff there. Again, closing that gap. It's down to 0.3 of a second now as they go in towards hairpin number 2. A lot calmer race this time around than it was after lunch. Again, they've had that word, haven't they, after their first heat. Right, it was a very exciting first race. Calm it down, right, calm it down. We don't need it again for the second race. There we go. Into the final couple of corners, into the Mike Wilson complex. Willis leading from Ginchard and Walker. Willis, in his race earlier, came 2nd place. This time, it's looking to be a first. Across the line, checker flag to Willis from Ginchard, Walker, Pirelli and Henderson. Neo Clark up 12 position, crosses in 6th place with Armstrong in 7th, Gabriel Stilp in 8th, Sam Gornall in 9th with Gabe Fairbrother in 10th, and that's 2 karts not finishing the race, the 66 and the 43. Who is that? That is Leo Lacastro and Isabella Franklin, and as you can see, Isabella quite not happy there, and frustratingly pulling the car off and dropping it on the ground there to try and get it going again, but yeah, disaster there. But there on your screen, Ryan Willis, your race winner.
Yeah, brilliant drive by Willis. It has to be said, he absorbed a lot of pressure. It probably helped in that Pirelli ended up falling down the order, but there you go. Willis in 1st, Ginchard in 2nd, Walker 3rd, Pirelli in 4th in the end. Henderson rounds out the top 5. Clark, Armstrong, Still, Gornall and Fairbrother round out the top 10 with Gallagher 11th, Bradbury in 12th, Folland in 13th, Purcell in 14th, Carter 15th, Goodyear in 16th, Antrobus in 17th, 18th is Belk, Utakovs is in 19th place, with 20th being Lapsley, 21st Jex, Poulain is in 22nd, Duncan 23rd, White 24th, Belk in 25th, Franklin, Lacastro and Martinsky round out the 28.
There we go. Excellent stuff from the Junior Rotax for race 29. Plenty more action coming up. It's time now for Senior Rotax. So, Senior Rotax about to make their way onto the circuit, and there on your screen, the 44 of James Lothar there, about to get, well, he looks comfortable, he looks calm, he looks collected, looking at where he's going. He'll be starting on pole position, of course, and the man just behind him, Joshua, will be. He will be on the 2nd row. There we go, in 3rd place.
Yeah, so
worked out well, that did.
I was going to say, he absolutely will be. He'll be alongside Evie Matthews as well. And as we cut to the sort of back to the front, that number 96 across the line, Harrison Collins. Very much in the mix, wasn't Harrison, in the first race of the day. I believe you've got the race results.
I do, yeah. Harrison Collins, down on racing, the 96 finished in 3rd place, around 2.6 seconds down at the end of that race. Obviously, he started that race in 2nd place, so we did lose one, but again, a good result still nonetheless. That is him there on your screen again, starting on the front row this time around. Matty Hingley, the 11 plate as well. He came second in that one with Lewis Gilbert winning that one. Lewis Gilbert not in this race. He'll be out later on in the day. He'll be out in the senior road tax race at race 38, a little bit later on in the evening. The penultimate race of the weekend. Well, actually, no, that's completely right. It's the third race before the end. I'm going to stop talking. Back to this one. So Tristan Rennie, of course, he finished fourth place in the last one. Will Ellswood in fifth. James Lingard finished in sixth place in the last one. George Holbrook as well, down Holden race at the PF plate, finished in seventh place as well. There is the 79 on your screens that we're going into. That's Jake Gresty. Now, Jake had a bit of a disaster in his first race. He had the coming together out in the penultimate corner before the checker flag came out. But again, lots of support on the stream for Gresty. Betty and Jess, go on, Jake Gresty is what they say.
Yeah, he had a lot of support in race one, didn't he, as well? But unfortunately, I saw him ended up in the tyre wall. But he'll be hoping for better. He's starting on the fourth row of the grid today. We'll be bringing you up the grid as soon as these drivers start to come out of the pit lane. In fact, I believe, Anthony, the grids are in fact ready.
They are indeed. Let's go through them, shall we, as they will make their way onto the circuit in just a moment's time. James Lothar, Argenti Motorsports, number 44, starting on pole position with Harrison Collins in second place. Joshua Wilby on the second row with Edward Matthews alongside Guy Cunnington and James Lingard on row 3, the Strawberry Racing driver. Then it's Matthew Higgins, with Jake Gresty rounding out the grid on row 8. Then it's James Johnson, Will Ellswood on row 5, Louis Gardner and Alex Hughes on row 6. Tom Adams, Jack Stedman on row 7 with Oscar Hull and Ben Casely on row 8. Archie Kitchen and Nathan Schaefer on row 9 with Jack Lilly and Lewis Smith rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Miles Barthrop and Ryan Garvey on row 11 with Ewan McKenna and Tyler Jex on row 12. Chris Milner and Ben Hearsay on row 13 with Ellis Playo on row 14 with Drew Perry alongside Logan Blake and Thomas Neal on row 15 with William Dransfield on the final row and hot 16.
Yeah, and a roar from outside can tell us that the drivers are on their green flag lap now, so they'll be starting. In fact, there we go as they covering up. I'm not entirely sure, Anthony, what are they doing there with the engines? Just covering up.
Okay, just warming them up. That's all it is. Warming them up, getting them up to temperature. That's all that is. So, of course, there is a testing zone just before you get onto it, where a lot of carts go in, give it a bit of a rev and everything like that, just to make sure all is well. But yeah, again, they're just keeping those engines primed and ready, so when they go, they can get a good exit out the corner.
Because of course the A group haven't been out for about 4 hours. So.
No, they haven't indeed. So yeah, everyone on the left-hand side. First time out for them. Here they go then for senior road tax into the tram lines. Green flag out. Here they go. And again, you can see there the 44 of Lothar, who tried to go a couple of carts off into the grass. Everyone gets back on the track. That's the good thing about that first corner, is that you can run wide, but then you can get back on the track quite quickly. So they all get round, but look at that. Lothar with a huge advantage now down the hill, clear by some way from Harrison Collins as they go through side by side a little further back as the rest of the field. Constantine are up into the braking zone. Strawberry Racing's driver, it looks like that's Guy Cunnington, the 52, that's up into third place as well. No, it's not. It's the 36 that I'm seeing. It's James Lingard that I'm seeing up into third place. No, I lie again. It is the 52 of Guy Cunnington. I was spotting something else. There we go.
Yeah, but look at Matthew Higgins. He's up into second place. He started on the fourth row of the grid. That's absolutely incredible from Higgins. Obviously taking advantage of some of the drivers going straight on. But that gives us an opportunity to watch maybe some recovery drives, which is always quite entertaining to see. But the top three somewhat pulled away at the moment. And as they come across the line, you can actually start seeing who they are. And it is Lothar, Higgins and Cunnington.
You are indeed correct, yes, as they go through. Rest of the field, Lingard, Matthews, Gardner, Johnson, Adams. Then it's Wilby, Collins, Ellswood, Hughes, Schaefer, Casely, Gresty.
Oh, move for the race lead. Sorry there, Anthony.
No.
Into the lead, Higgins goes. And 44, Lothar, being hung out to dry.
Yep, slightly there, now down into P3. Keep an eye on that one. Now they've got themselves into an order that they probably like, or maybe they don't like, because You know, maybe Guy Cunnington wants to get past Mr. Higgins, but we'll find out. Higgins leading the way then at the moment. Higgins obviously second in the point scoring spots as well. Currently with 2 points, needs a race win on this one as well to close up, because Gilbert still on 0 points after having 3 heat wins out of 3 for him so far. As they exit out of the final corner, oh, a little bit of contact there as one of the Strawberry Racing karts there, the white helmet, gets nerfed out wide to 36 on your screen. James Lingard has to go super defensive out of the corner to or maybe it was in avoidance there. Again, not too sure, but change at the lead, because Guy Cunnington now in the lead has pushed Matthew Higgins down into P2, but Higgins responding down the inside, and also Lothar follows as well. So it's all changed around. Kitchen with a warning flag, the number 27, as it's 3 wide contact. The number 7 goes sideways. Tom Adams for Coles Racing, as it looked like it was James Johnson, the 50, who tried to go down the inside there at hairpin 2. Ended with a little bit of contact there, and you can see the hand gestures. Yep, let's go, as it's James Johnson and Ellswood now at the front of this pack.
Yeah, exactly that. They're going to try and fight back to try and catch the top lot, really. That's the important thing for these drivers right now. What they don't want to do is have a breakaway leader and him to pull away, and that's exactly what Higgins is hoping for, I'm sure. Sorry, not Higgins, it's the 4th place Gardner is hoping for, because Higgins and got Cunnington, sorry, and Lothar right for company still.
Yep, exactly that. Harrison Collins, though, fastest lap of the race so far, 57.760. Here comes Cunnington down the inside. Lothar follows, and it's again a 1-2 change then at the front. And again, look at that from Lothar. Just the confidence in him there. It's just like, come on, let's go. Let's close up. Let's stop scrapping, because look what's happening. Gardner, Johnson, Ellswood, Lingard, the group behind, they're closing in now with these drivers scrapping away if they keep at it like this. 4 minutes left, plus that 1 additional lap. Still all to play for in race 30, heat 5 of Senior Rotax. Through the Mike Wilson complex, out they go into the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. Line astern there. What's the gap between the top 3 and Louis Gardner? It's 1 second, just about 9/10 of a second is the gap as they go through. We'll keep an eye on that and see if it changes. But now with the positions staying as they are, albeit let's see what it's like when they exit hairpin number 1. Will Ellswood, again, fastest lap of the race, 57.440. Lunge from Higgins there, down the inside, allows Cunnington to break away, and a shake of the head from Lothar, thinking, what are you doing? You're allowing the pack behind to catch up.
I think he's probably more thinking that Cunnington is going to pull away, but obviously he is worried about the drivers behind as well. But that's the thing, they're all working for themselves at the end of the day. As wide goes the number 23, and that's Gardner, and that's allowing, I think that was Ellswood to go through, potentially Johnson as well. In fact, I don't think Johnson quite got through, but still Gardner losing track position. Oh, no, in fact, he did get through, yeah, Gardner's lost 2 positions.
He has indeed, yes. So as they go through now, like I say, sweeping through the field there, the 8 and the 50 on your screen. Ellswood and Johnson, as Hearsay with another warning flag, 42 there. Ellswood with the fastest lap of the race currently. Down into the hairpin, 2.5 minutes to go. In the last race, of course, Gilbert won that one. He's not out in this one, but Matty Hinchley, the 11, is out in this one, I believe, is he? No, I don't think he is out this one either. But Harrison Collins, he definitely is out in this one. And he is down the order slightly here. He is in 7th place at the moment. That is not what he needs, because he was 3rd in his last one. 3rd and a 7 is not what you need. Back here with the leader, though. Guy Cunnington slowly being reeled in from Higgins and Lothar, who haven't battled, I will say. That's the most important thing. They haven't battled, and they're closing in. And as well, another one who's closing in, the 23 there, just in the back of your shot as well. Louis Gardner as well, wanting to capitalise as they go through. Ellswood, fastest up of the race. Who's that going slow? It's the 98. That is Thomas Neal, and he is pulling into the pit lane. That is a huge shame for Thomas. That is the end of his Senior Rotax race.
It is indeed, yeah. Real shame, isn't it, when that happens to a driver? You don't want to see any races ending early. Just having a look at previous wins as well, Matthew Higgins is the only driver to have taken a race win that wasn't Lewis Gilbert. And I'm assuming that's why he thought, you know what, Lothar, I deserve to be in second place and try and chase down the race lead here, because I've proven I have won a race this weekend. So maybe that's why he wasn't listening to Lothar and thinking, you know what, I'm just going to try and get on with this. Cunnington is a quick driver, and I need to get in front of him as quickly as I can. However, Cunnington is actually putting in some really good lap times at the moment. Interestingly, on that last time, actually, Cunnington and Higgins well, both of them actually equaling their own lap time, 57.55 for both of them. So there's no really give and take at the moment. We're not on the last lap yet. There's an argument for, I don't think we're even on the penultimate lap here. I think we're still going to get 2 more laps after this one.
Potentially so. We'll have to see. It's going to be close, actually, by the time they get to the line. I mean, they're doing 57 lap times, so yeah, with the fact that there's 40 seconds, they probably are getting another couple of laps in, I would say. To go through. There on your screen is the number 8 of Will Ellswood, the KR Sport driver. Drew Perry, and warning flag there for the 64.
Actually, Ellswood has actually just got past Lothar, so exactly what Lothar was probably worried about being caught by that catching pack, has just happened. Lothar's slotted into 4th as Ellswood has got past him, and there's more drivers lining up to try and take Lothar's position.
Yes, indeed. Up the hill they go, then round the banking. Back up to the bridge there. Close action between the 50 and the 44, Johnson and Lothar. Like I say, yeah, Lothar really struggling now in this latter part of the race with pace. As you can see there, the 50 pulling out of the slipstream, going down the inside, getting that job done, now moving up into P4. Again, something not 100% with Lothar's kart there, I will say. As he's going through, it's still on the pace, but yeah, it looks like it's struggling just out the corner slightly.
It is indeed, yeah. Just having a look for Gresty as well, given that he was such a popular man in the YouTube chat. He's just moved his way up to 14th position, so good stuff for the Gresty fan base to be keeping an eye out on. We're going into the final lap now. We are on the last lap. The lead that Cunnington has is still about half a second. Good lead by him, not under too much threat, although one missed apex or wide moment going out of the corner could result in a potential move coming his way by Higgins, who might have to settle for second place, although he's looking over his shoulder, isn't he, left and right, making sure that this second isn't under any threat from Ellswood, who has charged well through this order, it has to be said as well. The top 3 of Cunnington, Higgins and Lothar at one point was really pulling away, and the catching pack have done a fantastic job. As we're now looking at a little bit of a battle, I believe this is with Ellswood on Higgins. So Higgins has had to work really hard. He had a fairly safe gap at one point, but look at this. Second place is under real threat. And here comes 50 of Johnson.
Yeah, it's all getting very close here. First place, Cunnington's checked out. He's going to take the checker flag, and it looks like this one's finished as well as they exit out of the final corner. Cunnington takes the checker flag from Higgins, Ellswood, and Johnson, Lothar, Gardner, Collins, Matthew, and Casely. Oh, dear me. Lingard crosses in 10th place as well in the second big group of drivers with Tom Adams, Alex Hughes, Joshua Wilby, Jake Gresty with a great run there, 14th at the moment. And then it was Oscar Hall, Jack Stedman, Nathan Schaefer at one position, Archie Kitchen in 18th place with Ryan Garvey, Lewis Smith rounding out the top 20. Then it was Lilly, Playo, then it was Hirza, then it was Barthrop, Miller, Perry, McKenna, Jex, Blake, Dransfield, and we lost Neil, who came in earlier on in that race. But Guy Cunnington, official ending is Guy Cunnington.
Absolutely, yeah. James Lothar is probably going to be the driver that's most disappointed out of that race as well. Starting on pole position, it's not always brilliant if you finish outside the top 3 when you start on pole. He's just about kept it in the top 5. He didn't look like he had quite had the pace there, interestingly enough, did he? So maybe a little bit of a struggle for James, unfortunately. But a good race all round there by the senior Rotax grid between, obviously, groups A and C. A and B's little battle, shall we say. The heat involving those two will be up a little later on at about 5 o'clock, roughly. So if you want to check back for the next senior Rotax grid. However, we've got more Max, but it's Mini Max this time round.
Yes, indeed. Minimax up next, and, well, I have to say, Minimax earlier on today gave us a rather exciting race, didn't it? The whole group out there by themselves, one big group, and 27 drivers in total. There, the number 7, Harrison Crowther, Coles Racing, primed and ready, looking focused.
He's eyeing up the opposition there, wasn't he?
It was there, yeah, it was indeed. Just behind him there is the O-plate of Blake Ticehurst, again his teammate, another Coles Racing driver, ready to go. Again, a few little words of encouragement there as they go through. Now Ethan Jeff Hall starting again on the front row, the number 12, again, fierce battle as well. Chase Fernandez is back there on row 2 as well. Chase, earlier on in the race, he had the coming together of course, with some others, so ended going backwards quite a way. There is Jeff Hall. And again, last words of encouragement there before this race gets underway. Now, yeah, Jeff Hall won the previous race. There was a couple of penalties out there, and of course a couple of the non-starters. We don't have Scott Marsh and Sasha Bagley, of course, who is not racing with us. Unfortunately, she had an incident coming out the pit lane, and unfortunately it's been reported that she has broken her arm, which is a huge shame. So we wish her all the best and to make sure that she is all well, but something she's not going to be seen again in the Kartmasters paddock. Well, let's go for a look at the grids then for Minimax race 31 of the weekend, heat 4 for them. This will be their final heat of the weekend, or the Saturday, I will say. Here they go then. Ethan Jeff Hall on the front row with Harrison Crowther alongside Chase Fernandez and Blake Ticehurst rounding out row number 2. Ewan Charman and Reg Hayward on row 3 with Adam Wooden and Michael Walker on row 4. Freddie Housley and Andrew Douglas on row 5 with Ben Crossley and Liam Hartley on row 6. Joshua Camp and Oliver Bocock on row 7 with Devon Nolan and Joe Anderson on row 8. James Sherrington and Oliver Smith on row 9 with Leighton Cooper and Aaron Full. Full, who managed to get up quite a few positions earlier on in that race, but unfortunately was also involved in that collision at the final lap. Damien Barris-Hadgett and Seth Hathaway on row 11 with Thomas Ingram Hill and Harrison Morrow on row 12. Rounding out the grid, who is not here, of course, who would be on row 13, would be Scott Marsh and Sasha Bagley, who are unfortunately not racing, I don't believe. Maybe Scott Marsh is. But yes.
Yeah, fantastic race that the Minimax gave us last time, didn't we, with Ethan Jeff Hall taking the race victory, fighting through the order. Going to have to do a similar, well, actually, he won't have to do a similar thing, will he, because he is on pole position side. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can just pull away, or whether Crowther, Ticehurst, Fernandez, who was up and down in the race lead constantly throughout the entire race, whether he can put his name into the hat yet again for a race victory.
Yep, indeed he can. So let's see what we can do then as they exit the final corner. Race 2 of the day is underway, and here we go into the tram lines. Green flag out, and away they go in towards turn 1. Good start, 3 wide at the back, but they all get round. Through the tunnel they go, up the banking, I should say. And again, good start all the way through. Oh, a bit of contact at the back. Full's involved. Full's facing the correct way. The 38 spins. That's Oliver Smith, but he's facing the correct way, and they all get going again, albeit now right at the back of the grid. Down into turn 1, Ethan Jeff Hall throws the dummy, gets back on Crowther, and he takes the lead out of hairpin 1. Concertina effect kicks in. Bit of contact there, but the 90 of Fernandez is back there in second place. Crowther in the number 7 fighting fit in the inside, gets past again, but Fernandez holds it around the outside and retakes second place. Crowther getting nerfed out wide and is all the way down now into 5th place.
Jeff Hall will be absolutely loving this, won't he, in the race lead. Now he retook that lead into the hairpin, and now he's got a little bit of a gap, but not for long, because the number 90 of Fernandez is right there and hoping for better in this second heat of the day for him, because obviously he was in the race lead for quite a long time, and then he ended up getting a bit had off at the end. Number 4 there, that's Douglas moving his way through. Crowther's actually falling quite a way back as the 37 moves up the order. That is Hayward. Again, Hayward, a driver to definitely look out for, because he's been dominant yesterday for sure. And he was fighting through the order as well. He's in 3rd place at the moment. Be sure he's going to be going for race victories, as so is Fernandez up the inside.
Yep, good stuff from that one. Reg Hayward still leading in terms of the points. He's only on 3 points at the moment at the front, so you know he's wanting to get up to that sharp end ASAP. Jeff Hall with a big look over the shoulder there, can only see the 37 of Hayward in his invisible mirror that is his eyes as he goes through. Douglas there, the number 4 at the back of this group of 4 as well, but then the 5th place man there as well, I think, just appearing in shot. Who is that? It is indeed Profi, yeah, the number 7. Thank you very much. There we go. Out of the final corner they go, and as they cross the line, it's Fernandez, Jeff Hall, Hayward, Douglas, Crowther, then it's Wooden, Charman, Ticehurst, Crossley, Walker, Camp, Cooper, Sherrington, Hartley, and Nolan are the top 15 at the moment. 5.5 minutes to go. Under investigation is the 27 of
Barris Haggett. And in the race lead has actually just gone Jeff Hale as they went over the bridge. So Jeff Hale taking that race lead ahead of Fernandez yet again.
Indeed, there we go. In towards the second hairpin again. Jeff Hall from Fernandez. From Douglas. Douglas has got past Hayward. Hayward back down into 4th place now. Crowther still there. Line astern. Are we going to get a repeat of race 1 earlier on today? I do hope so, because it was absolutely thrilling. Here they go then, they're the second pack, as you can see them coming into shot as well. KR Sport, Adam Wooden, then it's Ewan Charman, Blake Ticehurst, Ben Crossley, Michael Walker in that pack as well. A little jumping up and down there from Crowther. He's just thinking, oh, well, okay, come on, Kart, go. Down the inside goes Hayward on his teammate, so the number 4.
And on Fernandez.
He does indeed, yeah, he's all gone P-Tong here. There we go. Out the bridge they go. Michael Walker, fastest lap of the race at 32, currently in 10th place. Oh, there, look at that. Hayward into second place and throwing the dummy, but here comes Fernandez back down the inside. Right. So comes Crowther as well. Side by side, he can't hold on to it. Crowther throws the dummy, sends it back down the inside into the second hairpin. He's got the inside line now in towards the Fullerton S's. Gets the job halfway done, gets the job fully done.
Great move there by Fernandez as well. And Hayward, he was going for race lead. Now he's back down to 3rd. Douglas up to 4th as well. You just can't keep your eyes off this mini-max racing, can you? It's absolutely sensational. No wonder the drivers... sorry, his name is Jeff Hall, not Jeff Hale, apparently. Don't know which one of us has been saying Jeff Hale. Probably me. So Jeff Hall, apologies. In the race lead, though, at the moment. I'm sure he won't mind too much as long as he's winning the race.
I'm sure, yeah, there we go. So, 3.5 minutes to go then as they go through. Chase Fernandez still there, second place, holding on to that one. Goes defensive, does Jeff Hall. And again, look at that, Hayward, the normal racing line, but that allows Crowther to go down the inside slightly as well. Can't complete the move. Holding on to that white line is Jeff Hall as much as possible. Out the corner they go. Fernandez alongside. Fernandez down the inside into the Fullerton S's. Oh, Hayward tried to follow as well, but he clips the curb and has to concede the spot. This is allowing everyone to close up now. It's a battle from 1st all the way down. Well, that looks pretty much to 18th place for me. Bit of jostling in the mid-pack there as the number 4 and the 7 get comfortable. It's Douglas and Crowther again as they exit out back onto the start-finish straight. They cross the line. Oh, goodness me, ring the dinner bell because this is very much not over. The top 3 with a slight breakaway. Yeah,
there's still 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. It's absolutely sensational to see here. Again, the number 7, the number 4, that's Douglas and Crowther going side by side. And all of a sudden, as soon as this 4th place battle starts kicking off, the top 3 do pull away, but it just keeps, it's the magic of racing, isn't it? How it sways to and fro throughout. That's Ticehurst, I believe, is getting involved as well. But look at this, Fernandez in the race lead ahead of Jeff Hall. And Hayward is trying to just take advantage of something. Can he get anything? He can get second, potentially, going into the S's. And in fact, no, he doesn't, because that's a great hold around the outside by Jeff Hall.
Yep, good stuff there. Fernandez in the lead then as they go through. Jeff Hall there in second place for Strawberry Racing. Oh. Down the inside goes there. Harrison Crowther can't quite get the move done. Well, he can get the move done, actually. He moves in front of Hayward. gets that job done. Down the start-finish straight they go. Switcheroo again on the timer because it's Fernandez, Jeff Hall, Crowther, Hayward, Wooden, Douglas, Charman, then it's Ticehurst, Cooper, Crossley and Walker, the top 11 all in this main
Jeff
big
Hall
pack.
going for the race lead again.
He is indeed. Down the inside, gets the move done. That's how you do it. Back down the hill they go. Expect to lunge into the hairpin. No one goes defensive. Down the inside looks Fernandez once more. Gets it done. Here's a look further back as well. But there on your screen now, Fernandez in the lead. It looks like Crowther's followed through as well. Hayward on the outside. Oh, look at that. Crowther tried to go down the inside of Hayward. Oh, no, the number 4's bumper. Douglas's bumper has come off on the back. A technical flag will be going out for him. Here's a look at the intermediate classifications as it stands. Hayward still leading at the moment with a 6-point. Harrison Crowther going back up into second place now, which is good for him. Ticehurst goes down, Charman goes down. They're adding those points there. Thank you, Mr. Ian Rogers from motorsport-timing.uk. Thank you very much again. Huge thanks to them. Less than 1 minute to go on the board then across the line. Last lap board out this time.
Yeah, this is, this is the penultimate lap. Because, of course, we've got one lap after this, which just means we've got more action coming our way, which is brilliant. So, Fernandez, Douglas, confirmation that Douglas has received the technical flag, which means his race is done. That's really unfortunate because he was one of the stars of this show so far. Jeff Hall has just fallen down the order. Oh, I thought there was a slide at the inside by another driver, but actually just about avoided Jeff Hall. And, in fact, that's Douglas, isn't it? Look how his back bumper is flopping around everywhere. He's going to really have to come in for that. Hopefully he gets, he sees the flag, the fact that he's getting the technical flag soon, because otherwise it could be a danger.
It could be. There we go. Timer strikes 0 then. Last lap board out this time. The number 4 there of Douglas pulls in. Huge shame to finish that race early. Into the final corner they go. Last lap board comes out. Yellow flag in the final sector as well.
Hayward's gone through.
And there it looks like Crowther. Crowther has gone round the number 7 car is off the track. Down the inside goes Fernandez as well. Contact with Hayward and Ethan. Jeff Hall gets through and moves up into the lead now of this Minimax race. Down the hill they go. Again, Jeff Hall defensive. Fernandez to the outside is going to try and get the switch around, but keep an eye on the 37 of Hayward. Again, is going to want to fight back. Can't quite do it now. Jeff Hall holds on to that inside line. Hayward to the outside. He's going to try and get the switch back on both of them here. 3 wide out of hairpin 2. Ethan, Jeff Hall. Tyre smoke off the tyres there. In towards the chicane they go. Fernandez struggling under pressure. Covers off from the 49 of Adam Wooden as well, who's back up into this pack now. Into the Mike Wilson complex. This is where Crowther, the number 7, span and was out the race. Now it's only 1 corner to go. Hayward is looking comfortable. Hayward's looking good. Out of the final corner, it's Hayward for the checkered flag from Jeff Hall and Fernandez.
Oh, what an unbelievable race the Mini-Maxes have served up for us. And Hayward, again, that move, he was in 3rd place coming out of the second hairpin, and he just knew what was going to happen ahead of him between Fernandez and Jeff Hall. They were going to force each other out wide. He got a brilliant cutback. He was lucky that no drivers were close enough to throw it up the inside of him, but a fantastic move. He got the exit, and it was done and dusted from there on out, really. And I have to say, big congratulations to all the drivers. It's a real shame we lost Douglas because he was brilliant as well, just for that damage to the back bumper. I've seen a little bit of chat in the YouTube chat saying that why did he not stay out if he's got 3 laps to come in. Not the case. He'd get disqualified because it was on coming into the final couple of laps. There's confirmation that Hayward is your race victor with Jeff Hall in 2nd. Fernandez in 3rd. Again, I don't know what he has to do to try and get a race victory. Wooden in 4th. Ticehurst in 5th. Cooper in 6th. Charman 7th. 8th is Walker. Crossley in 9th. 10th is Full with Camp in 11th. 12th Hartley. 13th Hathaway. Vargas Hager in 14th with Nolan in 15th, Sherrington even in 16th, Anderson 17th, Bocock in 18th, Ingram Hill 19th, 20th Smith, Housley in 21st, Morrow 22nd, Crowther ended up in 23rd and 24th being Douglas.
Well, there we go. Fantastic racing then from the Minimax class again. It's time to hear those 4 strokes rumble once more. It's time for Honda Cadet. Well, here we go then for Honda Cadet. And again, an absolutely fantastic race we saw earlier on. Timo Youngling took the win from Noah Wolf, Joshua Graham and Cole Denham in that race there. Just see there, the number 10 on your screen there. Max Cuthbert, Synergy Racing, starting on the front row, starting on pole position. There is Noah Wolf, the Synergy factory driver on the PF plates, racing in the 2 classes here, the Honda Cadet and the Miami Cadet. A very busy young lad this weekend, so a lot of work to do on that one. Starting behind just him is Aris Majuskas there in the 23. And you'll tell how Aris is, because he's always dancing. There we go, and he's currently dancing right now. There we go.
I love it.
Yeah, it's all good. There, Kenzo Craigie, the 44. He had an up and down race in his last one, but he came back strong. Fastest lap and one of the laps as well. Really good performance from him. Great showing. I really want to see Kenzo in that top 3 in this one, because he really, really does deserve it. There he is. He always gives us a smile and a wave when the camera's here, but I don't think you can see us. If you can hear us, Kenzo, give us a wave. Can he? No.
No, he gave you a shake of the head. No, maybe he did hear you. He's like, no, I'm not having that.
There we go. So, cool. So, nice words of encouragement from Dad. So there we go. So, as they go through, Honda Cadet then last time around, Kenzo Craigie finished in 5th place like we just saw there. Max Cuthbert again finished 6th place overall, but starting on the front row this time. There is Joshua Graham, the number 4. Joshua finished 3rd in his race for Ambition, and I'm sure there's lots of support out on Ambition. There is Jack West, 92. Go on, all my Ambition teammates. Once again, he doesn't forget to say well done to his teammates. There's Timo Youngling, your last race winner. He's starting a little further back, 3rd row, at number 8. Let's have a look then at the grid for Honda Cadet for race 20. The race 32, I should say.
There we go.
You know, the race was on. There we go. Race 32, heat 4 for Honda Cadet. This is how they line up. Max Cuthbert and Noah Wolf on the front row with Joshua Graham and Aris Majuskas on row number 2. Timo Youngling and Kenzo Craigie on row 3 with Harrison Whitcomb and Joshua Smith. The E-plate on row number 4. Cole Denham and Jarrett Clark on row 5 with Leon Hasty and William Murphy on row number 6. Thomas Spearing and Luca Ballack on row 7 with Max Endicott and Noah Barham on row number 8. Alfie Mew and Albert Friend on row 9 with Oliver Meek and Anthony Parfit on row number 10. Kaiser Ryman and Gregor Reed on row 11 with Harry Frail and Alexander Kowajikov on row 12. Then it is Harry Taylor and Noah Pikes on row 13 with Finney Smith and Ryan White on row 14 with Charlie Wolfit and Owen Neve rounding out the 30 kart grid on row 15.
Yeah, and the Honda Cadets, they gave us brilliant action last time. You mentioned that they're basically a train, aren't they, Anthony, when they get going? But, of course, to get going, we go off a standing start. It's a very individual for the Kartmasters.
We do indeed, yeah. The only class that does do the standing start, of course, they're the 4-stroke. You can't have a standing start with a 2-stroke. Why is that, Mr. Jack Oliphant?
Are they direct drives? Is that the reason why?
Well,
no, they get flooded.
But they get flooded, yeah.
Yes. I think it's one of those. I think TKMs, they are always direct drive, and of course I remember the road taxis, they just press a button, don't they? And most of these cars these days.
Yeah, kind of fires up, doesn't it? So yeah, so they'll be standing start for this one. Of course, you can do that with a single engined 200cc, I believe they are. Or they actually might be a 160 GX Honda engine that they've got on there. Someone, if you're in the chat, please correct me if I am wrong, but I believe they are a 160 GX engine. Right then, lined up. Look at that, much better. They still all try to sneak that little cheeky angle in, don't they, to just poke their nose into the inside. They always do it. Some who do it too much get pulled back and then go, right, park up again. Try again, shall we?
So that's the nice thing, isn't it? They actually do, if you are slightly out of place, just move out of the way as the green flag gets waved.
Yep, green flag up at the back. Lights go out. Green flag is down. Away they go in towards turn 1. Everyone pulling off to the inside line. Good start from the entire field. Already look at that one long train of karts. And yes, I confirm, Jack West, they are a GX 160. Thank you very much, 160cc. Lovely. So as they go up the hill now, good start then as they go down. Look at that, Timo Youngling going all over the curbs there, down the hill, fighting for position here with the top three though as they go through, already trying to break away. Wolf in the lead from the number 10 of Cuthbert as well, just behind. There's Kenzo Craigie, the white helmet and the blue suit with the Ambition livery there, or in the Ambition team as well, closing in as well. Holding on to that pack as the rest of the field slot through. The 25 just there in shot as well. William Murphy, one of the other Ambition drivers, just holding on that inside line as the train begins. And here they go. There's Majuskas under pressure from Youngling, who tried to pull out into the Mike Wilson complex. Couldn't quite do it. Stays behind there. You can see Joshua Graham, the number 4, still there in 3rd place as well. Good start from the entire field as they end lap 1.
Wolf doing a fantastic job at the moment in the race lead, and he's got Cuthbert in 2nd place as they come in across the line. You can start seeing flooding on the left-hand side of your screen. It's not going to stay that way, if anything. Trust me, Honda cadets know how to make a move on each other, and they do it with some style half the time as well. That's Josh Graham in 2nd at the moment. He's going a little bit wide, trying to get that cutback maybe. He's going to go for a different line as they see a little bit of bumping and barging in the background. But these top 5, has to be said, all the way down to Timo Youngling, has actually sort of pulled away just a touch, haven't they?
They have indeed, yes, as they exit out of the first hairpin in towards hairpin 2. Again, the train of 5 starting to form now as Youngling's closed up. Who's there in the background? It's always got your eyes on you. Yeah, it's such a distinctive helmet. You just can't miss it there, can you? In the background. Craigie there just off the back of this pack as well. As soon as they start scrapping, which I suspect they probably will at some point, it will close up on that one, because I say when you're at a train like this, you definitely, if they all work together, I would say it's definitely probably faster than just being kind of on your own. And at the moment with him there in a bit of a no man's land, he's not getting the slipstream that he needs from everyone, but he's not getting a push from anyone either. So he's kind of in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, really. Although there's a move up the inside for 2nd place. That's the number 4 of Graham on Cuthbert. And Cuthbert's going to have to settle for just dropping down into 3rd for now and realigning the train, because they don't want to let Wolf run away with this. Timo Youngling, I believe, is the driver with the fastest lap of the race so far. But, of course, we have only had 1 or 2. As back up the inside goes Cuthbert on Graham. Just completely missed that. So, yeah, it's still Wolf, Wolf, Cuthbert, and then Graham.
Yep, indeed, as they go out of hairpin number 2. There they go then on your screens. Fastest lap was Timo Youngling that last time around. The number 8 Kart there in 4th place. A slight buffer between the two of them. Well, I say a slight buffer. Again, it's nothing really. He's right there. There we go. As they go through 4.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap as they go through, the order as follows as they cross the line. It is Wolf, Cuthbert, Graham, Youngling, Majuskas, then it's Craigie, Murphy, Whitacombe, Hasty, Denham, Spearing, Ballack, Clark, Friend, then it's Ryman, Barham, then it's Pikes, Endicott, Parfit, Neve, Reed, Frail, Meek, Mew, Kojikov, then it's Wolfit, Taylor, Smith, White, and then Finley Smith at the back end in 30th place. 5-second time penalty though to the 66. Mr. Whitacombe, oh dear, in 8th place. That will put him all the way down into about 18th place.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it? Because the nature of this kind of racing, that everybody's so close, a 5-second penalty really does hurt you, doesn't it? It's a very sort of big increment to actually have to be put on you, and that could ruin someone's championship or GP plate attempt anyway. So it's good for Harrison, but hopefully he doesn't come back and do it again, whatever he did.
Well, yeah, after that. Across the line they go then, and line astern, you can see there, Craigie's been caught by the field behind of Whitacombe, who's got that 5-second time penalty, Denham, Hasty and Ballack. And then the rest of them as well, because that pass goes all the way back down to 14th place. William Murphy, fastest lap of the race, in P6 at the moment. He's at the back end of the main lead group as they go through. It looks like Craigie's actually caught up to the back of one more as well as they go through. So your front 3 there, Wolf, Cuthbert, Graham at the moment, line astern. Then it's Youngling there, still holding on to it. their race earlier on. Like we said, Youngling won that race. Noah Wolfo leading in the points section at the moment. I suspect, in fact, yes, he is leading in the points section at the moment. It says it there on my screen. 5 points so far in the current position that they are in, with Cuthbert 15. Then it's Graham who's gone up into third, 22 points. Youngling with 23 points as well as they go through. So again, it's the top 30 that go through to the pre-final, and because there is 30, guess what? All go through to the pre-final. There is no cut-off, so we expect everyone will go through, but it will determine where they start for the pre-final, and then when they finish the pre-final, that will determine where they start for the Grand Prix final.
Yes, they learn the system, whether or not there's any real threat from obviously not being allowed to take part in the actual final, shall we say. So, yeah, it's still the same amount of races they get and still the same amount of practice they get right up until that final. Because, of course, you want to build momentum. You want to build confidence going into that final, because that, at the end of the day, which it is at the end of the day, is the only one you want to win.
Yep, exactly that. It's all going to be tomorrow. Today just determines where you'll start tomorrow. So today is also just as important. There we go then, as they exit out. Less than 90 seconds left on the board. The breakaway here at the front. Wolf, Cuthbert, Graham, Youngling. Top four there, breaking away. Then, just behind is Murphy. Craigie, Aris Majukis has dropped back slightly now. He's in 7th place. Then Whitcomb with a 5-second time penalty.
Oh, that's a move on the inside. Sorry there, Anthony.
No.
As Timo Youngling goes into 3rd place.
Yep, good move there from Youngling out the corner of my eye. Moves up into 3rd place. With those four scrapping, that will allow those two behind. You can see there Majukis there in the background saying, think, come on, let's go, because that gap is pulling away quite quickly. And of course, now we're into that sort of moment with 2 laps to go, 30 seconds left. Youngling down the inside there of Cuthbert, gets the job done, moves up into P2. Cuthbert going defensive from Graham though. Graham can't quite do it, stays behind. He's going to have another look here into the Mike Wilson complex. The same with Youngling. Youngling takes the lead from Wolf. Wolf now in 2nd place as they go through the complex now in towards the final corner. Out they'll go, back onto the start-finish straight. And again, now it is Youngling at the end of that lap. The start of that lap was in 4th place. Now he's in 3rd. 3 positions in 1 lap. I think Youngling would like to go now.
Yeah, exactly. Youngling is very much hoping that he can repeat his race victory from earlier today, but that's not going to be as easy as it looks as Wolf looks back up the inside and has that position. Timo Youngling hoping to impress his new team because he's recently signed for Oliver Rowland Racing, apparently. He's hoping to sort of come home with the GB, but at the moment it's not quite going his way because 3rd place is now his position as he's just slot down behind Graham, I believe.
Yeah, there we go. So you can see there, Wolf now back
good
in.
Cutback, good cutback, great cutback.
Yeah, it was indeed. A big hand up there from Youngling, not happy, but retakes the lead as they go through. So it's still Youngling from Wolf, from Graham. Youngling very defensive there, super close. Wolf one's ride. Oh, look at Kenzo. Craigie's come right into this, now into P3. This is excellent stuff. That just shows you, even though they were so far away a couple of laps ago, look how close they are now. Last lap board comes out, and here we go. Youngling leading the way. Well, actually, apparently it was Graham who crossed the line first, but Youngling's at the front of the pack from Graham, from Kenzo Craigie in 3rd place. I said he was looking for a podium this time around. Oh, look, he took the wide line there. A bit of front-to-rear contact. He's got to be careful because that nose cone could have taken quite a knock there for Craigie. He goes back to 4th place. Wolf back into 3rd. Down the hill they go, all hugging that inside white line into the braking zone again. Craigie late on the brakes. Lock up from Majukis at the back. He spins and goes off wide. Disaster there for Majukis. Now it's all down to what can happen. Oh, Youngling's been tapped off, the race leader in the grass area, now out of this race and out of contention. The PF plate into 2nd place for Wolf. In front, though, it's Graham, the number 4, clear by by quite a way now as they go through the 25 of Murphy, is in 3rd place as they exit in towards the Mike Wilson complex. A couple of corners to go. Now into the final corner. Oh, dear me, I say I wouldn't like to be Nigel Edwards now at the end of this race, but on the Start-finish line, checker flag goes out to Joshua Graham with Noah Wolf and William Murphy. Leon Hasty, Cole Denham take fourth and fifth place. 7 and 4 positions gained. Kenzo Craigie, again, good results. 6th place finished. Harrison Whitcomb, Thomas Spearing at 5 places, finishing in 8th. Majuskis and Cuthbert, 9th and 10th at the end of all that. Where did... in fact, I think we've got a replay there of what happened, which would be good to see. Right, so what happened into the braking zone here that you see, looking over his shoulder quite a lot there into the... Now I see a concertina effect that was.
Yeah,
do you know what? I don't know who that was.
I don't know who started it,
but
it looked like there was a couple of contacts before it ended up with Timo Youngling. That won't help Timo at all. He won't be appreciative of that fact. The fact is, he had the race victory there, half a lap to go, and he's ended up all the way down. I saw him before; he was in 17th position. So, yeah, that's not helpful for him at all.
There we go. So as it goes through,
actually, that's true. Actually, Craig Evans on the chat, he just reminded me that the PF plate, which was, of course, Wolf, he had a wobbly chin, wobbling harder than when you take a toddler's favourite toy away, to be honest. And it's well, they start crying, don't they? It's a wobbly chin. The nose cone, maybe there's a threat for the stewards to be looking at that.
Well, maybe so. We'll have to find out when the race results come on a piece of paper printed, and to us, we'll find out from that. But excellent stuff from the Honda cadets for their 4th heat. Let's head over and back to the 2-strokes. It's time now for Junior X30. Well then, here we go then for Junior X30, and we see there on your screen, Mr. Burgoyne Jr. Oh, my voice went there, didn't it?
Made it sound quite cool.
Did it? There we go. Yes, so, Burgoyne Jr., where is he at the moment? So, 4th place in the points overall. Well, that was at the end of yesterday. They probably would have changed slightly now. Let's have a look at the grids then. I don't know where they've gone in the commentary box. They were there.
Yes, they were.
Well, we'll find them, but for the meantime, I'll look at the screen. Harry Burgoyne Jr. starting on the front row with Oliver Stewart, and Josh Agambar with Charlie Rebb on row number 2. Then it is Lorenzo Cordell and Brandon Carr on row 3 with Joseph Rippon and Reese Lomax on row 4. Sam Shaw and Sam Gornall on row 5, the 2 Sams side by side. Ethan Simmons, the E-plate, and Jude Ferrenho on row 6. Luke Watts, race winner and leader at the moment of the Junior X30, currently on the 7th row with Harvey Ryby alongside Freddie Allen and Leo Brown, the 1-3-3 on row number 8. Aidan Lynn and Ella Stevens on row 9 with Gracie Mitchell and Jack Nestleship rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Benjamin Doughty and James Holtby on row 11 with Mackay Taylor and Thomas Reddy on row 12. Olivia Algeria, I should say, and Dane Tucker on row 13. Michael Rapsey and Sienna Gordon on row 14. AJ Arnold and Carl Casabante on row 15 with Gabriel Stilp, Sam Lewis on row 16 and Macy Hitter rounding out the grid on row 17. You steal my grids.
I accidentally did. Yeah, it's because they're located on my laptop, which I needed to use. Yeah, X30s, juniors. I mean, the X30s, seniors, juniors, and minis, just like the road taxes provide. I mean, the whole Kartmasters has just been awesome racing so far. But with any luck, we'll actually get a non-full start because these are the drivers that do tend to give us a full start, and we are going around again. Yeah, the attitude of the carts going into T1 looked like they weren't, but indeed they are. Yeah, they slowed them down. Yellow flags are out, and they'll be going around again. So they haven't quite caught us off guard.
No, they didn't. That was the false start flag you saw there. Green flag with the yellow chevron.
Yes, exactly. I know my flags. You're going to test me on it now. I'm going to fail epically.
What's the slippery surface flag?
That's the yellow and the red.
Yeah. Good stuff. Technical flag.
Oh, orange and black. Black background, orange circle.
Yeah.
See, no, I think if we stop there, let's just say I know the more.
There's a double waved yellow flag here.
really slow down the incidents within yourself and the next marshal post.
There we go. We'll stop with that then. Okay, he does know his flags. There we go. Fair enough. Frantically checking that steering. Here they go then. In towards the Mike Wilson complex once more. Now, James Racing driver Stewart starting on the front row once more. He won the heat earlier on. Everyone on that right-hand side of the grid has already been out once today. B group on the left-hand side. McCoy Jr. not been out yet today. Let's see what he can do from pole position into the tram lines. Is it green? It is green. Oh, Stewart goes super defensive into turn one. Burgoyne Jr. then gets swallowed by the pack, goes down into third place. A couple of the karts going off grass tracking, but everyone back onto the track there. Clean all the way through. The E-plate there of Simmons all the way back down the order now. Looked like he'd gone very wide, but he falls back into position. 4-5 wide down the main straight as Stewart, contact at the front as the 24 of Webb tried to go down the inside. Stewart blocked off the front, and that has allowed, I think, someone else to get into the lead. I can't quite see out the window. Yes, it is the 68 of Burgoyne Jr. now back in the lead.
Yeah, Burgoyne Jr. retaking that lead that he had as on pole position, of course. So he's going to hope to pull away slightly because there's a fight for second and it's heating up by the looks of it. We're about to come round the start-finish straight, so we'll be able to give you a full rundown of where everybody is. But there's the number 222, Stewart. I believe he's the driver in second place. It's where he started, and I believe that's where he's defending.
Indeed, yes. Out of the final corner, they cross the line. Burgoyne Jr. from Stewart, Carr, Webb, Agambar, Lomax, Cordell. Then it's Watts, Rippin, Shaw, Ferrenho, Gornall. Then it's Ryby, Lynn, Allum, and Simmons rounding out the top 16 karts out there at the moment. 6.5 minutes to go down the hill. Tucking in is Burgoyne Jr. There is Stewart now, who's just been nerfed out the way there by what looks to be, is that Reese Lomax? It is indeed Reese Lomax, the 52 for Klassen Motorsport, up into P3 now.
Look at the two drivers in the lead, though. The 68 of Burgoyne Jr. and I believe that's the 230 of Carr, as they're getting nudged out wide there. It's a 24. Who was that?
Charlie Webb.
Yeah, really getting nudged out. Of course, Charlie Webb had a great round earlier on today, but not necessarily going his way this time round.
Cordell with a warning flag, the number 20 out there. Yeah, keep a close eye on that one. Out of the final corner once more then. Your race leaders, Burgoyne Jr. and Brandon Carr breaking away, clear by 1 second now. As you see Stewart back down the inside of Reese Lomax. Gets the job done. Reese, who races in two different classes as well. He races in the Junior Xerxes and I believe he races in the Junior TKM as well. Wow. So he does two in the British Kart Champs. So he's a busy boy as well out there. Into the braking zone again, as that looks to be like Caden McQueen. No, it's not Caden McQueen. It's a completely different class. It's Luke Watts, the Kato Motorsport driver, on that number 4 down the inside into the first hairpin, moving up in towards P5. The number 7 defensive Sam Shaw from Joseph Rippin as well. They get through there nice and cleanly as Rippin on the outside there had a disaster in one of his other races, and the number 40 comes through as well. That's Sam Gornall, much better start this time around as he gets up those positions as they come into the Mike Wilson complex now. 5 minutes to go. Timing tower will update. Burgoyne Jr. and Carr still leading the way, very close for the lead.
Yeah, they're nose to tail now in essence, the two leaders, but we'll focus on them in just a second as we see the drivers flash through our screens. There we go, you can see the two leaders. Burgoyne Jr., who obviously was on pole position, he's been caught up by Carr. It was always easy to be the chaser rather than to be chased, and I think he's launching one at the inside here, just in the camera shot there. There we go. Carr has got through on Burgoyne Jr.
Yep, good stuff there from Brandon Carr, now leading the way, the Fusion Motorsport driver on that 230 chassis. As they go into the Fullerton S's again. Nice controlled driving, slightly wide there by Burgoyne Jr. That's allowing Stewart to catch up. They had a gap. Oh, Luke Watts, the number 4 technical flag. The man who was leading the points, I suspect, is not going to be leading them now, because that is going to be a potential retirement from the race if they can't get the matter fixed. Down the inside goes to, looks like the 14 there of Josh Agambar, Premium Karting, his teammate Sam Shaw. Also, just behind, contact on the start-finish straight. 2 karts involved, the 50 and one of the MDL karts is also on the start-finish straight, and he's furious. It's the E-plate. It's the E-plate of Ethan Simmons, and he is not happy and in a lot of pain there. A full course yellow, the Battenberg flag has come out. There's drama on the start-finish straight, and a lot of marshals already on the scene. The race has been neutralised.
Yeah, it's worth noting though, he has the driver who we saw when we cut the cameras away, he was on the floor in a little bit of pain. He has got up, he's sat on the tyre wall with a marshal just attending to him now. The other driver's out of the car as well after getting a bit of an earful, it has to be said, but I think it looks like he's walking okay and everything like that. So the ambulance is only just up the other side of the track basically, so I'm sure he'll get a medic to have a quick look. And in fact, yeah, here they come down, waltzing down just to make sure he's giving them one turn.
Right, so Battenberg flag out. Race neutralised. Drivers being told to stay over on the left-hand side of the circuit. Come down under the bridge now. And at the moment, as it stands, it's Burgoyne Jr. who's leading the way from Stewart. 2 minutes 20 to go as they get the barriers sorted. The kart's in a safe place, and the drivers over to the side of the circuit where they will be seen to by the medical staff. But again, can confirm that both drivers are up, walking away, and are back at the side of the track now. Less than 2 minutes to go then. So, like we said, Burgoyne Jr. from Stewart, Carr, Lomax, Shaw, Gornall, Rippin, Webb, Agenbar, and Ryby. That is the top 10 at the moment.
It is indeed, yeah. So Burgoyne Jr. obviously qualifying on pole position. He had a fantastic qualifying, it has to be said as well. The number 68 car, of course. He had a pretty good race in race 1. I think he ended up getting a bit caught up with a few drivers. In fact, no, actually, sorry, my mistake. This is his first race, isn't it, for the evening, the day, sorry. How's he going to deal with this then? Obviously, the karts are pretty much out of the way. The drivers are just wandering up now out as well off the track. So with any luck, we'll be able to get going racing. And it'll be down to Burgoyne Jr. to actually get them away. And I think we're about to go racing potentially now. Yeah, green flag is waved and we're off.
Yeah, he bolted early. He did Burgoyne Jr. The green flag didn't come out, but he also knew it was ready to go. There we go. Green flag back out. 55 seconds on the clock to go. And there you can see there Reese Lomax still in 4th place. One of the close in. Sam Shaw again. Good stuff from him. Up into 5th place. Good start as they come back down the hill now. Break away from Burgoyne Jr. Stewart following suit as well. Now you can see their defensive. Shaw and Reese Lomax down the inside. Good stuff there into the first hairpin. That looked to me like it was Rippin, the 54 that got slightly nerfed out wide. He's on the inside here. Yes, he is. And he manages to follow Gornall as well.
Stewart is up for this, you know. He wants a race victory. He only has to attack for the next 2 laps. It's going to be an awfully hard job for Burgoyne to hold on to it. But look at this, even further in the background, there's 2 drivers going side by side. That's the number 271 of Ryby even. I've made the mistake before of reading his name wrong, but it's Ryby in around the 10th place. So all the way up and down the field, you can see there's action starting to fly, and the drivers are back onto their final lap, I believe. No, penultimate lap.
Yep, indeed. They crossed the line with about half a second to go, so the last lap board didn't go out. They've got to suffer this for another 2 laps. Over the bridge they go. Burgoyne Jr. from Stewart breaking away at the front. Now clear from Reese Lomax there in 3rd place. Expect a potential lunge as the rest of the field slot into view there. Out of hairpin 1 they go, and you can still see action there. Oh, there's all sorts of argy-bargy there. There we go, though. There's the move for the lead. Stewart back in front.
Yeah, but only for about half a corner and half a straight, wasn't it? Because Burgoyne Jr. is back up, and remember, this is the penultimate lap. We've got 1 more to go. Stewart knows full well that he's got another opportunity here. Don't panic, don't do anything silly, because he doesn't want Lomax, or Carr in fact it is, because Lomax has dropped down to 5th, to be in with a chance here at overtaking him. He wants a race victory, he doesn't want 4th position.
No, he doesn't. Last lap board out then for Junior X30 for Heat 5, race 33 of the weekend. Slight bit of contact there between the two of them, but they go through. Just a mere love kiss, that's what it was. Let you know you're there. There we go. Out over the bridge they go, down the hill and into the braking zone. Defensive goes Burgoyne Jr. Watch out for Carr in the background as well. Oh, and there goes Sam Shaw as well. The long way round the outside, gets the switch back on Carr, moves up into third place. Carr tries to go back down the inside, can't do it, but Shaw down the inside of Stewart. Stewart now back into P3. There, now, Burgoyne Jr. clear at the front. Carr down the inside, tries to go defensive from Lomax. Lomax looking down the inside into the into the complex. Can't, does do it. Moves alongside into position now as the 24 goes through as well of Webb. Back here at the front though, Burgoyne Jr. at the front. Nothing Shaw can do as they exit out of the final corner. It's going to be Harry Burgoyne Jr. from Stewart and from Shaw and Stewart, sorry. Brandon Carr crossing in fourth.
I tell you what a drive from Burgoyne Jr. after that restart. It was absolutely sensational there. The way to absorb the pressure, and then he even got overtaken by Stewart, but then he came back. He was only behind for about a corner and a half until he came back, took that race victory, and then Shaw did him a little bit of a favour by managing to upset Stewart, but a brilliant drive all round. And there you go, confirmation of the winner, Harry Burgoyne Jr., as a few of the mechanics are running down the start-finish straight, not quite as quick as the X30s that have just been going round, just to collect those carts.
There we go. There is a look then at your provisional race results. Harry Burgoyne Jr. takes the race win from Sam Shaw. Great result for the premium karting driver. Oliver Stewart with a third place finish that time around. Stewart won't be overly happy with that because that means he gets the most points he's received so far this weekend. There's a look a little further down the order as well. From letting back Ferrenho, then it's Hitter, Stilp, Lynn, Holtby, Allen, Tucker, Taylor. The rest of them there, Stevens, Lewis, Doughty, Nestleship, Gordon, Arnold, Casabanti, then it's Mitchell, Brown and Reddy. We lost 3 drivers in that one. Luke Watts, who retired due to a mechanical issue. We had Michael Rapsey and Ethan Simmons, the 50 and E-plate, which you can see they're currently being pulled off the circuit with the collision at the start-finish straight. Again, an exciting race for the Junior X30. More races to come, because up next it's Group A and C for the seniors. So, Senior X30 about to make their way to the track, and where are my pieces of paper? Sorted out. There we go. Right, so that's good as well. That's very kind of you, Mr.
I was just making sure that it was readily available this time, as I hid it last time.
Yeah, you did. I looked to be like, there's a good score. Right, so race 26. The race earlier on was Group B and C. Now it's Group A and C. So the first time that we are seeing Group B, so that will be everyone who is starting on the left-hand side of the grid, so i.e. Lou Westover, Thomas Turner, Oliver Greetham, Brad Pennell, Marcus Littlewood, Archie Tillett, Cole Kilner, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Oscar Joyce, Charlie Lamb, Matthew Hudson and Paddy Walsh. It is their first time that we are seeing them out on track today in a heat. We saw them obviously out earlier in a qualifying session and, of course, heat as well. Starting on the front row is Louis Westover and Matthew Higgins. They make their way out onto the track. Let's have a look at the grids then for Senior X30. As they make their way out, as we said there, Louis Westover and Matthew Higgins on the front row with Thomas Turner and Gus Lawrence on row number 2. Thomas Turner, big accident yesterday, but he's feeling fighting fit, ready to go racing here today. Oliver Greetham and Caleb Marshall on row 3 with Brad Pennell and Reggie Dewey on row 4. Marcus Littlewood and Alessandro Serenetti on row number 5. Archie Tillett and Charlie Cole on row 6 with Cole Kilner and Louis Johnson-Cool on row 7. Teddy Pritchard Williams and Piers Pryor on row 8 with Oscar Joyce and Ben Watson on row 9. Then it's Charlie Lamb, Matthew Hogarth on row 10 with Matthew Hudson, Adam Fitzgerald and Paddy Walsh rounding out the grid on row 12.
Yeah, so drivers to look out for. Louis Westover obviously on pole position. He qualified on pole position. Overall, fastest laps between the two groups as well. A couple of others. Matthew Higgins obviously was right in the mix for the majority of that previous race. Gus Lawrence took the race victory as well. He starts on the second row Gus Lawrence obviously took the race victory yesterday and this morning. So Gus, certainly a driver to be looking out for. He's the number 5.
Again, failing to unmute my microphone. Top quality commentary team right here. Into the tram lines we go. Is it green flag? It is. Here we go then. 75. Oh, that was close there between Lawrence, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lawrence and Turner. Very close under braking. Turner's gone slightly backwards now. Looks like he's back in 6th place as they exit up the hill. Over the bridge they go. Piers Bryant down the inside. He's got the inside line as they go through. Down the start they go.
It was a false start in the end, I think.
Was it?
I'm not really sure, but 2 of the drivers just... No.
It is false start. It's coming up on my screen. False start.
Oh, it's a red flag.
Is it? No, it's not a red flag. It's just a false start.
Why have they put the red flag up on the gantry? I'm not sure. But very confusing. But yeah, I think it's just a false start. You're right.
Oh, no, it's green flag again. I think we're green.
Well, a lot of the drivers have stopped racing, effectively.
I am confusion.
I think a lot of people are confused right now.
Okay, I think we're going for a restart. Right, okay, that would be the most sensible thing to do because I think half the grid I think are going, I think aren't going. So I think, yeah, it is going to be a full restart. Something tells me they're not lined up, going to be ready to go. Right.
It's going to be interesting if they're going to be able to sort themselves out back into their original order. Yeah, I think everybody was a little bit confused on that one, weren't they? And even the gantries and Marshall Poster. But we got it sorted out in the end. Hopefully going for a full restart. And in fact, is this a restart? We're going green. We're going green already. And we're racing.
It is indeed. Yeah, good start then again from the front row. Take 2 for Senior X30. Up the hill they go. Much better start from Thomas Turner this time around. He's up now into P2. So as they go over the bridge, good start all the way through. As they head down the hill. Someone running a little wide there. It's one of the Strawberry Racing karts. It probably was the 96 of Alessandro Serenetti, who goes slightly wide. The Italian driver as they come into shot there. The 21 going slightly wide there as well. Archie Tillett from Mick Barrett Racing. And towards the second hairpin they go. Good start then from the field.
Really good start by Turner as well. He went from the second row of the grid up into 2nd place. Louis Westover is still leading the way, but it's not for the want of trying from Turner's perspective. Higgins in 75. As they come across the start-finish line, we'll see where they've all led out into, because I've just lost track of Higgins at the moment, the 75. I think he's a little bit sort of caught in the clutches of the top 5 battle, but across the line then they go. It is Westover, Turner, Greetham, Pennell, and then Higgins is in 5th place. Terrible start by him. Well, from him, I should say. Littlewood in 6th, 7th, Tillett, Kilner in 8th, 9th is Lawrence, and 10th is Dewey.
There we go then, down the hill once more. Westover under pressure from Turner. Turner looking like he was going for the move there, but stayed behind. Looked like it was eking that nose out, and then he just slotted it back in. So I thought he was going for a little last lap, late lunge there. He was, but he stayed in position in towards the Fullerton S's, into the Mike Wilson complex. Again, there's the 59 on your screen. Greetham there. Great start from Greetham, up 2 positions. Great start from Cole Kilner, 8th place, up 5 positions at the moment. Hogarth with a warning flag. There is Turner. Yesterday, if you were watching the stream, you will have seen Turner go for a move down the inside of turn 1, but it didn't pan out and ended up into the barriers. And I think, is that someone's gone straight on? It is. It's the number 12. That is Marcus Littlewood for the Jade Racing team, and potentially an issue with the kart, and quickly gets out of the way. So it's a handy runoff area, that one, because you can just go straight on. But yeah, that's a shame for Mr. Littlewood, who looks to be out of this race. Marshall with a warning flag as well, the 61.
Yeah, Littlewood there. Can't seem to get the car going again there, can he? So it's a bit of a shame for him, whether or not it's just because it's up the hill. No, he's getting out the kart now. Having to retire it, I believe.
So that is a huge shame there for Marcus Littlewood. And there was support from Curtis as well on the stream, who was saying, come on, Marcus, you've got this. But yeah, it's a huge shame there for Marcus Littlewood. Back here at the front, though, cross the start-finish line. Thomas Turner looking like that kart may not have the main waft he needs down the straight. Oh, look at that, the 22 of Pennell down the inside. Tried to get on Greetham, couldn't quite do it, stays behind. Cole Kilner, fastest lap of the race. That's allowing them to catch up as well, because you can see there Higgins and Kilner behind these two after that move have now closed right in. So first, second, are kind of in a bit of a lull at the moment. They've separated then from 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. It's all very line astern, backed up by Cole Kilner with the fastest lap of the race. There on your screen is Greetham, the 59, in 3rd place at the moment. Where was Greetham's finish earlier on? Was he out earlier on? I'm not too sure. We'll find out. But there we go. No, he wouldn't have been because it's his first time out. He's in Group B. There we go. So, out onto the start-finish straight they go. Towards turn 1.
Westover is converting that qualifying pace into a real good race pace here. And up the inside goes the number 22 of Pinnell into 3rd position ahead of Greetham. And I tell you what, that was sort of the battle that was brewing, because of course now that 3rd place is all of a sudden going to be starting to hot up. The fastest lap of the race by Gus Lawrence, and Lawrence all the way down in 8th position at the moment, so he has a bit of catching up to do, but if they keep fighting like they are, he's going to do exactly that. Dewey's gone from 10th on that restart to 7th, so again, quick drivers coming through. This race is not over. 3.5 minutes plus a lap.
Oh, no. Anything could happen. There's still plenty of time for everyone to make mistakes and mess this up. Well, that's what I would do. that's what I do. Oh, no, there's still
get through and perform fantastic overtakes.
No. There is still 5 minutes late on this race. But there we go. So 3 minutes left to go. And in towards turn 1 they go. Comfortable, collected driving there from all of these drivers. Kilner there, the 26. Currently in 6th place behind Greetham. Greetham dropping down a few positions there. Here comes though. Yeah, nice one from Kilner there, moving down the inside, gets the job done and says, thank you, now let's go. There we go.
Yeah, I think the 59 of Greetham, he's starting to fall back a little bit, isn't he? He was doing a fantastic job in 3rd place at one point, but just maybe doesn't quite have the longevity, the pace in the kart to keep with the front lot at the moment, because things have settled down now, and what that means is people start getting into a rhythm. They start getting into the feel of the kart, the grip starts coming back to them, the tyres warm up and everything, and then all of a sudden you're into a different race. It's not like it's when it's just everybody's overtaking each other and everybody's holding each other up. You might have the opportunity to slide through. When everybody spaces themselves out, the real pace comes to the floor.
Yes, it really does. Less than 2 minutes to go then as they go through. Results at the moment from these drivers. It was Platten who was leading the way, and I believe is still leading the... No, he isn't leading the way. No, Gus Lawrence will be leading the way in the championship, in the points table at the moment, with 3 points from Harry Platten's 4 points at the moment. Platten, who is not out in this race, he's in the other group. I think he's out a little bit later on. Yes, he will be. And as they go through the chicane, again, just looking nose to tail. They're in the lull at the moment, aren't they? They're just waiting for that time to strike. They're waiting for that 2 laps. The last 2 laps, that's when everyone goes at it.
Well, it's exactly. I mean, Kilner's not waiting around until then. He's gotten past Higgins, in fact. So Kilner's now up to 4th place. Doing a great job, because realistically, he didn't start that far. In fact, he started on row 7, did Kilner. And the fact that he's already into 4th place is a real testament to how he's been driving. Tillett with the warning flag. Not entirely sure what he's been doing, but can't do it again, whatever it was.
Exactly that. Gus Lawrence now the fastest lap of the race. So, with less than a minute to go, let's have a quick rundown of the order then. Westover, Turner, Pinnell from Kilner, Higgins, Greetham, then it's Lawrence, Dewey, Serenetti, then it's Pritchard Williams in the top 10. Great running from Pritchard Williams at the moment, up 5 positions from 15th place. It's Gus Lawrence under pressure there on your screen. They're waiting for that last 2 laps, yeah, from Dewey. Working hard there as the rest of the field go through. Johnson Poole in 11th place, then it's Marshall, Lamb, Hudson, Tillett, Cole, Pryor, Joyce, Walsh. Great running from Walsh at the moment, up 4 positions. Hogarth, Watson, Fitzgerald, and we've lost Marcus Littlewood, of course, at the moment, because he had to pull over at the start-finish line. 6 seconds left on the board. Last lap board will be out this time around. Your race leader at the moment, Louis Westover, is clear by some 1.5 seconds from Thomas Turner. Like I say, just struggling on pace at the moment out there. Is slowly being caught up by Brad Pinnell. Last lap times that time around, Pinnell was faster. He took a few tenths out of him on that last lap. Maybe he might be in striking distance by the end of the last lap. Let's find out. Into the Mike Wilson complex we go.
Yeah, it's always difficult, really, if you're in second place first, just pulling away, you start getting a little bit dejected, you start thinking, this might not happen, it might not be my opportunity, and then you start losing tenths of a second. All of a sudden, you're getting reeled in by third place and Penel. So let's have a look and see how they get on with that, but I think personally, they're probably going to be just about safe. Having said that, that's a commentator's view, which means it's probably going to go the opposite way.
Probably, yeah, we'll find out. Oh, there goes Gus Lawrence down the inside there of Greetham. Gets up into P6, gets that job done. That's allowing everyone else to close up. Greetham fights back straight away, goes right to the inside. That allows Dewey, the 66, to try and get the switchback move. Can't quite do it. Hand goes up in the air and says, thanks for that. There we go. And again, side by side, looks to the inside, can't quite do it. Back here at the front, though, there is Louis Westover, clear by now 1.8 or just over 2 seconds now as they break the next timing beam as they go through. It's been a clear, calm race all the way from start to finish. No troubles at all, says Louis Westover as he crosses the line to take the heat win from Thomas Turner, Brad Penel, Cole Kilner, Matthew Higgins, Gus Lawrence, Oliver Greetham, Reggie Dewey. Then it's Teddy Pritchard-Williams in 9th and Alessandro Zaronetti rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, great race there by the senior X30s. A little bit calmer than maybe the morning race, it has to be said. However, that didn't detract from the entertainment, I would say. Westover leading from the front from the start and right until the end as well. So brilliant drive by him. In fact, confirmation on your screen, and that he is your winner. Turner in second place, as I said, brilliant job. And Kilner coming from, the 7th row on the grid up to 4th. Fantastic job. And in fact, there we go. Westover takes the win. Turner second, Penel third, Kilner in 4th, Higgins in 5th, Lawrence in 6th, 7th was Greetham, Dewey in 8th, Pritchard-Williams was 9th, 10th was Zaronetti, Jason Cool in 11th place, and 12th was Marshall, Lamb in 13th, 14th Hudson, Cole in 15th, Tillett was in 16th, 17th Pryor, Joyce 18th, 19th Hogarth, Watson in 20th, 21st was Fitzgerald, and then Walsh in 22nd place. Littlewood ended up having to retire.
Well then, there we go. The end of Senior X30. We now head to the mini version of this. It's time for Mini X30. So, here we go then for Mini X30. There is Leo Robinson, the man who is going to be starting on the front row on pole position, with Lewis Bird, the number 10, just behind him alongside. Of course, this is one big group for Mini X30, so we've seen their first 3 races. And it's been, well, it's been a good one, hasn't it? So I have just had a voice, disembodied voice in my ear, Fraser from downstairs, saying that the 2 drivers from earlier on, the 50 and the E plate, are okay. I can see them good. Right, let's do the grid now for Mini X30. Who is starting where? Leo Robinson starting on the front row with Lewis Bird and Cameron Pratt-Thompson on row number 2 with Eden Spanswick alongside Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans and Macaulay Bishop, who I believe has won every single heat so far in Mini X30, starting from row number 3 in 6th place. Then it's Harrison Crowther on row 4 with Hardy Massey, the 44, on row 4. Then it's Charlie Morris-Jones and Wesley Swain on row 5. Fred Green and Taylor Orridge on row 6 with Jack Hobson and Joey Brown on row 7. Finn Leslie and Jack Mowat on row 8 with Brandon Truman and Freddie Lloyd on row 9. Thomas Behrman and Miles Turnbull on row 10 with Mason Rudman and Isaac Phelps on row 11. Harry Redding and Marley Parajo on row 12 with Connor Grant and Tommy Harfield on row 13. Rounding out the grid on row 14 is the 19, Jack Cunningham with Fusion Motorsport. Like we were saying, Macaulay Bishop has won his first, second and third heat. He is currently on 0 points. Leo Robinson there in second. 9 points altogether. He's had a second, a fifth, and another second. What can he do this time around? Let's find out. Into the final corner, into the tram lines. Is it green flag? I don't think it is, no, because the 86 there of Thomas Yeomans was not in the tram lines there. It was in the middle of the track, so...
A little bit keen to get off the mark there. I think that's the problem, isn't it, really? We need to be in the tram lines. PF have put these tram lines in place for people to use, so we get a nice, clean race start, but... yeah, not always the case, as we've been seeing throughout the session, as a few drivers are getting rather active with their steering input, and hopefully they'll blend back into double file lines.
Oh, they will. Of course they will.
Of course.
You've got to remember how much tyre temperature they lose in just that small slowdown bit where they're going nice and slowly. It all just disappears out of the cars of the tyres, you know. But you know, on cars, it's easy to warm tyres up by heating the brakes up.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can't do that with karts because the brake is in the middle of the axle on the back of the kart.
Exactly that. Yeah, I was going to say, in a car it is nice and easy because all you do is slam the brakes on, go into second, you accelerate a little bit, slam the brake on, accelerate, slam the brake on. But of course in karting, yeah, you have to work the tyre wall a little bit harder, don't you? Which is why you see them aggressively inputting their steering.
Well, let's see what we can do this time around. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Is it green flag this time around? It is, yes, green flag, away they go. Straight away defensive goes the number 10 of Lewis Bird. Cuts across the track there, as well as the rest of the pack go through. The treble 3 of Spanswick up into third place as the 23 down the inside as well. That's Jack Mowat for Mad Crop Promotions is there as well. Good start from the entire field. Everyone out of the bridge section, but leading the way comfortably at the moment is Lewis Bird.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good start for Leo Robinson, has it, though? He's all the way down in, I think, 5th position. Bird with an absolute flyer of the start line. The 333 is going very slowly. Who is that? Spanswick going into the last place, I believe. A little bit of contact as well, as you're just seeing in the second hairpin. 17 going wide. Who is the number 17? There's Freddie Lloyd going a little bit wide there as well. So a little bit hit and miss. In fact, the 333 car has actually pulled off now, so he'll be our first DNF.
Well, indeed, yeah, the 19 there on the outside line through the Mark Wilson complex, getting absolutely pummeled. There is the 54 as well. Big disasters there as they go through the order. Harrison Crowder, the 76, is apparently saying that he's in the pit lane. He's not come round, so we'll have to check that one. The 12 there down the inside. Charlie Morris-Jones gets nerved out slightly wide on the way out, and Robinson goes back through, as well as Kukurulo Yeomans. Back down the hill they go then. Bird leading the way comfortably at the moment from the 33 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. You can see there, just in second place, followed by Kukurulo Yeomans, the 86. Then it's Morris-Jones, or it's Robinson, then Morris-Jones, I should say. Then Hardy Ramasi, the number 44, up 2 positions at the moment. Big mover though, Thomas Behrman, 10th place at the moment, up 9, as well as Tommy Harfield, up 12 positions into P14. Jack Cunningham also up 12 positions into P15. So moving around all we go. And where is Eden Spanswick? Where is the treble 3? It looks like he's potentially coming to the pit lane. He is off, yeah. Did you call that earlier?
Yes.
Okay, I just clearly wasn't paying attention. So there's our stuff for Spanswick.
Yeah, it's fastest lap comes in for Orridge. Taylor Orridge, who I believe actually got a technical or at least a warning anyway on their earlier exhibitions. Here's the number 2 of Leo Robinson. It's almost a recovery drive, this, for Leo Robinson. Obviously, he started in pole position and he went straight back down to about 5th place. Now he's trying to get back up. His pace is obviously better than that, and he's going to have to try and show it with some racecraft this time. He's into 3rd, though, with the 86 of Yeomans in 4th place.
Yes, indeed. So, into the chicane, and out they go there. Line astern on your screen there. Leo Robinson at the moment, who is currently 2nd in the points section. Only just, though, by 3 points, because from where Bishop is, he's now gaining 10 points, because he's in P10 at the moment, so he needs to get the jump out. He's not lost a heat yet, at the moment seems to be struggling, as he is side by side at the moment, and he goes down the inside. And here at the front, also going down the inside, is Pratt Thompson on Lewis Bird. Change for first place then, as Pratt Thompson now, the PMR driver, taking the lead.
Yeah, good move as well. It's always the way, isn't it? And Macaulay Bishop with the fastest lap. Up the inside, here goes Leo Robinson now, and I think there we go. The number 10 Bird is going to go from first down to third, potentially even fourth, if Yeomans has anything to do about it, but he doesn't for now.
That's good stuff there. Oh, there's another retirement. Who's that? It's Lloyd. It is Freddie Lloyd, the 17, who's out the kart. And that kart being pushed to safety. Not happy. Shame for Freddie Lloyd there. 4 minutes to go then, and at this time it is Cameron Pratt Thompson leading the way at the moment. Out they go from Leo Robinson and Lewis Bird now into P3 across the line. Yeomans, Orridge, Morrison Jones, Mamassi, Bishop now up into 8th place. Hobson up 4 places, up
Leo
into
Robinson
9th.
into the race lead there. Sorry to cut you off, Anthony, but Leo just going back in to take that race lead.
Good stuff there from Leo Robinson, and yeah, great move through the banking section. Doesn't go defensive at the start, goes a little bit defensive at the end. He was just unsure whether or not the move was there or not. Look at this now, line forming a train as down the inside again tries the 86 of Yeomans. Slots back into place, the 66 there as well, coming through. That's Taylor Orridge, now up into P2. Good stuff there from Taylor. And actually, he's now in the lead as Robinson gets swallowed by the pack. Charlie Morris-Jones there with a little bit of contact. Mamassi right behind as well in the 44. 5-second time penalty for Brown in the 74. That's a disaster for him as they exit out of the final corner. Across the line, it's Orridge now from Thompson, Yeomans, Robinson, Morris-Jones and Mamassi.
Yeah, Joey Brown with the 5 seconds. Bird all the way down. Sorry, I think you just mentioned that. Bird all the way down in 7th place as well. Look at this. Between Robinson and I think it's Yeoman to the 86, is it potentially? I think it was, yeah. So again, this fight, every point counts. We have the intermediate scores up on the right-hand side as well for your pleasure and for your easy calculations. Bishop, well, he's got 8 points at the moment. He'd have to do something quite horrific to lose this lead of the classification.
Exactly that. Taylor Orridge earlier on in this previous race had fastest lap after fastest lap. Here now he's putting those fastest laps into this as well. There you go. He's now at the front of this pack now, but under pressure still from Pratt Thompson, who is right there, the 33 in his virtual mirrors, i.e. his eyes, as he goes through. Charlie Morris-Jones under pressure. Is that Bishop that's coming through? It is, yes. Macaulay Bishop, the 68, is slowly coming through this pack now, is up into P5. Now up into, he's up 1 position from where he originally started. He originally started 6th. Now he's up into P5. 1.5 minutes left to go, and that gap closing down slowly. The 96 running slightly wide there. I thought 86, sorry, of Thomas Yeomans there, running slightly wide. Robinson back up into 2nd place, but at the moment, Taylor Orridge, the Mad Crop Promotion, still leading this way from Pratt Thompson.
Yeah, Curtis Louis in the YouTube chat as well. Very much loving the fact that Taylor's in the race lead at the moment. He's got about 2 laps to keep on, probably 3 laps to be honest, as they're going to cross the line. No, we're about to go on to the penultimate lap of the race, I would say, and so he's only got 2 laps to do it, but he's only got about 10.5 gap, which basically is no gap at all. And up the inside here is proving that. The 33 of Thompson trying his best to fly at the inside. It's not happening just yet for him, though, but look at that. It has offered up a little bit of a gap to Taylor. Now, Robinson will be looking at that thinking this guy's keen to get past. He's worried about me. And let's up the inside see what he does. And he lets me have it as well. Leo Robinson into 2nd place. And all of a sudden, from going for the race lead, Thompson's now down to 4th.
Yes, indeed, as they go through. Pratt Thompson now back through the inside, back into 3rd place, side by side, 3 wide. Here, Bishop down the inside, gets both of them, moves up now into P3. It's Robinson next in front. The timer strikes 0. Last lap board's going to be out this time around, but Taylor Orridge is leading this way comfortably at the moment. Eyes on here. Macaulay Bishop, though, the 68. Out of the final corner they go. Last lap board is out. Here we go. Orange, Robinson, Bishop, Thompson, Yeomans, Mamassi, Bird and Hobson, the top 8. Morrison, Jones and Leslie round out the top 10. Tommy Harfield is up 15 positions into P11. Watch out for him, but here on the last lap, the train starting to form as they go down the hill. Defensive goes Yeomans. They're in 5th place from Mamassi as they come out of the first hairpins. Orange looking comfortable here at the front. Are we going to see a potential race win for Orange? He's not had a heat win yet this weekend. He's had a 3rd, he's had a 2nd, he qualified 6th yesterday. I don't know where he qualified this morning. Again, I don't have that information in front of me as of yet, but action here as Mamassi defends from Pratt Thompson there in the background there. I should say it's the 86 actually. It's of Yeomans. Out of the final corner though we go. Checker flags ready, and it's Taylor Orridge who gets it. Thumbs up in the air for him. Robinson with 2nd and Bishop 3rd.
Yeah, brilliant. He's got plenty of love in the YouTube chat as well as Taylor Orridge from Curtis, Archie, Zach and Remy. So brilliant to see him coming across the line in a maiden win for the weekend. And yeah, a good race all up and down the order, to be honest. There was a little bit of elbows out, shall we say. It is their final heat of the weekend. There is no split grid for Mini X30, so it's you know, that's their. I was about to say that's their weekend done, isn't it? But it's of course not, because it was only Saturday. It was 3 days of racing here. They got the finals to be looking out for next time out. But I think Macaulay Bishop is going to take the points, put it that way.
Yeah, oh yeah, so that's 3rd place for Macaulay Bishop, meaning he'll get 3 points, which only means he has got 3 points going into the finals tomorrow. So Taylor Orridge there, your race winner from Robinson, Bishop, Pratt Thompson, Mamassi, Yeomans, Hobson, Morris Jones, Bird, Leslie, Harfield. Great running from Harfield, up 15 positions in P11. Swain, Behrman, Green, Cunningham, Mowat, then it was Brown, Turnbull, Truman, Grant, Rudman, Phelps, Parejo, then Redding. We lost 3 drivers, Lloyd, Spanswick and Harrison Crowther, who did not start the race.
Yeah, brilliant. And Taylor Orridge with that win as well. It means he's got a 1, he's got a 2 and he's got a 3. He's got 1st, 2nd and 3rd throughout the weekend. He'll be very pleased with that one. As of course, Will and Macaulay.
Exactly that. Well, as exciting as that group was, another exciting group coming up next. It's time for the IAMI Cadets. So, final words of good luck there for the number 6, Lewis Werrell. About to get this race underway. Nice wave there from Lewis. He's had a good day so far. Qualified 13th, 2nd and 10th in his first 2 heats. Let's have a look then at the grids for IAMI Cadet. Here's how they line up. Lewis Werrell and George Edgar on the front row. George had a race win earlier on, which he was very pleased about. Daniel Sofronair and Kip Bolowski on row number 2. Zach Drummond and Noah Wolf on row 3. With Jensen Graham and Aston Sharp on row 4, Riley Cranham and Zach Green on row 5 with Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft on row 6, William Murtaugh and Henry Carter on row 7 with Archie Lovett and George Davidson on row 8, Scott Riley and Joe Lewis on row number 9 with Morgan Moore and Sky Parker rounding out the 20 karts on row 10. Laith Khan and Oscar Cartmail on row 11 with Finley Buck and Joseph Murphy on row 12. Jensen Ackerman and Harley Hodgson Wells on row 13 with Aaron Murphy rounding out the grid, the privateer driver, on the 14th row.
Yeah, IAMI Cadet, or Cadet IAMI, if you want to annoy Anthony. He's looking at me. Such evil eyes. But it's going to be a great race, isn't it? Because you mentioned them as meerkats almost before, don't they? They like to just pop their heads up over the pit wall, absorb all the information that's going around and go out there and basically replicate it.
Yes, exactly that. There's Noah Wolf there. He was out earlier on in the Honda Cadets. He's now out in the IAMI Cadets. In towards the final corner, onto the start-finish straight. into the tram lines, green flag out. Here we go for Miami Cadet. 2 clean lines as they go in towards turn 1. Nice clean entry. Some running wide there, a little close to the barrier, but they all get through. 3 wide up the banking now. Nice clean start. As I'm seeing there, the 65 down the inside there. Henry Domain, Oliver Roller Motorsport. Good start as well. There's a couple run slightly wide out of the hill there. Wolf was one of them. Drummond up now into P4 as well. As who's that into third place? It is the 46. It is Sofronea in third place now as well across the line. Spin in the background there. Couple go round. Not quite sure the numbers. I can't quite see them from where I am. But there, Werrell at the front at the moment from Edgar, Sofronea across the line. Drummond there in 4th place. Again, one of the Oliver Roller Motorsport karts running slightly wide out of the Fullerton S's into the Mark Wilson complex now. Nearing the end of this first lap. Good start then from the entire grid. Call them across the line, Mr. Jack.
Yeah, so as they come out of the last corner, it looks like Werrell is still leading the way, and in fact he is, with Edgar, Sofroneo. Drummond's moved up to 4th place, Belovsky in 5th, 6th is Wolf, Cranham in 7th, 8th is Graham, 9th is Domain, and rounding out the top 10 is Green, and that is Khan at the side of the circuit. Not sure what location specifically that is, as Werrell is getting an eyeful of Edgar at the back here. He's getting his head down, trying to keep his way ahead, but Edgar, oh, I thought he was going to flick his car to the inside there late on the brakes, but actually no, he was just a little lock of a shake of the back end just to try and get the kart down as quickly as possible. Up the inside, potentially into the second hairpin. That's also an extremely viable move, as Edgar has demonstrated.
Yep, Edgar now up into the lead from Werrell and Sofronea. A little bit close to the curbs there, got a bit shaky looking down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. That has allowed Edgar to get pushed out wide. Drummond goes through as well. Edgar from 1st to 4th in 1 corner.
Yeah, that's hard to take, isn't it? But he needs to get his head back on, don't lose any more places and try and just go forward. So Drummond has moved up the order as well, hasn't he? And that's important because Drummond has had a 1st and he's had a 3rd. Not sure what he got in the previous race because for some reason I haven't jotted it down. So we'll keep an eye on the results, I'm sure. Up the inside though, that's the number 5 back of Drummond, I think, trying to go for 2nd place here.
Indeed, yeah, down the hill they go then. And again, Werrell tucking in as much as possible. Drummond as well there in 2nd place. Edgar now into 3rd place as well. In they go to the 2nd hairpin. Defensive slightly is Werrell as they go through. Again, just almost like exactly like the Honda Cadets. We see a train forming as again defensive goes Werrell. That's now backing everyone up into one big pack. Once again defensive. Look, Drummond's furious. It's like Drummond saying, just go, stop defending, because now look what's happening. The 46 is getting involved. Who's the 46 there on my screen? I can't quite see who that is. Oh, it's Daniel Sofronea. Daniel Sofronea is now back up there at the sharp end as they go through and back out of the final corner onto the finish line. I think Werrell may have got the message this time. Don't defend, let's go. Werrell now up into 2nd in the points overall. Wolf now into 3rd from where he is. He's currently in 5th place at the moment. Drummond leading the points going into that, which means, obviously, with all this class here, only 27 of them, meaning that all 27 go straight through to the pre-final. It would mean that Drummond would start on pole for the pre-final.
Yeah, but look at this. It's not done and dusted, is it? I think that's Drummond going into the race. Oh, a bit of a spin in the back.
22.
That is number 22.
Jensen Graham for Fusion Motorsport now out of that top group and pretty much out of this race. As they go down the hill there, the 6 there, smoking quite heavily, I will say, is Lewis Werrell's kart. As he exit out of the corner there, as they go through into the Mike Wilson complex once more. Drummond leading the way from Edgar at this moment. Nice and comfortable. The 95 there as well. Kip Belovsky back here in the sharp end. How's he looking on the points? He's up now into 6th place in the points standings for the pre-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, a couple of drivers. In fact, yeah, you've already mentioned Graham obviously going off. That's what's upsetting the points now. But look at this, all 4 drivers pretty much nose to tail. There is a bit of a breakaway as soon as you see a little move, though, between any of these drivers. I'm sure the rest of the field, I'm talking Wolf, Domain and Sharp, will be right there to try and take advantage of anything going their way. And they just keep swapping positions, though. This sort of quartet, shall we say, Drummond, Edgar, Belowski and Werrell. Werrell obviously started on pole position. He'll be wanting that back at some point during this race. Three odd minutes, just under 3 minutes, and a lap. Plenty of time for that to happen. He just needs the top two probably to start making moves on it.
Yeah, rest of the field go through. There's the 72 on your screen. Henry Carter. He's got the company of Zach Green, George Davidson, William Murtaugh, Morgan Moore, Sky Parker, Finley Buck and Oscar Cartmail. And Scott Riley as well for company, just behind. Now with Zach Drummond leading the way, don't expect Zach to defend. Expect him to take the normal racing line all the way through these laps. He will only start defending when that timer strikes 0 and the last lap board comes out. Expect that.
Well, he wasn't very keen on Werrell defending earlier, was he? So he's probably going to try and lead by example and just go as hard as he can. That's Wolf versus Domain as well. Now, this is probably not what they want to do, really, and start fighting, because look at that one. One of the drivers has flown. He's come back on the circuit.
Yeah, that was Wolf, that was.
It was Wolf, actually. But all of a sudden, the top four really will have a gap if they start fighting this hard. And in fact, the top four have separated themselves 2 by 2. And this is the reason why. Look at this. Drummond, you said he wasn't going to defend. He didn't defend. You called it right. Edgar thought that as well. He went straight up the inside.
He did indeed. That's, again, not what Drummond wants, because, of course, Drummond wants to try and break away as much as possible from that main pack. They have broken away, but they're still squabbling, which is allowing the two behind to close in, albeit the fact that Noah Wolf decided to go to the circuit. He was heading for fullback with how far he went off that track just there. Then came back on. 1 minute left of the race. Back onto the start-finish straight. Edgar leads from Drummond, Werrell, Belowski, Domain, Wolf, Sharp, Sofronea, Ashcroft. Then it is Cranham. Then it is Carter. Yeah, nice big lunge there. There's Wolf. Back down the inside. Who's that all the way back there now as well? That was, who's that he got past? That Henry Domain, the 65, I think it was. Yes. No, it wasn't the 65. It was the 11 of Aston Sharp that he got back past. Into the braking zone of the hairpin one. There is the intermediate classification so far. Drummond leading with 13 points from Edgar, Wolf, Werrell, Domain, Belowski, Murtaugh and Graham. Graham and Murtaugh on joint points at the moment, but of course that is technically where they would be starting for the pre-final tomorrow.
Yeah, effectively what you're looking at there is a live updating grid, isn't it, basically, which for the top 6, which is always useful to keep an eye out for, but once they get into that grid, once they get into the pre-final, none of the heats really matter, do they? So they could have won as many as they want, but realistically it comes down to the pre-final and how that sets you up for the final. It's not like the pre-final is double points and the points from this still count. None of that. It's just full on, flat out, as hard as you can. Tomorrow, basically, it's a completely separate day. You almost hit reset all again.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. It just determines how they start for that race, and then the pre-final determines where they start for the Grand Prix final, and then that gives us our Kartmasters champion. So, for the time being here at the front there, Edgar, Drummond, Werrell, minus Stern, nose to tail, support on the string for Lewis. Lots of support on the string for Lewis, I have to say. Support on the string for Edgar as well. And support on the string for Daniels.
That's right. Lots of support on the string.
There is. Timer strikes 0. Last lap board out this time. Expect to move from Drummond any time now as they go into the Mike Wilson complex there. Werrell, the number 6, in 3rd place there, right with this pack. Kip Belowski in 4th, who's just a few moments behind. Last lap board comes out this time. Then it is Wolf, Domain, Sharp, Sofronea, Ashcroft, Murtaugh, Carter. As we start the last lap board, there is another look at the intermediate classification of where they would be starting if they finish in this order for the pre-finals tomorrow. Over the bridge they go, down the hill. No moves changed here. Looking over the shoulder is Edgar. Defensive goes Edgar. Defensive goes Drummond. No lunges, though, into the first hairpin. Out they go into the second hairpin. Again, any lunges here? No hugging those white lines. Again, holding on to that normal racing line. Jesse Phillips on the screen going. Go on, Lewis Werrell. Go on, Squizzbog. It's an interesting one. I probably won't call him Squizzbog, but there we go. Go on, Lewis.
Squizzbog. Yeah. Oh, 4 wide coming out of there onto the final corner. A little dab of the grass on the outside. And that's the number 42. I believe that's Ashcroft, who is going very defensive. But the checkered flag is about to fly, and it's about to fly for Edgar.
Yes, it is indeed. Out of the corner they go, and the 17 of Edgar takes the checker flag from Drummond and Werrell. Kip Malowski in 4th place with Noah Wolf 5th. Aston Sharp in 6th place, up 2 positions from Henry Domain. Daniel Sofranea in 8th place. Jacob Ashcroft, good run there into 9th. William Murtagh up into 10th place. Morgan Moore up 8 positions, up into P11. Great stuff for the PMR driver. Then it's Henry Carter, Riley Cranham, Then it's Zach Green, Sky Parker up 5 positions. Great running from Sky Parker up into P15 from 20th. George Davidson, Jensen Graham, Archie Lovett, Scott Riley, Finley Buck, Joe Lewis, Oscar Cartmail. Then it's Harley Hodgson Wells, Joseph Murphy, Jensen Ackerman, and Aaron Murphy. Rounding out the 26 karts that finished the race, Leif Khan looks like retired or didn't take part in the race, which is a big shame. There is your pending scrutineering results. And excellent stuff. Now, Jack Morgan, on the stream, asked to Jesse Phillips, why do you call him Squizzbog? Do you know what? I'm in agreement with that. Jesse Phillips, why do you call Lewis Wells Squizzbog? I would very much like to
Well, whatever the reason, Squizzbog did quite well in my opinion.
He did indeed. 3rd place in total. Great results then for the Miami Cadets. We now start the final 4 races of the day. It's Heat 6 for now. Junior Road Tax, Senior Road Tax, Junior X30 and Senior X30 in that order, Group A and B. Let's get it underway. Junior Road Tax coming up next. I go back to the beginning of my book and I find my junior road tax classifications, grid results, everything like that, yada, 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 and you have the grid there ready for us. So, junior road tax, well, I must say, the race earlier on today was race 21. It was Heat 4, Group B and C. Jamie Perrelly won that race from Ryan Willis.
That was the one from this morning, wasn't
That
it?
was the one from this morning. We had another one since then, didn't we? We have, yeah. That was the one
that
after
might
lunch.
be still under judicial, provisional positions and all that.
It could be. It could be. So, right. So obviously, because we're so far ahead of schedule, and because very efficient here at Trent Valley Kart.
Oh, absolutely.
They keep very
Expect
well
nothing
on
less.
time. We have got a bit of free air time. So, in the meantime, of course, while Jesse Phillips tells us how or why Lewis Werrell is called Squizzbog. Again, a lot of people asking also that same question. We will take a short interlude and we'll be back in just a moment. In the meantime, here's a word from some of our sponsors.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Hi guys, I just want to wish you all the best for Kartmasters this weekend. I remember, racing in it year after year from when I first started karting, winning it back in 2009, 2010, which was great memories. Obviously, the biggest one-off race of the year for British karting. So, all the best. Keep it clean. Enjoy yourselves and have a good one. Cheers.
Hello everyone, it's Lando. You probably remember me, some of you might not remember me. But I just thought I'd send you a quick message and wish you all the best for the Kartmasters race coming up. It's been a while since I've been to PFI. Hopefully I can come back soon and drive around. Still is one of the best tracks that I drove in karting, facts. So hopefully I can come around, have a hack with a few of you every now and then, because I still love karting. It's still very enjoyable. It still keeps me fit because it's very, very tough. So yeah, just thought I'd send you a quick message. Wish you all the best. But do remember, you don't have to win Kartmasters to get to Formula 1, because I never won Kartmasters. So doesn't matter if you don't win, guys. Just keep working hard, and hopefully I'll see some of you soon. So good luck and all the best.
Really not even funny. No, you're not. No, if you have an electric scooter here, you take it off you, you've got to get £100. You've got to give them £100 to get it back. As Neo nearly found out the first time he came in with his new scooter.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Kartmasters 2021. A couple of thumbs up there as some of the drivers are starting to get ready for the last few heats of the day. The Junior Rotax is on its way, followed by the Senior Rotax, Junior X30, and Senior X30. The PF International Circuit has been host to some absolutely amazing events over the year, but this one is going right there, I'm sure, as well. I'll be honest, I've only been here for today. I watched the live stream yesterday on Alpha Live, and it was absolutely sensational. Then I'm sure the results, I'm sure the finals tomorrow will be just as exciting, as well as a few of the drivers there just getting a bit more relaxed. We have got a couple of minutes until we are ready to go racing for the final heats. Of course, it'll be Heat A versus B for the Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax has provided some absolutely sensational stuff so far this evening with Dan Guinard, sorry, I keep pronouncing that one, Ginchard in sort of pole position. He's come away with a first place and a second place so far this weekend, but it's been fairly spread out, the podium positions. Archie Walker has got a first and 2/3, and I am very pleased to say that Anthony Jordan has just come back from a quick little break, so he'll be able to take us through not only the grid soon, but also a little bit more about the weekend as well. Maybe giving us some more information on how tomorrow will work as well. Anthony, welcome back.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to start by saying welcome to the stream, Andrea Franklin. Good luck to Isabella Franklin, the 43, from Nana, Grandad, and Andy Jr. So there we go.
It's better than the latest comment that's just, but if Marcus doesn't win, I'm going to riot. Well, I think we'll maybe have to keep an eye out on that one.
Oh, maybe so. Right, so Junior Rotax I now have their finals from earlier on, the race after lunch. Ryan Willis, who won that race from Ginchard from Archie Walker. Third place for Archie Walker. Overall points.
We do sometimes get a little bit of a delay because it's all provisional, isn't it, I suppose, with the results?
Provisional, yes. Archie Walker third, so he'll have 3 points. So he's got 6 points now in total. I believe he's matching Jamie Perley on points now. Top of my head, could be completely wrong there. We'll find out later when they come up on the screen. There on your screen, though, is the 27 for Junior Rotax, Ollie Stevens, Dan Holland Racing. He came 8th yesterday in one of his races. There is the 72, Harry Pullin, KB Motorsport, the Tony Kart chassis there with the new style nose cone that looks like it's been crashed into a lamppost. There we go. There's the 83 as well. Sophie Kinghorn, Coles Racing. Good running from so far the 37 on your screens. That is Ben Ballou. I do love that name for the JMS team. 17th yesterday in one of his races. And where was he earlier on? Because he did race earlier on. Ben Ballou finished 27th place, down 10 positions. But like I say, fighting fit, he'll come back strong, and I'm sure he'll put in a stellar performance today. There's the 16, the 65. So that was Ronnie Mansfield and Spencer Burham. There is the 18 of Chloe Chong, finished in 18th place yesterday. It's had a tough old weekend so far. Currently in the points, 36th. Qualified 39th yesterday, so it's had a tough old weekend, but again, coming back fighting strong. There's the 21 just behind Harry Linden. Had a good day. The 50 as well of Charlie Hart. 11th yesterday, but had a good result earlier as well. 4th place for Charlie Hart. Let's go over the grids for Junior Rotax Race 37, Heat 6. It's Group A and B, and it's Dan Ginchard starting on the front row with Mikey Porter alongside Daniel Armstrong and Charlie Hart on row 2, with Leon Henderson and Harry Linden on row 3. Ollie Goodyear and Chloe Chong rounding out row 4, with Archie Walker and Spencer Burham on row 5. William Antrobus and Ronnie Mansfield on row 6, with Sam Gornall and Brentley Sims on row 7. Lexi Belk and Jez Williams on row 8 with Edison Purcell, and Ben Ballou on row 9, Scott Lapsey and Sophie Kinghorn rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Ted Bradbury and Harry Pullin on row 11 with Lucas Jex and Ollie Stevens on row 12. Leo LeCastro and Declan Russell on row 13 with Stephen Duncan and Nathan Smith rounding out the grid.
What a grid it's going to be as well. Junior Road Tax provided us with entertainment throughout the day. It's not going to stop there either. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an awesome race here to finish off the last 4 heats for this evening and the last four heats of the weekend as well, because of course tomorrow we go straight into finals. Finals day tomorrow. Very, very exciting indeed. All the drivers just starting to play with their engines a little bit, try and get them up to temperature, try and get them ready to go for the race start.
Yes, indeed, you are correct. There's Ginchard there at the front row. Ginchard currently 4th overall in the standings. Or actually, that's a lie. He's 2nd in the standings, joint with Jamie Perrelli, both on 10. Archie Walker leading the points at the moment, 6 points. What's going to happen by the end of this race? Into the tram lines, green flag out, away they go. One of the karts just leaving the pit lane now. That was the 46 that just left the pit lane across the line. That was Stephen Duncan, the privateer. 7.5 minutes to go. Up the hill they go, over the bridge. Good stuff from the entire field, and it's side by side, I believe, for 2nd place. It is down the hill they go. Look like Christy Hart getting slightly wide there. Down the inside is Charlie Hart, gets the job done. I may have called him Christy Hart there, I do apologise. It's Charlie Hart there as they go through. The 54 on screen as well, Mikey Porter down into 3rd place now, and the number 8, Dan Armstrong, up into 4th place there as they go. Good, clean first lap into the Mike Wilson complex. Nicely done.
Ginchard especially nicely done as well, because he is by far and away the race leader. And look at this, they're going to come across the line, and the first to appear will be Ginchard. There we go, and quite a long way back, 1.6 seconds. Probably the biggest gap that we've seen so far today for a race lead is Hart in 2nd, Porter in 3rd. But look at this, they're already fighting, and that's the number 8 of Armstrong trying to get past Porter into 3rd position. I think he's just about done it as well. They're still swapping places further in the background with a brilliant, brilliant start. Make no mistakes about it by our row plate.
Yep, Dan Ginchard clear already by over 1 second ahead from the main pack. Being led now from Charlie Hart, Mikey Porter, Dan Armstrong, Harry Linden, Leon Henderson, Ronnie Mansfield, Archie Walker, all of them very close protagonists in this event here at PFI for Kartmasters 2021. There's Chloe Chong, the 18. Good start from Chloe Chong. But at the moment they go through, and it was a warning flag for Chloe Chong a little bit earlier on. So again, whatever she did, do it again. In towards turn 1 they go there. Oh, look at that, so close between Henderson and Porter.
Speaking of close, look at that intermediate classification. Ginchard and Perrelli are both on 10 points.
Oh, well, there you go. Now, they did say in the video as well that you can watch the explainer video. If they are joint on points by the end of the weekend, it will go from the fastest lap from qualifying on Friday. And I have those results
somewhere around
on my piece of paper here. So, down the inside, there goes Henderson on the 50 of Charlie Hart. Moves up into P3 now. Hart down into P4.
It's interesting, actually, sorry, with that intermediate classification, because obviously Perrelli can't do any more than he's already done. He won't be out here this race.
No, exactly that. So that's all they can do. As again, the next group lines up ready. They all look like naked when they get lined up there. It's quite funny. There we go. 5 minutes to go then. Up the hill they go. Down the inside there goes the 16 of Ronnie Mansfield. Makes that move done. Moves up one more place past Mikey Porter. Gets the job done. Jez Williams, fastest lap of the race. 59.430 as they come down the hill. Warning flag for Mansfield as well for good measure. as they go down the hill now. You can just see there the 21 as well of Harry Linden trying to get past Mansfield. It's getting a bit argy-bargy there as one of the karts is off. It is the 18, Chloe Chong. The weekend's gone from bad to worse, and that is a disaster. She gets going again, but my goodness me, what a shame.
Yeah, she's done quite well to get going there, in my opinion. It was a bit of a big spin into the barriers. Luckily, didn't hit them that hard. Just righted herself, and she's kept on going. Hopefully, a strong finish will come her way. Here's a 94 of Henderson now, just ahead of Hart. So Hart not holding on to that top 3 position. He's been overtaken. What can Henderson do with the fastest lap of the race? In fact, no, Hart actually got the fastest lap of the race. I don't quite know how he got overtaken. Oh, on the inside there by the 16. Who is that? We're looking at Mansfield on Gornall, I think.
Yep, Charlie Hart though, there it is. Fastest lap of the race, 59.420. On the hill they go, in towards the first hairpin. Comment in from Doe. Not going to say the first part of that name. Very creative,
I was
yes.
hoping you wouldn't.
But I'm not going to say the first part of it. Just saying Ginchard makes it look very easy. However, it very much is not. No, it is not easy out there. It is incredibly tough. But yes, at the moment is making it look easy. That gap now open to 1.5 seconds. 3 minutes left on the timer. There is the number 4, Sam Gornall, currently in 6th place, up 7 positions. One of the big movers in this race at the moment. Now up 8 into P5. Ronnie Mansfield as well, up 6 positions into 6th place.
Henderson's fallen down to 7th, hasn't he, from 3rd? So Henderson falling down the order a little bit. It's unfortunate for him. I'm sure he'll be trying to latch back on and try and finish strong, but it's going to be a tough one from there.
There we go. So as they come down the hill, Nathan Smith once more, fastest lap of the race, 59.030. As they go through, 2.5 minutes left on the timer. Call them as they go. Ginchard versus Armstrong. Ginchard leading at the moment by 1.6 seconds from Armstrong. From Hart, Walker, Gornall, Mansfield, Henderson, Porter. Currently on your screen now. Right behind Henderson there, the 94, who's had a fairly good day. Henderson qualified 7th yesterday, had a race win in his first heat. In his second heat yesterday, it was a 7th place. In his race earlier, it was a 5th place. So he's had a pretty good day, I would say. He's currently 5th in the points, which means he will be starting 5th for the... well, actually, no, it might not be. He could still be starting in 5th for the pre-final of the day.
Lastly, just going at the inside of blue there. There's action at the back end of this field, to be fair. We haven't seen that much action towards the rear end of any of these races because the front has been so manic. And in fact, it's starting to get a little bit hectic as well as Armstrong is holding off the attack of Walker. That must mean that Hart has been dispatched. And in fact, there we go. Hart is now behind Walker in 4th position. And all of a sudden, the number 8 and the number 7 are going hammer and tongs at it for the last couple of laps.
Yep. So, on your screens here, this is the battle for 2nd place. Like you say, they're in that lull. Wait for the last 2 laps. Or in fact, wait now, because down the inside goes Archie Walker for KR Sport. Takes 2nd place from Armstrong. Armstrong now under pressure once more from Charlie Hart, but Charlie Hart under pressure from Gornall. Gornall down the inside, can't quite do it on the exit, and look at that. Armstrong comes back up into 2nd place. This is allowing now Ginchard to break away much more. Gornall around the outside. Could that be 2 places in one corner? No, it can't, but it can be one as Hart goes backwards. And there's another kart getting involved as well. It's the 94. No, it's not. It's the 16 of Ronnie Mansfield. In fact, no, everyone's come on board. Hey, look at this. Why doesn't everyone join this battle? Here we go. This is one big battle for 2nd place now. 15 seconds left on the timer.
Yeah, Porter has just gone his way up as well. He was the 54 car that we were seeing. You would be forgiven for forgetting that Ginchard is in the race lead. I always struggle to say it. Apologies at the rush of the emotional state that this race is putting us in, but it's a fantastic battle for 2nd place. It's more like battle for 3rd right now, though, because Armstrong seems to have just got half a second on Walker. That could be eaten up, as I think this is the penultimate lap. This is not the last lap of the race yet.
Nope.
It's got plenty of time to carry on being just as dramatic as it has been. Ginchard race lead at the moment as they're going down towards the hairpin. Couple of drivers flying to the inside.
Yeah, it's Henderson to the inside there as well. Goes the 54 as well of Porter. Also gets that job done. Defensive, hugging that white line is the 50 of Charlie Hart. Under immense pressure there. Down the inside, Jez Williams as well, the number 9. Over the curbs goes the 21 of Harry Linden for Dan Holland Racing. 3 wide into the Mike Wilson complex again. The 55 is right there as well. Ollie Goodyear, privateers in this battle once more. Timer strike 0. Last lap board out to Ginchard. He's already crossed the line. Here's the battle for second place, though, because it is Daniel Armstrong, the 8, who has now been caught up once more by Archie Walker. This is the battle for second place on your screen. Sam Gornall there, the number 4 in second. There's the move by Walker for second place, side by side as they go over the bridge. But Armstrong can hold on to it. Down the hill, Gornall down the inside, Walker down the inside. Armstrong has to concede. Does he lose 2 paces? He does, as well as the 94 as well. Henderson joins the battle. Oh, goodness me. Walker and Armstrong off the track. Out of hairpin number 2 they go. Ginchard's gone. Ginchard's got this as they go through into the Fullerton S's again. There is your race leader, Ginchard, but the battle is happening for second place at the moment. Armstrong, Walker, Gornall, Henderson. There it is on your screen. Henderson looks like he's fallen back a fair bit there as the number 8 as Armstrong nerves his way past, loses another spike. Checker flag goes out to Ginchard from Walker, Gornall, Henderson, Hart, Armstrong, Porter, Williams, Linden, Mansfield, top 10.
Tell you what, they could put B&Q out of business with the amount of taps that have been thrown around here. It's been absolutely elbows out completely, hasn't it? It's been absolutely fantastic to watch. Luckily, we didn't have any major accidents. Everybody just about holding on to the last inch of the racing respect, wasn't it? It could have been a lot worse, but in the end, it was just entertaining for us from start to finish. And Ginchard, I mean, what a drive. He got helped a little bit with that gap at the end because everybody else was falling over each other. But Ginchard, make no mistake, it looks easy, it isn't. He takes race victory, confirmation on your screen. Then in second place, Walker. Gornall in third. Fourth was Henderson. Hart in fifth. Sixth was Armstrong. Seventh was Porter. Eighth was Williams with Linden in ninth. And rounding out the top 10 was Mansfield, Goodyear and Antrobus, 11th and 12th. 13th was Bradbury. 14th, Purcell. In 15th was Smith with 16th, Belt. Stevens was 17th. 18th, Sims. Russell in 19th. 20th, Ballou. Barham in 21st with 22nd being Lapsley. Kinghorn in 23rd, 24th, Chong, Duncan in 25th, 26th was LeCastro, and Pullen and Jex round out the field. And that's there's an awful lot of drivers, put it that way there, Anthony, and I think you needed a breath after that one because that was a hectic last 2 laps.
It was indeed. It was. It was. I thunk it myself. I did. Right. Well, an exciting Junior Rotax end for their day. That was their last heat of the day. It's time now for the last heat of the day for Senior Rotax. They're about to take to the circuit now. Well then. Here we go, once more for Senior Rotax. And you can see there Argenti Motorsports, James Lothar, the 44, who finished in his last race 5th place. We'll say James Lothar at the moment, overall classifications, the last time I saw without updating the points, he was 9th at the moment, but he starts this race on pole position. There we go. I thought I was looking at the wrong grid there. I wasn't. He does start on pole position with Tristan Rennie. There he is alongside the 74 plate. Tristan Rennie, I don't think was out in the last group. No, he wouldn't have been. He would have been out earlier on his race. Tristan Rennie, 4th place finish for himself. So that's another 4 points added to his profile there. There he is. Give us a wave, Tristan, if you can hear us.
Tristan, give us a wave.
No, he doesn't want to. There we go.
I don't blame him, to be honest.
No, I don't blame him either. There we go. He's in the zone. He's concentrated. There, the O plate on your screen. Lewis Gilbert. He's had a pretty good day, I would say, Mr. Gilbert. Nil points for him. He has had 3 heat wins. Can he make it 4 out of 4? Let's find out as they head out to the circuit. Let's do the grid. James Lothar and Tristan Rennie on the front row with Joshua Wilby and Lewis Gilbert, the O-plate on that second row. Guy Cunnington and Matty Hingley on row 3 with Matthew Higgins and George Holbrook, the PF plate on row number 4. James Johnson and Harry Holland on row 5 with Louis Gardner and Darryl DeLeon on row 6. Tom Adams and Kieran Kay on row 7 with Oscar Hall, Sam Stansbury on row 8. Archie Kitchen and Spencer Shinner on row 9 with Jack Lilly and Alex Eads on row 10. Miles Bathrop and Josh Powlin on row 11 with Ewan McKenna and the E-plate Luke Wooder on row 12. Chris Miller and Madison Foley on row 13 with Ellis Playo and Gary Bird on row 14. Logan Blake and Kaylee Cole on row 15 with William Dransfield and Chris Simpson rounding out the grid on row 16. Well, I say, it has been a very busy day today, hasn't it? Only a few races to go.
You get to do it all tomorrow.
Yeah. You get a nice day off. Well, you don't get a day off because you go to Walton Park tomorrow.
Well, I wish I wouldn't. I'll just see when my brother's qualified. So I might just come back here.
Oh, well,
whether you like me or not.
why don't you? Spectators will have £5 entry. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Right, so we could be going this time around. I don't think we are. We are going around this time around. It is green flag, and away they go. It was a very confused start there. One of the drivers in the middle of the track, not in the tram lines, but it's green flag. Anyway, here we go then in towards turn number 1. 3 wide. I was struggling to think 3 and 4 there. 27 on the inside curb there. Oh, another one on the inside curb as well there. Archie Kitchen, Coles Racing, took quite a bit of curb on the inside there. Down the hill they go. The 44 James Lothar in the lead there, but there's Gilbert, the O-plate. He's gone down the order quite slightly there. He looks like he's lost 2 or 3 places, I will say. And he's on the outside there as they go out of the second hairpin in towards there. There's the 95 on your screen. Joshua Wilby there in 3rd place. I believe it's Tristan Rennie in front of him as well, the 74. There's the 50 of James Johnson. Great start there. I think it's actually Matthew Higgins that's got in 2nd place. He has another amazing start from Matthew Higgins. I tell you what, he sure knows how to start a lap here at PFI. Across the line they go. It is Lothar, Higgins, Wilby, Cunnington, Johnson, Gilbert, Rennie, Gardner, Adams, DeLeon, Hingley, Holbrook, Kay, Hull. Then it's Eads, Shinner, Barthorpe. Then it's Kitchen, Holland, Wooder, Powlin, Lilly, Miller, McKenna, Bird, Playo, Fowley, Blake, Dransfield, Cole, Stansbury and Simpson not starting the race. Under investigation, though, is the 71. Harry Holland, potentially, for that start line. 3 wide jostling into the second hairpin, with everyone getting out there. The 50 was in part of that one, James Johnson, but all under control, Mr. Oliphant.
Yeah, just about. I mean, there's an awful lot of fainting, shall we say, as the 14 goes up the inside. That is DeLeon, who obviously had a little bit of issues today so far. I think he's DNF'd, and I think he's had an issue with the kart as well. So DeLeon hoping for better luck. But look at this, Lothar with an 8/10 gap ahead of Higgins and Cunnington, in 3rd, Gilbert in 4th. 5th is Rennie at the moment, and it's a good start, I have to say, by Rennie, in my opinion. It's moved up to 5th position. Difficult to say that he's not going to go forward. In fact, actually, sorry, he started on 2nd place. I'm actually talking rubbish there, and I didn't realise how far forward he started. I thought this was a recovery drive. I suppose you could argue it is now.
Well, it could be. Guy Cunnington and Lewis Gilbert go down the inside of the 75 of Higgins. Higgins comes back, though. Not on Gilbert, only on Cunnington. So Cunnington now back another spot. Under pressure now from the 74 of Tristan Rennie. That's the 71 off the circuit. And that is Harry Holland, who was under investigation for the start. But now he's out of this race. Big shame there. And it looked like, was that a wheel came off? Yeah, it looked like the rear wheel came off and half the axle for good measure. Yeah,
Marshall actually running over to put it with, there we go, with the driver. And, well, your chain falling off is one thing, your wheel falling off is another.
Your axle breaking in half is also another. There we go. George Holbrook, the PF plate, fastest lap of the race, 57.370. There it is on your screen. Down the inside goes Cunnington. on Higgins, moves back up into P3. Higgins now looking to come back, can't quite do it, stays there in 4th place. A much closer start this time as Lewis Gilbert's now hunting down James Lothar.
Yeah, Lothar's in trouble here because Gilbert is through. He may have had a pretty bad start, but he's pushing his way back through the order in 2nd place at the moment. And look at that, the intermediate classification on the right-hand side of your screen. Gilbert with 2 points. That's only because he's in 2nd right now and he's catching Lothar at the moment. So keep an eye on that, maybe go down to 0. Higgins with 8, Cunnington in 3rd, Collins, Ellsworth, Lothar, Rene and Adams, as well as up the inside goes the 0 plate, the O plate, shall we say, of Gilbert, but he couldn't hang on to it.
No, Gilbert tried to go down the inside. Oh, and he does so again. Absolutely nerfed it there. And look at that. The 52 of Cunnington follows as well. Now Cunnington trying to go down the inside into the hairpin. Can't quite do it. Stays behind as the rest of the field go through. Higgins still there in 3rd place as they concertina up all the way throughout. Nice, clean racing. Good stuff there. Now up into the lead for Lewis Gilbert. The O plate leading the way comfortably. I say comfortably, not comfortably at all actually, because Cunnington's right there, Higgins is right there, Lothar's right there, everyone's right there. It's a big train all the way back to 14th place for the lead here, across out of the finish line. And here they go for another lap, lap 6, or lap 5 I should say. 3 minutes plus that one additional lap. Good stuff from the pack.
Yeah, I thought Cunnington was actually going to go for the race lead, but Gilbert just held on to it, going very defensive into the first hairpin, which we've seen a lot of moves. And look at this, they're already checking out these 2 drivers up the inside. Lothar isn't very happy about losing a podium place. He wants to take at least one of them back and goes past Higgins.
There you go, you saw the hand.
Oh, Higgins isn't having any of it.
No, he's not indeed. You saw the hand gestures from the 50 as well. James Hodgson, who was just saying, look, they're scrapping. Come on, let's focus, let's catch up. Don't battle. Let's wait until we're right there and we can lunge. And they are right there now. So really do a good old lunge there. The PF plate, George Holbrook just behind as well. Line astern. All that being said, at the front, Lewis Gilbert now slowly breaking away.
Yeah, it's exactly that, isn't it? Gilbert just needs to put in some good lap times, but I'll tell you what, Cunnington is equaling, and there's a lovely sight. Motorsport fans back again, and yeah, brilliant to see the banking's loaded as well. Not quite loaded, but we've got good amount of spectators here. I'm sure tomorrow it'll be packed.
Oh yes, what a finals day, expect it to be so. Down the inside goes the 44 of Lothar, moves up into 3rd place. Higgins gets swallowed by the pack. The 50 and the PF plate also go through. Higgins fights back, goes side by side with Holbrook. Can't do it, stays behind. That allows again the 74 of Rennie and Adams to close in as well. Higgins slightly defensive into the mark section, and 44 at the front of this group. Lothar comfortably leading the pack, but these two, Potenza and Strawberry, Gilbert and Cunnington, leading the way by some 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, they're doing a good job, aren't they? They're just putting their heads down and just getting on with it. No worries about overtaking each other. Just get out, get gone, and see what happens on the final lap, which is coming up relatively soon as well. I think we're probably about to, I think they'll get another lap in, I think. So we're probably on the 30th as Lothar goes through. And in fact, no, I'm absolutely wrong, because look at this. Cunnington is putting pressure on. He hasn't got past, but that's a sign of intent, Anthony.
Oh, a very big sign of intent. That's a big show of force that is from Cunnington. As he comes out in towards the complex again, they go. No lunges there. Again, just showing his nose alongside, showing that I'm here. You're not clean yet. And you just be careful, Mr. Gilbert. Gilbert's had a good day all the way through today, but Cunnington is now making it incredibly hard. Across the line they go. 10 seconds left on the board. Last lap board will be out this time to the two drivers that you're looking at here, Gilbert and Cunnington. Holbrook, Lothar leading the second pack from Johnson, Higgins, Adams, Rennie, De Leon in 9th place. Joshua will be in 10th. Biggest movers in the pack, I would say probably Luke Wood of the E-plate, up 8 positions in 16th, as well as Gary Bird, also up 8 positions in 16th. We've lost 2 drivers. We've lost Chris Miller and we've lost Harry Holland. So So the 26 and the 71, they've retired from the race here, but down the inside goes Cunnington on Gilbert. Was that a little too early? Because the last lap board's out this time. It means Cunnington's going to have to defend, and look who's there. It's the PF Plate Holbrook.
Holbrook is smelling a race victory, isn't he? Here he's got the O-plate to overtake first, or maybe use him. Maybe use and wait for him to try and go back on Cunnington and see if they make a move, make a mistake and make some space. Number 7 there of, Adams, just trying to make some kind of moves. There we go, the PF plate of Holbrook just running a little bit wide. The last thing he wants is these two Tony karts to really pull away yet again on this final lap. He wants to stay within touching distance, so he's there to make any kind of mopping up any kind of mistake.
What a
huge
lunge!
Move up the inside for the O-plate, and again, this is what we're talking about. The PF plate is in now, the race lead.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic from Lewis Gilbert. He's now got back in the... Well, yeah, say that. He's side by side with George Holbrook now as they go through the chicane. Now he has not got the lead yet. No, he's in second place, battling with his team. Well, not his teammate. It is Cunnington there down the inside. But I have to say, wow, George Holbrook managed to time that one perfectly. It was a huge run from Lewis Gilbert out of the final corner. The PF plate, George Holbrook back on top. Takes the race win from Cunnington, Gilbert, Johnson, Adams, Lothar and Higgins.
Yeah, Cunnington and Gilbert will both be thinking that's a race lost from their perspective, but Holbrook, he just used Gilbert. He knew what was coming. There was always going to be a lunge at some point from him, and he just used that momentum, that pushed them wide just to be there, and that's exactly what we were saying. Brilliant drive by Holbrook, it has to be said. And I'm just looking where Holbrook started, actually. It was on the 4th row of the grid, so... yeah, really good drive by him. Holbrook took the race victory then from Cunnington in second place. We're just waiting for the last few karts to cross over the line before we cut to our graphic for the results. But yeah, as I said before, Holbrook winning, Cunnington in second, Gilbert in third, something that he hasn't yet lost a race technically. He's always been first this weekend, his first point score. Johnson in 4th, 5th was Adams, Lothar in 6th, 7th was Higgins. De Leon was actually in 8th place in the end, a bit of an improvement. Rennie in 9th, Wilby was in 10th, Gardner in 11th, Kay in 12th, 13th was Hull, 14th was Shinner, Hingley was in 15th, Wooder 16th, 17th Barthorpe, 18th Eads, Lilly was 19th, 20th was Pullane, Bird ended up 21st, with 22nd being Paleo. Foley was in 23rd, with 24th being Kitchen, Blake 25th, and then rounding out the field was McKenna, Dransfield, and Cole. The rest of the drivers were in the pits.
There we go, exciting stuff from Senior Rotax. It's time now for the last 2 races, i.e. the penultimate race of the Saturday. It's time for Junior X30. I have got a grid for Junior X30 for race 39.
That's always helpful.
However, I have not got a race results from Junior X30's previous race, race 33. Something tells me they are still talking about it. So I can't tell you who came where in that race because nobody knows.
Yeah, we can't even tell you provisionally either, can we? Because it's we don't get the results at all until they're finalised, just in case we read out the wrong thing.
Exactly. Right, so, but the front row here is a Strawberry Racing lockout. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Marcus Luzio. The 2 teammates there. Luzio stretching out the digits just behind. Finley Harrison, the MDL driver in the 99, had a good race earlier on. Has always been up that sharp end to this weekend. There, just behind the 73. Kian Garrity for Jack Dex Racing. Burgoyne Jr. there, though, at the front. Nice shake of the hand there from the team. And there is Premium Karting Josh Agambar in the number 14. But the driver's about to make their way onto the circuit in just a moment. Let's go over the grids, so everyone is aware where everyone is starting. That made sense, didn't it? Probably. Burgoyne Jr. on the front row with Marcus Luzio alongside Josh Agambar and Finley Harrison on row number 2. Lorenzo Cordell and Kian Geraghty on row number 3. Joseph Rippin and Charlie Rippin on row 4 with Sam Shaw and Henry Gregory on row 5. Ethan Simmons, the E-plate, is alongside Jessica Edgar on row 6 with Luke Watts, the 4. And Harry Cottrell on row 7. Freddie Allam and Rowan Campbell-Pilling on row 8 with Aidan Lynn and Jack Cox on row 9. Gracie Mitchell and Connor Duncan on row 10. Benjamin Doughty and Dominic Roberts on row 11. Mackay Taylor and Bradley Beavers on row 12 with Olivia Algieri on row 13 with Reese Newburn alongside. Then it's Michael Rapsey, Sam Baker on row 14. AJ Arnold, Shavan Shanmugavel on row 15. Gabriel Stilp, Mackay Singh and Macy Hitter, Milo Pilfold rounding out the grid. Now, I saw Macy Hitter lining up outside the comms box, ready to go in to the scrutineers.
Yeah, well, maybe that's...
not the scrutineers, the stewards.
The stewards, yeah, maybe a rap on the knuckles, shall we say, for a few drivers. Probably the reason why we haven't got the race results either. They might be still deciding that, but obviously they couldn't keep the races in for too long because they had to send them out to do the final heat of the day. Well, their final heat of the day for the Junior X30. Of course, the actual final heat is the Senior X30 coming up straight after this one. With a look at the gas of 2-stroke there.
Yeah. There's the immediate intermediate classification. Stewart with 5, Luzio with 6, into the tram lines, green flags out. Here we go then for the penultimate race side by side. Burgoyne Jr. with the better start, gets on the inside, up the hill they go. Premium Karting's there. Josh Agambar, the 14, still there in 3rd place, looking comfortable. And the MDL 99 of Finley Harrison looks like he's dropped down, or still there in 4th place. Down the hill they go, defensive in the background, as it looks like that's Kian Geraghty going defensive, the 73. Down the inside, there's someone off into the barriers. It's the 77. That is Henry Gregory, the 77, off the track and in the wall. He's back out, albeit he's left the tyre wall a little bit damaged, I believe. And another kart's pulled off to the side as well. I can just see it just at the Fullerton S's. The rest of the karts go through there. Out of the final corner, over the start-finish line. Burgoyne Jr. from Luzio, Agambar, Harrison, Geraghty, Rippin, Shaw, Cordell, Campbell-Pilling, Watts, top 10. Campbell-Pilling up 7 positions from that start. Great start for the 2-4-2. Also, more of the big movers, Macy Hitter, Milo Pilfold as well, all both up 10 positions, up from 20 or 33rd and 34th, up now to 23rd and 24th. Good start then from the entire field as a slight breakaway from the front. Burgoyne Jr. and Luzio pulling away from the main pack as they head round out of the Fullerton S's. Down into the complex they go. There is the 14 on your screen, Josh Agambar. Now into 4th place as Finley Harrison has moved up into 3rd. As they exit out of the final corner, 2 laps down. Good start from Junior X30.
Yeah, Burgoyne Jr. obviously with that race win last time out, that is something that we can remember from the previous race. And Luzio, well, he got 2nd in his first race. He got 2nd in his 2nd race. You know where he came in his 3rd race, Anthony?
2nd.
He was 2nd. He's currently in 2nd in his 4th as well. I'm sure he'll be hoping to break that trend, because if he wants to win his GP plate, then he's going to have to take a race victory, if at least in the final, and break the trends then. I'm sure he'll be relatively happy with 2nd place up until the final, and then hopefully get that race victory under his belt. But yeah, bit of a trend setting here for Luzio, one I'm sure he won't be too pleased about.
Yeah, exactly that, as they go through. Warning flag out to Macy Hitter. Keep an eye on that one. There's Sam Shaw, the 7. Under pressure from, I believe that was Kian Geraghty, the 73, just behind. It was, yes. Down the start-finish straight. The 2 teammates, Burgoyne Jr. and Luzio, still comfortably leading the way. But Sam Shaw with the fastest lap of the race, 59.05. There it is on your screen as confirmation. Down the hill they go. Again, just in... It's quite tight, isn't it? Do you reckon Junior X have been told off slightly? Must behave.
Well, I think maybe they've not had a word to, but been reminded, potentially, of driving standards. And, you know, a lot of them have been, as we said, there's a little bit of a queue into the stewards' room just outside our commentary box. You could see it in that little break. And, yeah, I think they'll have been reminded up and down the field, potentially, that the last thing you want to do is ruin your weekend, especially if you're in a good position. Ruin it by just getting pulled into the stewards' room for something silly. Doesn't need to be done. Or indeed, we've seen it plenty of times, haven't we, with the front nose cone being a little bit damaged. Oh, there's a move here. Luzio into the into the third corner, going for the race lead.
Yep, good stuff there. That happens to me all the time. That does. Out down the hill they go, and also look at that. Finley Harrison, the 99, the MDL driver, also followed through. So now Luzio from Harrison to Burgoyne Jr. That's now allowing the rest of the pack to close up as well. So this is far from over. Sam Shaw, the number 7 there in 4th place. Closing in as they go through the chicane. In towards the complex they go now. Again, nice and close. Everyone hugging that inside line. No room for manoeuvre, no room for error. Out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight as they whiz past our cameraman down the start-finish straight. And across the line now, Luzio from Harrison, Burgoyne Jr.
Oh, Harrison going up the inside, though, of Luzio, and there we go. There's a change to the race lead. Here comes Burgoyne Jr., but I think Luzio is not going to have the inside line, so Luzio going back down to 3rd.
Yep, so that just shows how quick it changed. Benjamin Doughty with the fastest lap of the race, but here comes for the lead Burgoyne Jr., and Luzio follows as well. So as soon as Harrison had got the lead, he's already lost it again in the next corner. Now look at this, Sam Shaw, Joseph Rippin, Josh Agambar are right there. Same with Kean Geraghty. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 for the race lead.
Yeah, going to run out of fingers to count them on soon, aren't we, Anthony? As they
I'll have to use my toes.
I know, exactly. That'll be a nice smell in the commentary box. He's not happy about that. Burgoyne Jr. will be happy, though, because he got his teammate behind him, yet again, who he knows has got good pace. But crucially, I think Burgoyne would rather have his teammate behind him and then a touch of a buffer to Harrison, wouldn't he? A driver in between him and Harrison. He probably touches Luzio, but look at this, 2 by 2 as Burgoyne Jr. Scrap what I just said, he's back to 3rd.
Well, do you know what? I have no idea what just happened there, but all I can tell you is now Luzio's leading. He might not be leading by the end of this corner because down the inside goes Harrison. Harrison back into the lead. Sam Shaw's now up into 3rd. Where's Burgoyne Jr.? Burgoyne Jr.'s all the way down, looks like to be in 5th place, now 4th, because he's just got back past Sam Shaw, and the 54 as well of Rippin has also gone through. The 73 as well, Kean Geraghty went all over the curbs, is now being held up by Josh Agambar, is holding up Josh Agambar as well as the number 7. Sam Shaw has now dropped several positions. Oh, it's all changing up here. It's all gone P-tong. 1 minute to go, out of the final corner, a couple more laps to go. Here we go, across the line. Let's see the order. Harrison, Luzio, Rippin, Burgoyne Jr., but down the inside goes Luzio. It's already changed. Luzio leading the way through the corner, but Harrison comes back. Can't quite do it, stays behind. Boy, it's heating up here. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep up.
I was going to say, you can tell it's been a long day, but the fact it's been so exciting, all we're doing is flapping our paper, not being able to keep up with it. It's absolutely brilliant as Luzio in the race lead. Can he break the duck? Can he break this series of second places he's been getting? Harrison will be hoping not, and he'll be hoping to go through. As up the inside goes Burgoyne Jr. back into 3rd place, ahead of Rippin. Oh, I tell you what, these 4 drivers are really putting on a show for us now. You said it was a top 7 race for the race lead. It's gone down to potentially top 4 again, but that doesn't mean that we've lacked excitement here. The number 7 going up the inside, that's Shaw up ahead of the 14 of Agambar, and we're back to the front.
Yep, back to the front here because it is Luzio leading the way from Harrison across the line. Burgoyne Jr. back up into 3rd, closing that gap as they go Timer has struck 0, which means last lap board out this time. The E-play, Ethan Simmons, warning flag for him. Out they go. Change for the lead, though. Harrison now in the lead down the hill.
Yeah, Harrison ahead. Burgoyne Jr. looking at something, but here goes Luzio into the hairpin. I think Harrison, he must have known that the lunge was coming, didn't he, on the last lap? Oh, in fact, no, it's not the last lap, it's the penultimate lap. Luzio, Burgoyne Jr. crawling all over the back of Harrison. The 54 of Rippin will be so hoping to just take advantage of something here. He's going to have to be just hovering around like the last race that we saw in the previous, it was in the senior road taxes. That could potentially happen here as well. Luzio in the lead, Burgoyne Jr. now following his teammate Harrison in third, then Rippin onto the last lap they're about to go.
Yep, out of the final corner. Last lap shown by Jacob on the start-finish line. Here we go. So Luzio leading the way. He's had seconds all the way through the weekend. Can he finally come away with a heat win? Over the bridge they go. Burgoyne Jr. back there in second place now is going to be piling on the pressure to his teammate Luzio. Luzio goes defensive. Burgoyne Jr. goes to the outside, tries to throw the dummy, can't quite do it, stays behind. Harrison still there in third, as they go through. Oh, look at that ripping down the inside. Shaw as well, side by side with the number 4 of Luke Watts. Luke Watts was the one to watch earlier on. He's been struggling in this latter part of the day, but it's back here at the front. The 242 as well is also in the pack of Roman Campbell-Pilling, up 8 positions as well. Into the final corners we go. The race leaders, Luzio. As they go through, there's only one more corner to do it, but I don't think it's going to be done. Luzio with a second. Now it's a win in the heats for Luzio, Burgoyne Jr. and Harrison.
Yeah, what a sensational race that we just had there to round out the Junior X30 grid. If the seniors is anything like that, then we know we finished the day strong, but that was absolutely brilliant from the X30s. And again, plenty of racing respect, Anthony. You can't deny the fact that we've had close racing. There's a bit of an argy-bargy. Nose pods and everything has maybe been a little bit damaged, maybe a rubber on the sides, but it's been brilliantly respectful.
It has indeed. There is race winner Marcus Luzio from Burgoyne Jr., Finley Harrison, Joseph Rippin, Sam Shaw, Rowan Campbell-Pilling up 10 positions into 6th place. Great result for him. And then Josh Agambar, Luke Watts up 5 positions as well. Keane Garrity in 9th. Benjamin Doughty up 11 places. Great result to finish P10. Jessica Edgar, Lorenzo Cordell, and then it is Connor Duncan, Charlie Rippin, Olivia Algeria up 10 positions as well. Gabriel Stilp up 15 positions. Macy Hitter up 16 positions as well. We didn't speak about them much in that race, but massive congratulations to them. Bradley Beavers up 6 in 18th. Etienne Simmons in 19th. Milo Pilfold up 14 positions. Mackay Singh up 11 as well. Lots of big movers in this race. Mackay Taylor as well in 22nd place with Jack Cox, Freddie Allen, Reese Newburn, Sam Baker, Michael Rapsey, Dominic Roberts, Gracie Mitchell, Shavan Shamagavel in 30th place, Harry Cottrell, Aidan Lynn, AJ Arnold, and we lost Henry Gregory after 3 laps, the 77, which was the kart that retired over after crashing into barriers at hairpin 1. Well, excellent stuff then from the Junior X30s. It's time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final race of the day, the final heat of Kartmasters coming up next before the finals tomorrow. It's time now for Senior X30. Well, like we say, Senior X30. What an exciting grid this is. There on the front, Louis Westover, the 232. He's had a good day today. He won the previous race earlier on. He's back out to see what he can do across the way there. The number 3, Platten. Looking comfortable. He was good on points earlier on. I think he's on 4 points now at the moment, so I think he's moved to 2nd place overall. No, he hasn't, because Gus Lawrence has got 9 points. So there, he's still leading the points in the intermediate classifications. But now, let's talk about the grid, because for our final race of the day, our final heat of the 2021 Kartmasters Grand Prix, this is how they're going to start. For Senior X30, Louis Westover and Harry Platten on the front row, with Thomas Turner and Sam Heading on row 2. Oliver Greetham and Derek Morgan on row 3, with Brad Pennell and Thomas Fleming, the PF plate, on row number 4. Marcus Littlewood and Caden McQueen on row 5, with Archie Tillett and Lucas Ellingham on row number 6. Cole Kilner and Jack Dex on row 7, with Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Casper Scusa, the MLC driver, on row number 8. Oscar Joyce and Tyler Reed on row 9, with Charlie Lamb and Daryl DeLeon on row 10. Matthew Hudson and Oren England on row 11, with Paddy Walsh and Lewis Gilbert rounding out the entire grid. Again, Lewis Gilbert not on that O plate, he's on the 29 plate racing in this grid as well. Well, oh dear, there in the 54, already off the track, it's Jack Dex.
Yeah, that's not a good start, is it, really? It's not what you want right at the end of the day. If it is mechanical, luckily they've got all night to fix it. That's not what the mechanic will be wanting to hear, that's for sure. But we do have a few of the protagonists, really, because Platten, with 2 seconds and a first, he'll be hoping to finish strong. Obviously, Louis Westover with that absolutely sensational win earlier on, by far and away, sort of one of the biggest wins we've had here so far. And yeah, those two starting on the front row is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, as well. There's Thomas Turner once again just behind. Finished second. Didn't quite have the whack under that. It is green flag, away they go in towards turn 1. Good start from Westover. Straight away holds on to that lead there. Thomas Turner in the background also, side by side there. The 95 Premium Karting, Oscar Joyce gets involved in a small tangle, but gets back into position and moves up slightly in that order as well. Down the hill they go, defensive goes Oliver Greetham, the 59. Into the corner there, that allows the top 4 to slightly break away. Into the next corner, Caden McQueen on the outside, holding on to that one there, the 114. I think I'm seeing Casper Scusa having a good start as well, is up a few positions, just behind the shot there. But this, the group all the way from, I think, 4th backwards on your screens. From Greetham as they exit out of the final corner and finish lap 1. It is Westover from Platten, Turner, Greetham, Heading, Morgan, Pennell. Then it's Fleming, McQueen, Kilner, Tillett, Ellingham, Scusa, Pritchard, Williams, Tyler Reed, Daryl DeLeon, Oren England, Lewis Gilbert, Charlie Lamb, Marcus Littlewood. He had an issue earlier on, he broke down. He's had a bad start this time around, dropped 11 positions. Oscar Joyce, Paddy Walsh up 1 position as well, 22nd place. We've lost Jack Dex, who did not start the race after breaking down on the out lap. Here they are, though, halfway through lap number 2. I would say good, clean start.
I would say, and a sensational start as well. Exactly what they're hoping for. The top 3. Platten has got into the race lead ahead of Westover, though, so that's pretty crucial. Turner in 3rd place. Again, they're matching on pace at the moment, but hoping to mop up any mistakes as well. He'll be there right to take it as close to the line as he can. Matthew Hudson has received a warning flag. So you've got 2 races essentially right now, haven't you? The last thing that the top 3 will want to do is hold each other up. And the last thing that 4th place will want to do is start getting into a fight, because then they'll potentially lose out on time to the top 3. Having said that, I think by the looks of it, they're both just settling in for the moment. Having said that, we're about to come into the hairpin. I'll probably be proven wrong.
Well, maybe. We're not too sure there. But Platten in the lead at the moment from Westover and Turner. Turner again just looking like that kart struggling on the exit. He needs that wind power, but at the moment there is not much of it. It's kind of a crosswind at the moment as the kart whiz past the infield section in towards the Fullerton S's and into the complex they go. Back here with the 59 of Greetham, Heading, Pennell and Morgan. Morgan a little further back. There you can see the 57 of Heading on the back of Greetham, piling on the pressure. Not going for any moves, though, at the moment, because, of course, they don't want to, because they're seeing the top 3 break away. So I think they're being on their best behaviour and being all frenemies and working together to go through. Please don't prove me wrong. They're going to prove me wrong now because slightly wide there goes Greetham. Heading tried to look down the inside, but Harry Platten, fastest lap of the race, 57.960.
Has to be said as well, once upon a time the gap was about 1.7 seconds. It's gone down to 1.4 as they're going defensive in the background there. Fleming has lost out on about 4 positions, so something is happening for the battle for the top 10, shall we say. And the 57 there, heading, still leading ahead of, well, in fact, it just started leading ahead of Greetham and Pennell.
Exactly that, so good start from the drivers at the moment. Let's have a rundown then of the full order when they next cross the line. It will just be in a second as they make their way round the next section. There is the 57 that's actually got past Greetham, so heading up a place. You may have just said that.
Well, yes, but it's okay. It's been a long day, and you've been here all since Thursday.
Well, yeah, let's have a rundown then. Platten from Westover, turning, heading, Greetham, Pennell, Morgan, McQueen, Kilner, and Ellingham are the top 10. Biggest mover at the moment would be Darrell De Leon in 14th place, up 6 places. Archie Tillett in 11th. Thomas Fleming's gone down a few spots. He's not had the best start. He's dropped to 12th place at the moment. Teddy Pritchard-Williams just behind. Then Darrell De Leon. Then it's Tyler Reid, Marcus Littlewood, who's got back up a few spaces now into P16. Lewis Gilbert as well, up 7 places. Now our biggest mover into P17, Matthew Hudson, Casper Scusa, Charlie Lamb, Oscar Joyce, Oren England, and Paddy Walsh rounding out the 23 cuts currently still running. There is a look at the intermediate classification of how they will start for the pre-finals tomorrow. Of course, the top 30 go through. There are 35 karts in this one, so those... actually, yeah, everyone should get through because there's 36 allowed in the race car, so there we go. All of them will get through. So that's how they'll start within the top 8. Platten from Lawrence, Pennell, Westover. Then it was Dewey that would start there from Fleming, Heading, and Turner. They would be the top 8. If they finished in this order, how they would start the pre-final tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think Turner's quite got the pace to keep up with the top 2, well, on ultimate pace anyway, has he? But Platten and Westover, all they need to do is launch one at the inside, and all of a sudden Turner will be there, happily trying to get involved and leave the Saturday without anything on the circuit, because that's really what it's about now, isn't it? I'm sure the mechanics won't agree, but realistically, they've got all night to fix the cars now, haven't they? You might as well go for it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kidding, of course. No, we want everybody to finish with no damage on the carts whatsoever. But still, it would make it entertaining.
Oh, yeah, very yes, it would indeed. Over the bridge they go. Then Platten, fastest lap of the race as well, 57.640.
He's flying, isn't he? Considering he's at the front, and it's hard to be chased, isn't it? Especially by a driver who you know is so quick.
Yeah. And it's hard to be at the front as well. Everyone says, oh, you're at the front, clear bit of track, you just go. But again, I'm the sort of person that likes to chase down. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy. It's the number 12 that's gone off the circuit. That is
Marcus Littlewood, who's got a lot of love and respect in the chat.
Exactly. He's not got a lot of love and respect out on track. Because he's gone down the order once more, which is a big shame for him. But at the moment there, not going the way Marcus Littlewood is wanting. He had a retirement from his last race. Now he's falling down the order as well. Same with Teddy Pritchard and Marcus Littlewood, and Matthew Hudson. Teddy Pritchard-Williams actually dropped to the back of the field. 29th place as Louis Westover responds with the new fastest lap of the race. In second place, that gap has come down. And actually, I say there's been a change for the lead, I will say, because there on your screen is Louis Westover now back in front. Platten now back into second place as they go through the chicane.
It wasn't anywhere near as dramatic as Turner was hoping for, though, was it? It looks like that Westover had got the deal done pretty easily, so maybe, I don't know if it was shown on the cameras, I must have missed it because I was looking at my piece of paper, but I think Platten maybe made a tiny mistake which allowed Westover through.
Maybe, let's see. With Westover setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well, may have had a hinkling.
Well, it may have helped.
It could have helped, there we go. as they go over the bridge, though, once more. Your top three breaking away from the main pack. The timer has struck 0. Last lap board out this time. Platten down the inside into the hairpin. Nice move. And here comes Thomas Turner as well. He had the issue earlier on. He just didn't have the waff there. But with these two battling, that's exactly what he needs. And taking that normal racing line and not the defensive line, he's able to keep up with these two. As again, Platten goes defensive. That allows Westover to really close up. And again, defensive goes Platten. Westover trying to take the long way round. That invites Turner to take second place, to which he does. Out of the complex they go, out of the final corner. Last lap board out this time.
I'll tell you what, that is exactly what Platten wanted, isn't he? Because he probably knows that Turner doesn't quite have the ultimate pace, or he hasn't shown that he's had the ultimate pace in this race with him, but he's now in between himself and Westover. However, Turner could show us all up here. He's close enough to be making a move into the hairpin, and I tell you what, I'd be very interested to see what Platten does. Platten goes defensive. He's in the middle of the road. He doesn't trust that Turner won't go for the move. Here comes Westover. That's an awful lot of speed to carry around the outside, and he's managed to do it. He's gotten past Turner for the inside into the next hairpin. Westover in second place. Here comes the cutback, though, and it looks like Turner's going to manage to keep that second. Platten with the race lead. It's not easily done and dusted just yet, but by the looks of it, that has just separated the three drivers.
Yep, the good stuff from these drivers all the way through that lap, though, but it's looking comfortable at the moment for Harry Platten for the BMR team. Out of the complex through the final corner. Checker flag awaits. Harry Platten, another race win. Across the line, Thomas Turner with second, Louis Westover with third, Sam Heading in fourth place, Brad Pennell fifth, from McQueen, Greetham, Morgan, Kilner and Fleming rounding out the top 10.
What a cracking way to finish the day there, Anthony. Sorry, it's been fantastic. Westover and Platten, Turner throwing things into the mix as well, making it interesting right at the front. Of course, there was action a little bit further back as well. We didn't see much of it, unfortunately, but there you go, confirmation that Platten took that race victory. Turner was in second, Westover in third, Heading in fourth, Pennell in fifth place, McQueen sixth, seventh was Greetham, 8th Morgan, 9th was Kilner, 10th Fleming, Tillotson 11th, 12th was De Leon. Reed was in 13th, 14th Gilbert, Ellingham in 15th, Lamb 16th, Joyce in 17th, England in 18th position, 19th was Scusa, Hudson was 20th and rounding up the top 20. 21st, Littlewood, unfortunately, falling down at the end. 22nd was Walsh. Pritchard Williams was in 23rd. And in the pits, of course, didn't even get to start the race, was Dex. Take a breath, Anthony. Saturday's done. You've got tomorrow to look forward to, but I've thoroughly enjoyed my day today. Yeah,
I say, well, we say it all the time, don't we? It's always a tough old day, but the thanks come out. Again, a huge thanks to all of the marshals and officials here at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, again, for their efforts of keeping all the drivers safe, and as well to the medical teams as well. A huge thank you to all the Alpha Live cameramen, the producers, staff from the Alpha Live broadcast team as well for providing those pictures for everyone at home as well. A huge thank you to yourself, Miss Jack Oliphant, again, jumping into the deep end here at Kartmasters for you. But you get to enjoy Alton Park tomorrow, don't you?
Oh, well, enjoying Alton Park, maybe a bit of a stretch after qualifying, but I'm there, yes. It's going to be interesting, but it's been a fantastic event. Thank you very much. Kartmasters is something that I always followed with my brother, and it's been awesome to be in the commentary box with it, with you as well, Anthony, and the Alpha Live team. So a big thank you to everyone involved.
Excellent stuff. Well, of course, for the viewers at home, stick around, of course, because tomorrow is finals day. We'll have a new commentator. It'll be myself and Henry Badette. If you're a Henry fan, he'll be here in the commentary box. Yes, indeed. Yes, you heard that correctly. He will be joining us, so stay tuned for that one. And, of course, stay tuned to the Alpha Live YouTube channel tonight because, of course, once more, we'll have the third installment of the Paddock Show as well. Stick around for that one a little bit later on this evening on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But for myself, Anthony Jordan, from myself, Jack Oliphant, we'll say goodbye for now. We'll see you back bright and early at 10 o'clock.